listen to that music? Well, for me, it signals just one thing, that one of the most elite competitions on the EAFC calendar is here. A chance for the European heavyweights to pit themselves against one another on one of the world's biggest stages over the next couple of weeks to win possibly the most prestigious title in the game. This title, the eChampions League.
So, the eChampions League. It's a test like no other. Pride, passion, guts, and glory. And this year, it's coming to London. The home of cuppas and full English breakfast. Black caps, red sauce, and blue teams. But most importantly, the home of football. We've seen what the Champions League does to this iconic city, but these stars play a whole new ballgame. Every match is a final, and everything is on the line. There's an all-new look, but some icons are always there. Experience the action like never before. Welcome to the eChampions League.
Welcome to London as well. Well, the players you're watching here, they touched down in the capital just a few days ago now. You got Tex and his teammate there, Matthias Bonanno, and obviously Tex, he won, didn't he, back in 2020. Online, he'll be hoping to win in LAN. Then you saw the defending Champions League champion there as well, and a world champion to boot. The who's who of the players are here, ready to go into battle. The heavyweights, I like to call them. And talking of heavyweights, look who is next to me. We've got Ryan Pessoa and Brandon Smith back for the 6th year of the eChampions League, guys. I mean, where has time gone? For me, though, this is the best competition. It just feels like it's elevated every time we come back, doesn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm with you, Rach. I think it's a huge competition. The names at disposal in this competition as well just elevates it to that next level.
Why, though, for people who haven't watched before, is it such a special event? Because it really is, isn't it?
I mean, where do you start? The cash on the line, $280,000, this incredible trophy that you just can't recreate, it seems, anywhere. And it's a chance to celebrate the best European players on the virtual pitch as well. So really special tournament.
What do you think, Ryan, it does for a player's kind of career and credibility if they win this title?
It's huge. I think it has the fear factor as well when you're playing against competitors in other competitions in the future. Knowing that you're up against an eChampions League winner, it just adds that pressure onto you. Yeah,
it does indeed. Well, whatever happens over the course of the next couple of weeks, prepare to be entertained. And talking of preparation, well, our very own Ryan Pessoa, he has prepped a lowdown for you of exactly how this competition is going to play out.
Welcome to the eChampions League. The top talent from across Europe have qualified through their domestic league success, and now they're ready to light up the stage. Here's the lowdown. The tournament unfolds over 3 major events in London: the group stage, the knockout stage, and the eChampions League final.
Oh, it's so clever!
Now let's talk groups. It's split into 8, which feature a single round robin, meaning each pair competes against all others in their respective group. Finish in the top 3 and you're off to knockouts. Finish top of your group and you skip the round of 32 and fast track through to the round of 16. It's a golden ticket. So lock in, because the road to becoming the next champion starts right here, right now. Let's go.
Well, we're actually starting, aren't we, at round 3 as well. We've had 2 rounds already played off for broadcast and loads has already happened. Shall we start with Group A? Who's already doing the business, boys?
Yeah, I think it's only right to start off with Group A. We've got Tex in this group, a lot of top competitors. However, he didn't start off as well as he would have liked. Ekman performing extremely well in this group as well. And we've got JP Slater as well, first time in the eChampions League. Hasn't got the start he would have wished for, but he's still got that lifeline with these next 3 games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Tex, though, don't write him out just yet. Brandon, what do you make of what's unfolded so far after only 2 rounds?
I think what we'll see as we go through the other groups, especially, Rachel, is that maybe the lesser-known players haven't started so well, but here, completely the opposite. Ekman obviously coming through the Promise Belgium League over there with Club Brugge, top form at the moment. What a start that is in Group A.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's turn our attention now then to Group B. Lots happening over there as well. Jesus, one to watch, runner-up before in this competition. You know, he's been showing what he's made of so far.
Absolutely. I mean, look, he's carrying on that style. He's carrying on that form from the Serie A as well, which was his ticket into this competition. Looking really strong at the moment. As you said, 4 points from possible 6, Ryan. However, he'll be a little bit annoyed that he conceded so many goals against Levy.
Yeah, he scores a lot of goals, but as you mentioned, the conceding part is something that does sort of bring him down a little bit. But he sees himself top of the group. Jaden winning his game as well to be joint top with, a point behind, with 2 games played.
Yeah, he was 4 goals up and then he conceded 4 and it was 4 all. Wow. Anyway, let's just put that one beside us, shall we? OK, Group C. This was possibly the hardest group. You were saying it's the group of death. I mean, what went down off camera in this one, Brandon?
I mean, you're right to say it's a group of death because there's one man in there that everyone's scared of, Emre Yilmaz, the defending eChampions League winner who won it in his first year of making the finals. I mean, you've got Matías Bonano in there, Manchester City, great run this year, of course, in the Premier League, runner-up to Nicholas all that time ago. You've got It's Virgil of AFC Fiorentina, Borussia Dortmund's Ray Feldman, and obviously not the best of starts for the Lithuanian player in Domas, who is, unfortunately, without a win so far. So a difficult group there. But expect a lot from those top 3. I expect them 3 to continue their form to go through. Well,
the story wasn't it? Yilmaz and Feldman. Tell everyone exactly what happened in that match as well.
Yeah, Roy Feldman was 3-1 up. Approaching the last moments of the game, 75 minutes played. Emre gets one back, gets another back, and then wins it in the last minute. So we've done well to win that game, considering the way it was going. It was almost certain going to be a game where he dropped points, but ended up winning it.
That's why he's a reigning champion. OK, on to Group D then, the final group you'll get to see in action today. Again, Danny Pitbull. Everyone loves Danny Pitbull. He's the nicest person, isn't he, in the scene. He's leading the line at the moment. PH Zin, though, probably the most informed player there, Brandon, has won all of his matches. And who does he get to play next? It's Danny Pitbull.
Gets to play Danny Pitbull, isn't he? I mean, what all that is, it sounds crazy to stand here, Rachel, and say that this is PH's first ever eChampions League after the dominant display that he showed us here in the FC scene over the last couple of years. But Danny Pitbull, most convincing player, you could argue, 2 wins out of 2 so far. If he was to go and get some points from that PH in game, you could argue, look, he's guaranteed top 3. We'll be seeing him again next weekend. I
guess the next match for him, the fact that it is against PH Zin is a real test for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think before even starting a game today, he would know that PH Zin will be the player to beat, not just in his group, but in the tournament. So if he overcomes him, for me, I think that sets him in good stead to finish top of the group and advance to the top 16.
I feel like all the matches are just getting started. It's going to be very exciting. And I mentioned our talent. Well, it is next level, and we have 2 more next level guys to introduce to you right now. It is Richard Buckley and Gravison. And as always, they're going to bring the excitement. Boys, what are you going to excite us with first?
Next level. I'll take that.
Next level, that's us.
I'll take that. What we're going to be bringing you before we get underway with round 3 is all of the squad requirements, because it's very different here at the eChampions League this time around, Grav.
Especially starting with a 15 million coins budget. I don't think this is going to be used, all of it, but I mean, the icons aren't that as expensive as they used to be, so I expect some big icons in there.
And it's the UEFA Champions League items, only the items that were released in-game. They're the only players that you're allowed to use. Those icons are the deal breakers. They're the ones that are going to win you your group. And in particular, Didier Drogba. He is in 40 of the 41 squads available. This Golazo icon of Didier Drogba has changed the game.
Especially because of 3 things. Because of finishing, because of the playstyles, of course. But if we talk about stats, it's got to be finishing, it's got to be head accuracy, and it's got to be the jumping stats. I mean, he's just unstoppable.
Aerial plus.
Set pieces, or if you cross it to the back of the post, it's nearly impossible to stop him. And the only player that's not been using him, which is Andreas, 1 point out of 6, so he's struggling.
Yeah, it explains it for you. If you're using Didier Drogba at Homers right now in the chat, let me know. Does he get in your team? Can you afford him? And are you using him in FUT Champions? Let's have a look at what Drogba can do on the pitch. It's pretty self-explanatory, but corners are almost like, what, 60, 70% goals at the minute? Let's have a look. I mean, this is what we've seen so far today.
For sure, and if we talk about this competition, if we go back to 2022, Nicolas won the competition by set pieces and corners and domestic leagues. I mean, you saw it in Premier League and in a lot of stuff.
Is he dominating so much because we also don't have the defenders available with the squad restrictions to be able to compete with him?
Probably, because on the domestic leagues, you have the aerial plus defenders.
Yeah.
Here, you don't have them, so who's stopping Drogba?
No
one.
Drogba always delivers. He is the man that will always deliver for you, and I can't wait to see if he does in the next few rounds. Speaking of delivery. I think I'm waiting for something. I think it's time for a little bit of food, Gravison, because the Just Eat delivery is on his way.
Ooh.
I've been waiting for this.
For a long time, and you told me for it.
Get my scran inside me right now.
Oh, for sure. Let me just open this. Let's pick this up. Thank you so much.
Smell test.
Ooh, spicy. This looks nice.
And the next game is spicy as well. I'll tell you what else is spicy. Emre Yilmaz, and he's catching up with Casey right now.
Yes, I am joined by the one and only Emre Yilmaz, previous champion. Now, let's talk about that championship. Can you make it go back-to-back? No one has ever done it.
Yeah, no one has ever done it. It will be amazing if I done it back-to-back Champions League. It will be very great, but it's so hard this year. So many good players, so I hope, but it's tough.
Now, 2 rounds have already been played. You played in one of those rounds, and you had an epic comeback against Feldman. Talk me through that one.
Yeah, I was very bad in the first half, 3-1 down. I didn't play well, but after scoring the 3-3 equalizer, I finished the job in the 90th minute to make sure for the win.
Now, last question for you. You are going up against Matias Bonanno in the next round. Group C, how are you feeling about it as a whole?
Yeah, it's just, if you win this game, I think you will be through to the next stage. But if you lose, it doesn't, just focus on the next game then. So it will be a tough game. Bonanno is a very good player, so we will see that.
All right, Emre, well, I will let you get back to it. Good luck today, and it's back to you, Rachel.
Thanks so much, Case. Well, she asked the question as well, didn't she? Can Emre Yilmaz become a back-to-back eChampions League champion? We'll have to find out. It has never been done, but can some of these players take him down? It's Tex up next. He's against Neat. That's one of our feature matchups. Or kind of likes of Levy, who's taking on Andoni. Will they lift the trophy this year? Well, it's time to get the game started.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes, eChampions League has arrived in home soil for a change. We're here in London for the next 3 weeks. As we said, it's group stages this weekend. Next weekend, it is knockout FC24. And then the 29th of May is the big one when you guys at home can come here as well, Ryan. This is the start of the journey, isn't it?
Yep, it really is. And what a game we have between Neat and Tex. The perfect way to start off the stream today. They, of course, played 2 games, or 1 game for Tex's part anyway, previously losing against Ekman. So we need to get points on the board, especially if he wants to try and finish top of the group. But to do that, he has to overcome one of the best players, not just in Europe, but in the world, in Neat. He performed fantastically well, Brandon. You were there in Spain seeing him perform, getting this spot in the eChampions League, and he's a formidable force on his day. He certainly was. What form for the last couple of weeks, you could argue. Great performances, obviously in San Sebastian in the Liga FC Pro Cup, where he made a grand final, and then just, you can argue 2 weeks ago, he was in the Liga FC Pro top 4. We're not hanging about here. We're jumping straight into the gameplay in Group A. Here are this year's eChampions League. 2 rounds have already been played, but for Tex, he's only played 1 game. I know we have been looking at the fact that he is winless in this Group A, but he's still got 3 more matches left to come his way in this group. Of course, he'll be kicking from left to right in that Manchester City strip, which he has been wearing since the start of this season. And he could be coming in with his first chances! 3 minutes on the clock. Tex has arrived in the eChampions League. That's why Henri's in the team. The finesse shot plus play style is so effective. Even from that distance there, manages to catch Neat off guard. No goalkeeper movement because of the distance there, Brandon, but it's a great start from Tex. No goal line technology either. Yeah, just about get past the line there, just. I mean, we're already seeing within the first 3 minutes in this game what we can expect to see from a handful of these players. I mean, Gravison said it perfectly well on the build-up. 15 million coin budget in these teams, but not all the players are going to spend all the coins because just the value of half of these Champions League items, they're a lot cheaper compared to a handful of these icons, which I'm sure you will see. Galazzo, Cruyff, Galazzo, Didier Drogba, who is going to be the real force up front. One thing I can tell you in this game you'll see is a lot of skill moves from both of these two. I think Tex knows more than anyone, Ryan, how important it was just to get that first win on the board. Remember, you need to be in the top 3 in your group to go through. If you do top the group, you go into the round of 16. So you basically miss a round in the knockouts. If you finish 2nd or 3rd, you go into a sort of playoff round, which will be next weekend here in London. Same place, same time.
Marino finds Mbappe, takes for 2! It's 2 in 10 minutes! I mean, I expected a start, Ryan, but not this one.
It's a huge start from Tex. Just the way he built up there, it sort of came from a mistake from Lee, losing possession so easily. But that driven pass into Mbappe doesn't even need to green time it. Mistimes it, but it still finds the back of the net. And Tex has a safety cushion.
Remember, 9-minute halves. And just one single matchup in the group stages. Draws are happening. We're not playing for a winner in the group stages here. And more importantly, we can see you at home as well. Get involved in the conversation across this weekend. You're allowed 3 icons in these restrictions. Who would be your go-to 3 icons? I mean, Didier Drogba is a cert, Ryan, but your other 2, who would be your 2?
I think Henry would be in the... It's out of Henry or R9. I think I'd go with Henry just for the play style plus of finesse shot. And I'd probably go with Pirlo. I see him using a lot of squads or Xavi Alonso just for the long ball pass plus play style. Is very effective in game.
Well, they're not necessarily the most expensive icons, are they? Especially Xavi.
Yep.
It's only a couple of 100,000 coins, which, when you've got 50 million coins, is not too much. Here's Haaland, the Man City player himself. Nearly about to find a third. Again, we have got the Twister open now at home. We would love to know
Cat Drogba.
What icon you'll be putting in your team. Watch out for Erling Haaland. If I'm right in saying, Ryan, has not got that same sort of aerial fight he has, but he's still Erling Haaland and he's still 6 foot plus.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll notice as well Texas selection here using Marino in at right back position. Obviously not the fastest player, but he does have the aerial plus play style, using him just to try and nullify Drogba at the back post if the crosses do come in. But Neat isn't someone we usually associate with crossing. I feel as if even if you don't cross all the time or base your play on it, it's still good to have that option.
We had someone in the chat saying Dan Burn from Crossness. I don't think Dan Burn's going to get in the team, but he's 6 foot plus. He could come in handy for a corner. Here's Cancelo, whipped it all the way to Drogba. Wow. That's what he's going to do again and again and again across these next 3 weeks in the eChampions League. Who is going to stop him at the back? Because I don't think it's going to be anyone.
Yeah, I stand corrected. I said Neat's someone you don't really associate with crossing the ball in, and he just whipped one in from deep there with the triggered run from Company as a decoy run into the box there. But Drogba, as we said, Richard spoke about earlier, being in all but one of the squads, proves his effectiveness in game.
It's not even a million coins either, is it? It's just one of your only real options is going to give you an aerial plus play style, which if you have not been following the FC Pro scene this year, it seems like whatever virtual league we've been in or any competition, there's always been that play towards the current meta, which involves finding anyone with an aerial plus play style. And this isn't the only game that's underway here with the eChampions League. You've also got Levi David against Sampdoria. That's Ajax against Atletico Madrid. 41 different players involved in the group stages here. I'll be in for an equaliser. Toni Kroos. Offside is Musiala. And across those 41 players, Ryan, 34 different football clubs being represented in this year's eChampions League, which just goes to show how many of the best European clubs we do have on offer. There's that little ding. There's Drogba on the other side. Just didn't really have the angle, Ryan, there, did he?
Yeah, couldn't get the power behind the header there, but just an attack to keep Neat occupied and having to focus a lot there, almost gifting possession to Tex.
Musiala stopped by Vardiel of Manchester City. I mean, that's also going to be a talking point this weekend, Ryan, as well. Your centre-backs choices. Is it a cert for you, those 2 centre-backs?
It's up in the air. I think Sula, to me, has to be a guaranteed one, just with his attributes in game. His stature as well could be useful in the box from corners offensively. Vardiel, a lot of players are using in at left-back as well as an option to go forward, but if they're not using Cancelo.
Speaking of Cancelo, we'll happily switch it from left to right as we see Mikel Merino. Not his team of the season, his Champions League item. Let's jump across the second. What's happening over here? Now, it looks like there has been a goal in the game, and it's Andoni, who is needing points at the moment for Atletico Madrid. Up by a goal to nil against Ajax. And Levy David. That one coming from Group B.
Yep, slow start again from Levy. Spoke about it previously, was 4-0 down to Hezes in 25 minutes. Managed to come back as well in that game to salvage a point and get himself on the points board here. Tech's building up, loses possession in midfield. We didn't even mention Neat's first game. He won 8-1 against JP Slater. He set down a marker to show the rest of the competitors he's not a player you want to mess with, especially if he's in full form. It takes a lot to overcome him, and Tech so far has relatively stopped Neat from being his usual self.
Well, the first 10 minutes was all Tech's. And Neat has now been able to build back into this one. I mean, out of all the 41 players that are here, Tech, you could argue, is the most capped when it comes to the Champions League. He's only actually missed 1 year of the competition. He's also won the competition too during the Champions League invitation. Nice little step over exit, drops the shoulder, R9! Will bring Neat back into the tie, and look, we still expect skill moves from him. Look no further, Ryan Pessoa.
It's a great goal. Just a step over there. I think that little jump there in to try and retrieve the ball, both from Vardio and Sula. I don't think Tex will be happy. He sat just in front of us. A slight grimace to his coach, Zach Moore, behind him as the goal went in. But it's a huge moment in the game for Neat to get back into it, especially in this first half. If you let the game tick on, being 2-0 down against somebody like Tex, who dictates the tempo, forces you to make mistakes.
Well, I mean, I'm going to ask you this question, Ryan. You can give me your best answer. 12 points is the maximum you can get.
Yep.
How many of them puts you in third?
I would
6?
say 7. I think 7 guarantees you, in my opinion. You'd be very, very unlucky.
2 wins, a draw and a loss.
Yeah, 6 points maybe if you're resting on goal difference. You'd have to have a healthy goal difference. But in my opinion, I think 7 points. You want to get first though, Bandit. You want to make sure that you don't have to pay the extra round.
Musiala on the back of a handful of trademark Neat step-overs. This is so much better from Neat. Punches away, back to R9, drops the shoulder! 2-0 down to 3-2 up, Neat leads.
Sensational build-up. Just here, cancels it, stops with an L1 stop, and then last goal. You could argue Tex is very unlucky for the defender not to block the ball there, but the build-up play was sensational from Neat, just to get into the area. It's just a great comeback. It's the day of comebacks, Brandon. We're seeing a lot of scorelines being overturned so far.
We say this all the time, and it sounds crazy. In 9-minute halves, when you go 2 or 3-0 up early on, it's not a safe place to be.
Yep.
Just isn't. Of course, keep in mind, it's only Group A, B, C, and D in action today. 20 of the 41 players in action tomorrow. You will see the remaining half of the competition take to the stage. Those names include Nicholas in there, of course, former world champion of it. Fuma, Manu Bashir. One dinked in towards Haaland, dives into the tackle, is going to loft it back in again to Mbappe. You have to ask, if that was Didier Drogba, it might have been a slightly different outcome. Of course, this game underway at the moment. Levy v Andoni, we saw the headline news there. He's on side. Musiala in for another penalty. Is he going to get away with it? It's just a yellow card. Well, this is an absolute gift. Half-time on the clock. What an opportunity to go 4-2 up into the break. Up steps Neat of Real Valladolid with R9.
I thought he saved it.
Squeezed it in.
I thought he saved it. Went the right way as well.
Tex will be saying, look, I've dived the right way there, and it's just gone under the goalkeeper. That's the tackle again.
Yes.
But you're just expecting a shot, aren't you, at that point?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it looks foolish, but I understand the slide tackle there, just as you said, anticipating a shot across goal. Penalty did come in. I was about to scream, he saved it. I saw him go the right way. It's just under the goalkeeper's arm.
Tets can't quite believe the position he's in at the moment. Remember, if he was to lose this game, it would be 2 games played, 0 points on the board for Neat. It would be just adding extra points onto the tally after an 8-1 win. Have to remember that at the moment, currently on this table is Ekman, 94 of Club Bruges, that does lead the group on 4 points. He got a win against Tex and kicked off the day with a 2-2 draw against Montax. So that's an unbelievable start there from Ekman.
Yep, incredible. I think a lot of players overlooked him. I was speaking to Gravison behind closed doors about it as well. There's a replay from our game going on, Levy against Andoni, and it was the aforementioned, managing to get an equaliser on the 36th minute. Yeah, just speaking about Ekman, he's in a group where, on paper, you'd argue that there are 3 better players on paper in terms of accolades in the past, Montaxa, Neat, and Tex as well, but he's up against JP Slater in round 3. If he wins that game, as I mentioned, he'll be on the 7-point mark. I think that secures him a spot in the knockout stages, in my opinion. But that's how close to the first half, Brandon. It's been a half of goals, turnarounds especially. Tex was 2-0 up, and of course, Neat overturned that deficit to be leading 4-2. That penalty, that could be a huge moment.
Absolutely, we just saw there a little couple of moments from the Andoni Levy David game. Of course, 2 European giants in action there, football clubs as well. Atletico Madrid against Ajax. Then right at the back of this stage, we have got a handful more matches that are underway. Jesus, second in last year's competition.
Yep.
Looking really strong in that Group B, Ryan.
You know what? He might be one of my favourites. Not just, I think, I'll be honest, I'm going to go out on a whim. I'm going to say it. I think he qualifies to the knockout stages at least. I think he even makes the top 8. I honestly rate him as one of the best players this year.
What helps as well is, though, for those that are not aware of how you get to the Champions League, you play through FC Pro partnered leagues.
Yep.
The leagues that finish last,
it's an advantage.
I mean, the Premier League was back in March.
Ago.
That's
like
quite a long time ago. The game
Yep.
has changed, new players have come out, this format has completely changed as well. You played in La Liga like Neat did, or you played in the Serie A or the virtual Bundesliga. You're talking 2 weeks ago. It's a very different scenario, and I think you can see some of that confidence there oozing out in these performances that we are seeing in front of our eyes. Andreas of Norway is up against Hedges currently in that game. We'll give you an update on the score as soon as we can. And the game that we've really wanted to have a close eye on as well, which is kicking off very soon. Emre Yilmaz against Matthias Bonanno. What a game that one plans to be. Back on the way straight away, and it's Xiao Cancel that's been
defensive header
thrown into the air.
It's unbelievable.
Surprised he didn't break his leg on the way down. (4-2). Real Valladolid's Neat leads. He'll be desperate for a trophy, and if you look at his record in this competition, Ryan, he's played this eChampions League 2 times before, including last year, and he's been a top 6 player in both.
Yep. He's got the reputation, the experience of performing at a huge tournament in person. He just needs to replicate it, and of course the levels increase year on year. The amount of players involved, the level of competition.
Well, we have a special guest joining us in the commentary booth from interviewing Emre Yilmaz, who looked like he was confident for today. He joins us here now. Casey, welcome. What do you make of this start? Tex 2-0 up in 8 minutes, and now we're at half-time, and he's 4-2 down. With 9 minute halves as well, there's still so much time, Ryan.
Yeah, in case you were amongst the players, you have to sense the nerves, the anticipation before this started. Would you say any players sort of thrive off that pressure? We saw Emre Yilmaz, he seems very calm, but is that just like a cover-up maybe? Or yeah.
Player is going to be feeling that, being under the lights, playing in this tournament, because there's a lot of online, and they're looking at that trophy, which is literally within eye distance as they're playing. And I don't know, I think that there are some players that are more comfortable with that pressure, others not so much.
Depends how you use it as well, as you're right to say. Some people say nerves, just excitement.
Yep.
Who would you say was the most excited player that seemed the most positive? Hezers, maybe? He's always happy.
Maybe Hezers. Yeah, he's definitely a happy guy.
He's always
I mean, you would be if you just won the Serie A and you got all that cash as well that comes alongside. Anyone else?
I think it's everyone's coming off of such a good competition within their regions, and so they're on top of the world.
Yeah.
A lot of them have already lifted a trophy this season.
Exactly, and the previous round makes a huge impact on your emotion too. Tex has a corner here. Can he get one goal back into it? We've seen in previous competitions how effective he can be from corners.
I was about to say, this is our first chance to see a set piece and to see the involvement of Drogba. He did have a chance there. It's a chance to actually counter-attack now from Musiala, who won the penalty for Nice. Massive switch of play. That one goes out of bounds completely there. Where does Haaland actually fit in this team, Ryan?
To be honest, I'm actually quite surprised Tex is starting him.
Like another midfielder or something?
Yeah, I think he's playing as a left centre mid in a 4-3-2-1. I'm almost certain. Because when I think Tex is one of the very few players that are actually starting Haaland in the team. Because a lot of players do have him as an impact sub off the bench, but he doesn't necessarily start because of the play style plus in. I think he's got acrobatic, which I don't think offers a lot for a lot of players going forward.
Yeah, he originally had him in that left back position, but he switches him in game to Marino. He goes left back, and he stays that left center mid as well, which I was surprised to see.
It's like it's a Haaland that you could argue has been sort of stripped down of half of the play styles that you want from him.
Yeah, I think that in previous competitions, everyone is trying to figure out a way to defend against that Haaland with the aerial plus, but now that is Drogba stepping into that position.
Yeah.
Henry, this is brilliant from Tex. Just pulls out a defender completely there. Can he find the gap in between? Company just about gets back. I mean, you are allowed unlimited heroes also in this Champions League format, but the problem with half of them, Ryan, is you could argue they're just maybe not up to the power curve.
Yeah, I think Vincent Kompany's probably the only one. I know a lot of, well, not a lot, a few players have selected Dudek in goal instead of Donnarumma or Nick Pope, but I feel like Kompany would be the only one that would set into most of the squads.
Unless you Tex, you'll have John Arisa as well, in as a left back on his team. Here's Neat, looking for a 3-goal cushion, which would certainly send him potentially to the top of this group table. Chance to break. There's that Erling Haaland all the way from left back, centre mid, wherever he's playing. There's the trademark step over. Finds Thierry Henry on the finesse. Does enough to win a corner, which Tex has got to make the most of. Plays into that Drogba again. There he is.
Yep.
Can't stop him, won't stop him.
I think bringing the keeper there is so risky, Casey, because you know the pace that some corners are whipped in, especially from Tex and Zach Moore. They work a lot on set pieces. The keeper's never going to get there.
Yeah, and there's also not many opportunities to defend against Drogba in that situation. And so you're kind of just hoping and praying that you'll somehow get a touch on it. But again, Tex has practiced that so many times with Zach Moore, and he knows exactly what he's doing. A lot of these players have practiced corners over and over and over, and it definitely shows.
They've sort of become the penalty now, haven't they? Corners, you've got to maximise the opportunity there. It was risky from Neat to come out flying with the goalkeeper. He wanted to stop Drogba, and instead he's made this game become ever so more tightly contested for the last 20 in-game minutes. Toni Kroos, of course, on his way to another Champions League final in real life, will get the bump up on his in-game item, which actually makes him one of the most expensive roads to the knockout in-game items left on the game. I mean, this is what will excite me as well. Could be the time we see a couple of substitutions come into play. And what's more exciting for you listening at home as well, a lot of these substitutions are definitely affordable. Neat. Turning up the pace, step over, exit into on. That's that 2-goal cushion. Reinstated again.
The passing sequence, everything, just snappy passing, a step over, the exit's perfect, shoots across goal as well. It's a massive, massive goal for Neat against Tex in this game. There's still about 15 or so minutes left to be played. Tex can, of course, make substitutions, set up a little bit more offensively to try and get back into this game. But Neat has been incredible, especially after conceding those first two.
Yeah, I think that Neat in the box is quite possibly one of the most dangerous players.
I think it's the best
in
this competition for me. In the
Do
box.
you?
Number one, yep, in the box, 100%.
He just does stuff that no one else does. Sometimes it's not even needed.
It's just because you have to worry about the reverse elastico, the standard elastico. He's got the heel-to-heel track. He's got every skill move in the
If he's
game.
feeling good, he might throw out a hocus pocus.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen that. It's just, he's impossible to stop in the area because you have to worry about so many different ways he can attack, and it's just, that's why, for me, I'm happy to see him using Drogba, just because the old Neat or the previous Neat in competitions we've seen, you criticize him for playing sort of not against the meta, but he's not really following it as it, in my opinion, as it should have been. But yeah, the introduction of Drogba, we saw the first goal for him to get back into this game was pivotal.
He sort of seems like he makes his own way of playing the game, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But you are right, sometimes you've got to follow the meta to a degree, 100%. Otherwise you are going to get punished for it. Look, there is still time left in this case. In 9 minute halves, Tex will get a couple of chances, but 2 goals is going to be needed.
Yeah, I mean, 2 goals could possibly happen. If anyone could do it, it could be Tex. He's been in these type of situations before where he needs to score very, very quickly. And I think there's honestly enough time. He could do it.
Yeah, 9 minute halves gives you the sense of, okay, you know what, I might have conceded 1 or 2, but if you can get a goal back by even by the 85th minute, 86th minute, there's still enough time for you to try and at least get a point on the board from this game. But the one thing is the space that's going to open up behind. When you start going a lot more offensive, you switch on the team press. It just leaves a lot of gaps.
Well, let's see how he plays this out. Remember, if he doesn't win this, he'll be on 0 points from 6. And that's worrying when the rest of the competition is collecting points. Big chance, Mbappe drops the shoulder. Tex, that is superb.
Fantastic composure there, being able to wait that little extra second, ball roll around the keeper, easy little pass right into goal there. I mean, the composure, the patience there, very, very well done.
That first touch as well that Mbappe took, just to sort of set him up perfectly to go around the goalkeeper. Keeper comes out, the second touch is perfect, and it gives Neat no chance to try and block that from finding the back of the net. Speaking about comebacks, you've mentioned it a few times already, and this will give Tex a huge boost of confidence.
Just the smallest of gaps there as well, didn't he? Was able to pull away.
All right, guys, we're all going to go set up for the next interview. I'll see you soon.
Take care, Casey.
Casey will be catching up with one of the players after that round of the Champions League. I look forward to hearing how they are feeling playing and what is such a big competition. As we said, $280,000 on the line. Only 24 of the competition can make it back next weekend from the 41. They've travelled from all over Europe to be here this weekend in London. This is round 3 of the group stages. There are still 2 more rounds to come. Are we in for a Tex equaliser? Are we in for a 5-5 thriller?
It's so aggressive from me. He does enough there just to move the player to cut the passing lane, but initially could have set him up for failure. I think he's onside, you know.
Is he just onside? He is. Mbappe all the time in the world. The one more pass. You know he's going to take it. Who wouldn't? And that goal there could conclude the tie, and it will mean that Neat will be on 6 points from 6. And for Tex, it will be 0 points on the ball. The timing of that, I'd love to see it. Just
perfect. But the thing is, I think Tex tried to manually play the offside trap in the sense of there was 2 defenders back, one was higher than the other. He had to switch over and try and run him forward, but he's just a milliseconds, couldn't get him up in time, and it was an easy 2-on-goal situation from Neat.
He gets a goal from this attack. Hello.
Hold on a minute.
Oh,
he had time.
He went in the other corner. Donnarumma, Saka. Those touches aren't too good at all.
Look at the space now. Ram off the bench, first time seeing him.
Lofted it all the way, crossed it goes, and it's 2.5 in-game minutes plus additional time. Don't think it's going to be enough. Does well there to find Didier Drogba that's through. He's got 2 players chased him down. Gvardiol does expertly well to give Neat back possession, and we have to speak about the story of this game. It's very simple. Neat was 2-0 down in 10 minutes, any player would have crumbled. He hasn't. 4-2 up at half-time, even when there was a chance of giving away a 2-goal lead on 2 or 3 occasions. He just kept on adding another one to the tally, Ryan, and he's going to be pretty much top of this group without just losing a single game and scoring 14 goals, conceding 5.
I think the goal difference in group stages, they're so key because it's one of the things that could separate you if you're level on points. So it's something that the players will be aware of. Even if Tex could just get a goal here, which he couldn't. Great defending there in the end from me, and that's his second game. 6 points from a possible 6 for Neat, and Tex 0 points from a possible 6. So it's been a slow start, but of course 3 games. Is it 3 games left? I think he's had his bye already, so he's got 3 games left in this group stage, just to try and make sure he can get some points on the board and get into that top 3.
Yeah, I mean, both have got 3 games left. We were speaking about in the commentary, Ryan, 7 points could be enough to send you into a top 3. We're going to jump to another game, I believe, now. Potentially Levy versus Andoni, where Andoni was 1-0 up in this game, and Levy has come back flying, Ryan Purcell. 3-1 he leads, 10 minutes left on the clock. Yeah,
this is a huge, huge result for Levy. If he manages to see this out, he'll see himself on 4 points in Group B. Of course, already playing one of the favourites in this group in Hezzers.
Mbappe in a running race, and he's won that race for Levy. They win a corner. Also, hasn't been the best of seasons for Andoni. It was a disappointing in the Liga FC Pro by his own standards. Didn't even make it to the Cup or the league finals this year. But what that has meant is that he's had 2 or 3 months to just grind the game and prepare for this eChampions League. Unfortunately for him, though, it will be 1 point from a possible 6. It's still a point on the board. He will have 2 more games left to play, as well as Neat and Tex will have 2 games left to play, not the 3 that we originally described. Levy finding his first win here. That would continue to shake up this Group B a little bit more. It put pressure on Hezzers.
Yep. Jaden as well. I think Vandoni, it's a huge game next. He plays Jaden in round 4.
I mean, you're pretty much looking at, on the table here, Ryan, of your three players that are going through already, I think, at this point. After round 3 of the competition, you are starting to see the players that are just pulling away.
Yep. Group's taking shape.
Cafe one, Marie Drogba. One more pass. Didn't want to find it. Mbappe went on his own. Levy just needs to play off half-time. One of 2 Ajax players in this competition off the back of their championship win in the Eredivisie out in the Netherlands a couple of months ago. He's got quite a decent teammate as well, and PH Zin, who was also fighting his way through the group stages. Job done there. Still unbeaten in the group stages, but his first win in what is a very difficult Group B.
Yep, it's a huge, huge 3 points on the board for Levy up against Andoni. But for Andoni, he needs to win. We'll get some points on the board at least. Other than that first game against Andreas, 3-3. If it carries on in that form, it's not going to be enough to get himself a top 3 finish in this group.
Handshakes between the 2 players, and then it will be back to the drawing board there. Their next games are big games. Andoni plays against Jaden straight after this one, and then it's Andreas, the Norwegian player, takes on Levy David in round 4 here with the eChampions League. As we said, the groups are slowly formulating here. Top 3 will go through. If you finish number 1, you'll be going direct to the round of 16, which takes a huge weight off your shoulders.
Massive, massive. It means if in the knockout stages next week, you only need to win 1 game to solidify yourself in that top 8. So it does half the job for you. But yeah, it's not easy. We can see that the levels are extremely high. Tex losing against Neat is, for me, just shows the level of competition.
And we've had so many spaces as well here available, which you can only achieve through FC Pro leagues.
Yeah.
You're right in saying everyone that's here has achieved something this year. You're looking at the best players from each individual country or each individual league from around Europe. The quality of the eChampions League is very strong. So for those players that may have not have had other tournaments to play, maybe like the FC Pro Open earlier on this year, they might struggle.
Yeah, I think the experience helps as well. Just playing at a LAN event in person, tournaments this year, you're able to just play on the stage opposite your opponent. I think it makes a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Casey was here with us not so long ago. I believe she's somewhere else now speaking to, I believe, one of the winners from our eChampions League group stage games.
Yes, I am here with Neat, who just had a fantastic victory over Tex. Now, Neat, you were down 2-0 in 10 minutes. How did you make that comeback?
Ibas perdiendo 2-0. En 10 minutos, ¿cómo le has dado la vuelta al resultado?
Nada, simplemente manteniendo la cabeza, igual. No pasaba nada por ese 2-0. Al final es uno de los mejores jugadores y tienes que dar tu 100% para ganar. Creo que he dado mi 100%, por eso me he podido llevar la victoria.
I was just keeping my mind cold. It's just 2-0 is nothing. You know he's one of the best players, and you need to try and make the most of it. Just try and win him, and just like that's what happened.
Well, that was a fantastic victory, but let's look forward. Your next game is against Montaxer. Tell me about how you're feeling about that one.
Tu siguiente partido es contra Montaxer. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Nada, súper contento por esas 2 victorias seguidas y nada, igual, todavía queda mucho para pasar de fase de grupos. Estos torneos son muy difíciles, así que a mantener el 100%, a mantener la cabeza y si sigo jugando igual, seguro que logro pasar como primero de grupo.
Same. I'm really happy that I won. I got these 2 games already on my side. But you're keeping my mind cold and just like try and win. It's a very difficult knockout, but I hope I can make it to the next round.
All right, Neat. Well, you have 2 more rounds. I will let you get ready for those. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Case. Yeah, a stellar start then, wasn't it, for Neat just there, 6 out of 6. Let's quickly recap what we saw on the other side of the room, though. Levy are taking on Andoni. Levy, at the moment, he loves to go down and then kind of make a resurgence. Is he going to change that round as we progress today, Rich?
I mean, he's getting the job done.
He is. He's making it hard work, isn't he?
Yeah, it might not be his typical dominant performances. And I think a lot of people this year, Grav, have talked about Levy being in that upper echelon, top 6 through 8 players. He would see himself right now at Ajax as a global favourite and an ECL favourite. And I think, look, as long as he's getting points on the board, you've just got to get through this group stage.
Yeah, just grinding his way through it. He is doing just that. We do then want to talk about our MasterCard moment of the match. It doesn't come from that match. It comes from the one we were just speaking about, Neat taking on Tex. Boys, what is it?
I mean, it was an amazing goal. If we just have a quick look. For me, it's all because of the second man press. Tex abuses the second man press a little bit, so this situation in which you can take the shot, but you stop. You elastico. Oh, come on.
Do you know why that's the moment of the match presented on MasterCard? Because I can't replicate it. Gravison can't replicate it.
Oh, no chance.
Neat's probably one of the only people in this building that scores a goal like that against Tex as well. And we were just chatting with Tex like before we literally 20, 30 seconds ago. He's not in a great place.
He's worried you, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Why?
The thing is, and that's the thing he told us, if Montaxer beats Neat, he's out.
Yeah.
So when you depend on other people, you're not as comfortable as you should be. But, I mean, he has to get the job done, he has to get the 6 points out of 6, and then what happens, happens.
He's got Montaxer and JP Slater. Can he get 2 wins? Are you thinking he can from what you've just heard?
I think he can get 6 points, yes, but 6 points might not be enough if Montaxer beats Neat. It's going to be a real tough ride, but he's put himself in that position. Like, it's 3 out of 5 go through a group. If you're not getting through the group, you've only got one person to blame, and that's yourself. You can't sort of make excuses saying that the format was bad or I were unlucky in the groups. All the groups are seeded, all the groups are ranked correctly, and if you're not getting 3 out of 5 or 3 out of 6 in one case, you're the person to blame.
Well, I'm being positive about one of our own because Neat is 2 from 2, so let's hope he gets the win. No offence, Montaxer. Anyway, guys, if you are watching at home, well, we have so much for you to enjoy as well during these group stages. So watch along and link your EA account to be eligible to receive rewards. For the group stage, you're eligible to receive a loan team of the season player for 30 games, a jumbo premium gold pack and a rare Electrum player pack as well. Complete all to claim a jumbo rare player pack. And as I mentioned, in order to receive these rewards, you need to link your Twitch account to your EA ID. And as well, the eChampions League takes place throughout the month of May. And we end, don't we, on the 29th of May with our eChampions League final. And you can come and watch that as well. And you can see some of the greatest FC players in the world compete for the ultimate European prize. It is going to be amazing. Come and visit us and visit fcpro.com to get those tickets as well for your chance to witness all the action. And there's usually a couple of notable players as well from the real pitch. They come down, so you never know who you're going to meet if you come down and watch us all live on the 29th of May. But for now, we are going to have a little break here, but come back and join us on the other side because we get to see the Group of Death, Group C in action, and Group D as well. It's going to be epic.
Ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi. Go on, Jack. Sonny! Saved by Liam Williamson. Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Well, welcome back then to the eChampions League, the group stages where you are joining us at the perfect time because things are starting to heat up. As Ryan and Brandon know, they just commentated on round 3 there for groups A and B. I'm going to continue that tech storyline though, because the boys who were with me a minute ago said it's not really in Tech's hands anymore. It's down to Montaxa and Neat, that matchup. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think mathematically, of course, for Tex's point, he needs Neat to win. If Montaxa wins, I think that puts him mathematically impossible for Tex, despite, even if he wins his last 2 games, gets 6 points on the board, it's just not in his hands. So yeah, just the first 2 rounds is just working against him.
Tex has struggled at eChampions Leagues in the past. Why?
I think the one thing that will say straight away is that where he's got sort of bigger in his career and his brand's got bigger. Every game that he's playing, you come in and you're playing an extra 25% more than you would. So everyone's playing a cup final against him in every match. And I think that's very difficult. And even someone like JP Slater right now hasn't won a game yet, but Tex has not won a game either. So he's thinking, this could be a chance for me to beat him and maybe send him bottom of the group.
Yeah, you never know, anything could happen.
Well, we are talking now about Group C and D as well. Let's park A and B. Group C, Group of Death. Who is everyone going to get to see, guys?
I can't wait for this one. I can't wait for this one.
I mean, I guess the featured matchup.
Yeah,
we've got to speak about Matthias Bonanno, of course, in action against Emre Yilmaz. Someone who's been a runner-up in this tournament before, lost to Nicholas. Remember, obviously that was back in Stockholm, and then last year's champion in his first ever eChampions League finals, Emre Yilmaz. That is a blockbuster of a game.
It is indeed. We have so many blockbuster games to bring you this weekend. We also have a little bit of a game, don't we, as well? We like to get you guys guessing here. We know it's become a bit of a thing, isn't it, in the chat? That's because we have this Easter egg to guess for the eChampions League group stages. And the challenge is, OK, to score a finesse shot with a player from a certain league. It could be La Liga, it could be the Premier League, or even Serie A. And we'll be dropping in some hints along the way to help you guys guess. It's a mystery, of course. So let the guessing begin. Guys, do you like to play this game as well?
Yeah, we do, but we don't like to give the answer, obviously, away to the chat. So we just sort of give you a few hints. So, yeah.
OK, well, the matchups are coming your way. We've already teased them. Bonanno taking on Emre Yilmaz there. And then this fella, he's back in action. PH Zin taking on Mark LDW23. Cannot wait, boys. Over to you.
I don't know what I've done to pull rank on getting this game, but what a game it is going to be. Emre Yilmaz, defending eChampions League champion, against Matthias Bonanno from Manchester City. City v PSV. It is going to be an absolute firework here in London. I'm beyond pleased to be joined by Gravison in the commentary booth for this one. It's going to be an absolute cracker, Grav.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this could be the final. I mean, we could travel in time 2 weeks forward, and this could be the final, because this is probably one of the best FC matches you can watch at the moment. I don't really know what to expect, because Matthias didn't play well in his first match, but he come back from him 2-1 in the 70 minute. But then Emre didn't play well as well, but then he just come back as well. So who's going to take the lead? Is someone coming back in this match as well? As we will see.
If you're wondering a little bit more about Emre Yilmaz, what he's done in his career, he qualified for this eChampions League 24 championship by finishing second in the Eredivisie, runners-up to Team Ajax. He is the man looking for the first ever time to successfully defend the eChampions League. But on the other side of the stage, there is a South American, an Argentine. Maybe Argentina and Manchester City a bit synonymous with each other. Sergio Aguero, Julian Alvarez, from Nicolas Otamendi in there as well, and now Matthias Bonanno. He has been incredible, and in an eChampions League so far, where we just saw Man City not having a great campaign with Tex, Bonanno could be a real highlight for Manchester City.
Especially because he's familiar with the competition. He was the runner-up back in 2022. And I do think he has what it takes to win the whole thing this year. So I'm interested to see what happens, because I do think Emre's game style suits him really well against Matti, but Matti can adapt to everything, really. So let's see what happens.
Well, here we go. We are underway. Group C action here from the Champions League group stages. It's going to be Manchester City from left to right in that blue strip, and from right to left, red top and white shorts, will be Emre Yilmaz and PSV. Early green time strike there from Pedri getting forward. The big thing for me, in FC 24, we've had this power curve of play styles that have been constantly changing, constantly adapting, and now, obviously, with Team of the Season, we've got a lot of 3 play style plus players. We're almost taking a couple of steps back with the actual items used, because a lot of the players have only got 1 playstyle plus, and some have got 2, just like this man, Didier Drogba, cuts it back to Mbappe, and Emre Yilmaz within 5 minutes is 1-0 up.
This is a goal we're going to see from Emre quite a lot, because he cuts back really, really good in that position in which you don't know what to do. I mean, the passing to Drogba was really good, and then you panic in that situation, because there's not much you can do. As we can see, the defenders are not as good stats-wise as we can see in other competitions. So I do think the Mbappés, the likes of Drogba, are going to move better inside the box.
Do you think we've got a real big turnover right now of the attacking players being so superior than the defensive players?
Yeah, I had the chance to talk to Mati and Edu in the hotel yesterday, and they felt like obviously the defenders are worse, so it's gonna be manual for you. If you defend well manually, you'll be able to defend. But if you're not a great defender,
and
what will happen
rely on
is
like a Van Dijk to come and bail you out, or a Lucio or someone like that.
this will not happen in here. So if you don't defend well, what will happen? What we've seen, people conceding 8, 9, 7 goals. So you gotta defend well. And I wanted to mention as well how they both played in the global qualifiers. In the winner bracket, Matias winning 3-2 with a goal in the extra time. So let's see if Emre takes his revenge.
Well, they often say a revenge is best served in London.
I guess they say it, yeah.
Mbappe just offside. The secondary match that we are going to keep you up to date with is the Eredivisie champion in PSV and Team Ajax up against Leverkusen, Mark LDW, who qualified through the virtual Bundesliga.
Nice pass.
Mbappe cuts it back to R9.
Oh,
what a save from Donnarumma.
Amazing.
That is unbelievable. It looked like a guaranteed goal.
That's got to be safe of the tournament, and we're just in the round number 4. Come on.
Well, it'll be live 45 minutes.
Wow. Nice.
That's incredible.
Let's see what Pedri does with the ball in here.
Player locked into Mbappe, cuts it back to R9, red times.
But again, if we talk about the defenders, Company should have easily swept the ball, but he didn't do it. So that's why you don't rely on Company.
Let's have a look at PSG. You mentioned the name and he appears. Modric floated to the back post. A lovely finish on the left foot. As we go back with our live fixture, it's Drogba in on goal. Big save from Donnarumma once again. And Mbappe can't direct the rebound into Drogba's path.
That's a brilliant save. And that's not a situation you can afford to miss, because I do think when you're playing in the Champions League in the group stage, those 1v1 situations
have to go
in. Because we just saw Need and Tex pretty much scoring every single 1v1 situation they had. So if you don't score those, you'll be suffering in the counter-attack.
You absolutely will be. Gavardio getting forward. He's been in goal-scoring form recently for Manchester City, and it's PSV on the attack here to put 2 against City. That was green timed. R9's little touch just away from Cafu, teasing the Brazilian battle, and has to concede a corner. Let's see if Emre Yilmaz has been working on his corners. We saw it earlier on today. He certainly has been, and that's Drogba forcing a great save from Donnarumma. Green time the header. Of course, you expect perfection from Emre Yilmaz with his timed finishing.
Now, Richard, you have a chance to breathe, because Pedri is going to be running with the ball. And those set pieces, you cannot take a breath in those, because it's just like a penalty.
A huge step out from the back there from Vincent Kompany for Emre Yilmaz, and he's greened it at the near post. Brings all comeback. You talked about manual defending. He stepped out of the defence with Vincent Kompany, won the ball back, and as he did that high up the pitch, he's managed to turn Bonano over.
And for me, what amazes me about Emre is the way he just creates runs. I mean, as you said, you mentioned Drogba just running, and you had the chance to pass it to R9. But so what do you do? Because as a defender, you have 2 center backs, but you have a possible pass to R9, a possible pass to Drogba. It's a 50-50 situation.
Yep.
He decided to go for the R9 pass, which wasn't the one that got done. So nice goal, but it's really a tough situation for a defender.
It's a lovely green time finish as well.
It is.
Say, at the near post, took the keeper completely out of the equation, and a pause I think we're just currently in right now, as we're going to get this game back underway very shortly indeed. 2 goals early in 20 minutes give Emre Yilmaz a lead against Matias Bonano. I can hear the celebration from the crowd, which means we're back underway.
Not only those 2 goals, but if we go just a big backwards, 1v1 situation saved, and then the other Donnarumma save as well. This could be easily 2-1 for Matthew. It could be 2-2, but you miss your chances, and now you're 2-0 down, and it's a tough match, because Emre will keep coming for you. He'll keep creating chances, and if you don't defend well, he'll keep scoring goals, pretty much.
We're seeing Emre Yilmaz winning, we're seeing P.H. winning, and we just saw Levy pick up a victory. The Eredivisie, whatever they're feeding them over in the Netherlands is certainly working, and what a division as well, the Eredivisie turning out to be. Mbappe just looking to recycle on the edge of the box. Toni Kroos picks over.
Nice defence.
That's a nice ball over the top. Didier Drogba up against Nicolas Soule. Don't know if I'd be saying that back when we started the campaign. Here is Drogba, a couple of step overs, and Soule just forces it behind for a corner. We saw a couple of corners for Emre Yilmaz. It's early, he's whipped into the near post. It's probably a little bit too much for Drogba to try and bend that neck and angle his header goalwards. But he does get another chance, does Matias Bonanno. You see the pace in which he's taking this corner as well. I want your opinion on that. Why is he taking these corners so fast for people at home?
Because you cannot move the keeper and you cannot defend it manually. So a goal comes in, as you mentioned. 2-1, it's pretty much unstoppable when it's that quick.
And it's the pace of which you're not dilly-dallying on the corner. You're putting the ball down, you know exactly where you want to aim it already. And then that header as well, green time from Didier Drogba, just a glancing header. I'm going to ask you maybe a $75,000 question.
Okay.
Because it could help a lot of our players here.
Okay.
Is there any way to defend a corner like that? Have you found anything this season?
For me, the thing that works the most is not moving the keeper. Because if you move the keeper, it's going to be too quick. So you're going to be put in a tough position in which the keeper won't be able to catch a ball, but he won't be able to save it. But there's not much you can do, really, because first corner wasn't good, second one wasn't good, but then the third one, there's not much you can do, really.
Pedri getting forward, sliding in Didier Drogba. He's the man on town right now.
But this is what we'll see from Emre. Cutting back every single chance he has, because, I mean, when he finds... Oh, this is a mistake? No. Because when he finds those spaces, it's really difficult to defend with the likes of Soule, with the likes of Company.
I'm going to ask you that. You've almost read my mind. You're our three icons. Are you surprised no one's gone with maybe a Laurent Blanc at centre-back or a better defender and take it? Because we see Cafu used in a few of the teams.
The thing is, Cafu, you're attacking with a right-back which...
Can Cancelo not do that job, though, when someone like Blanc is so much better than Nicolas Soule?
For me, no, because...
I think we've just got an issue there.
Yeah.
Looked like his controller just became disconnected very quickly, but he's back underway.
Yep. But because Cafu has the whip cross, which Cancelo has as well, but if you compare stats, Cafu's just much better. And you got to attack with a fullback.
Yeah.
At least one.
Yeah, Gvardiol, he does a job for you. He gets forward, and that's came beautiful play. It came from Gvardiol into R9, and then that little pass extra around the corner.
For me, everything happened because of the player lock.
Yep.
I mean, the player lock was kind of...
Talk me through it.
As we can see, the player lock's activated. It just takes Mbappe in an angle in which the pass can go to the other striker. And there's not much you can do because inside the box, Emre will be just so methodical in a way.
Precise.
Yeah, precise as well. And really, it's just quick and precise.
I don't know if you're going to get the camera on Bonanno right here, because him more than any other player, I think, the communication that he has with Edu. They're constantly talking. Would you like that as a player? If you almost in an open conversation the entire game?
Not really, in a way, because sometimes that can lead to confrontation, and you never want confrontation. So you know why that's happening, because they've been working together for 3 years. So they know what can say to each other. They know if they have a confrontation, it will be solved in just after a match is ended. But sometimes, for example, Novak Djokovic in tennis doesn't like to talk really with his coach between the game, because it feels like it's
disrupting. Or
yeah, and they don't really understand what's going on in his mind inside when he's playing. So that kind of happens to Matias as well.
I suppose what you've got as well with Edu and Bonanno, because for a lot of their time together, the only thing they've had is success.
Yeah,
it's a winning formula.
Yeah, I mean
Bonanno clearly wants him there.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes it really works for them, because, for example, Matias in the EPREM final was just getting chances, and you know, just Edu being beside you, just telling you, you're doing good.
It'll come.
It will come. Then it came from a set piece. He scored.
Here he is, Bonanno sliding through to Mbappe. Good defending again from Emre Yilmaz and Vincent Kompany.
Nice tackle. coming back from what you were saying before, for me, midfielder has to be an icon. So Pirlo, Xavi Alonso, whatever you like. Then you gotta use Drogba as well.
No Ruud Gullit.
No Ruud Gullit. The only player in the competition that's using Ruud Gullit is Nacho Abella, the Real Oviedo player.
Are you surprised?
Yeah, I don't think Ruud Gullit is that. Sorry, Ruud Gullit, if you're watching at home. We know you're a big FC fan. I don't rate him as much this year. But
not necessarily do you not rate him as much, but do you not think that with only 3 icons, one of those icons probably has to be Drogba because of the aerial post, because of that get out of jail free card that he gives you as an item. A second one, you're probably thinking an attacking player, R9 or Henry, and then that third player, that midfielder. Could Gullit be in that position instead of R9?
No, not really. In my opinion, no, because R9, I think it's just when you are in those situations in which you're, I don't know, just you gotta score a goal in the last minute. I prefer R9 to be on the pitch rather than Gullit because, I don't know, because of the 5 stars weak foot.
Carlos thinking that the mystery league's from the Spanish 2nd division. I can tell you, Carlos, you are incorrect, unfortunately, my friend.
No.
It is not. That's one to cancel off. You can cut that one out now. Let me know as well at home. You've got 3 icons to choose from in these specific requirements. Which 3 icons are you taking?
And which positions as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
who are you taking? And give us a little explanation as well. If you give us a good explanation on why you're going to take it, I'll have a word with production and I'll get you down there, okay? I'll get you on the screen.
Your 3 picks if you were playing this competition.
I really like Xavi Alonso.
Okay. I'm with you.
I feel like Drogba has to be in.
For sure.
And then, you know what? I'd go Gullit.
Because he's watching.
Yeah. Rude. We're good friends. Don't you forget that.
Didier Drogba has to be in every single team because the only player that's not using him is Andreas, and he's struggling.
Yeah.
1 point out of 6, as I mentioned before. And the thing is, the Aerial Plus, we talked about it in the pre-show. I mean, the Aerial Plus, the stats. Are you going to play with Erling Haaland, 3 stars weak foot? I don't think you are.
What I could have said is Ashley Cole, Kaka and Ruud Gullit, the 3 players at the eChampions League that I've had the chance to commentate with. Emre Yilmaz's getting us back underway. He's leading 3-1 with 45 minutes left to play. And as we talk about icons, we get another one joining us in the commentary booth right now to witness PH dominating against Mark LDW. It's Drogba at the back post, and he's 4-0 up after 48 minutes. I talked about icons. Ryan Pessoa, welcome to the commentary booth.
The icon himself.
I actually thought it was Casey coming in, so I gave the spiel. What you made so far of this game, Ryan?
Oh, it's been an incredible performance from Emre Yilmaz. He's on the attack again. Perfect timing. What can I say? Rich was digging me out, and then Emre Yilmaz finds the back of the net.
It just greens everything.
Everything. Yeah. The green machine. I mean, we mentioned it last year. We mentioned in FC Pro as well. I mean, he doesn't miss a time finishing. And Ryan, you know how hard that is really, because when we're playing at home, Champions and stuff, it's red time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm spinning out for a throw-on, I'll be honest. It's going out for a throw-on.
And especially under these lights, it's hot.
Yeah.
It's nervy. And you're still greening everything. The composure that he shows and the winning mentality. A lot of people, when they talk about who they think is going to win the Champions League, not only from the groups who's going to progress, but the actual winner, Emre wasn't in a lot of conversations.
Yeah.
We were looking at PHZ, we were looking at Nicholas and maybe Tex or even Banan or PHZ. Emre wasn't in those conversations. I actually think it's a bit disrespectful that he wasn't in there.
Yeah, I get you. I think it shows just the level, though. You've got the likes of Nicholas, you've got Neat, you've got Tex, you've got Levy, you've got Man. There's so many players that could rival him for that title. I spoke about Jesus. For me, he's someone we overlook a lot. He scores a lot of goals. And
chance here for Bonanno with Didier Drogba. Went for the power shots.
Yeah, your favourite.
I do like a power shot.
Maybe in squad battles, Rich. Not here, though. Not here.
I'll have you know, I'm a verified rank 1 player.
Oh, you did? You did? You know what? Fair play.
I did.
Fair play.
Cafu out wide. He's that attacking fullback, just trying to bring extra players into it as R9 with a couple of step overs forces the tackle from Beasley, but a high interception up the pitch brings it back for Emre. Drogba wins the knockdown. R9 with the strike, again Beasley in the way.
What interested me is the first round, Emre was losing 1-3, and he managed to come back and win the game 4-3. Now he's leading 4-1. Is he going to be able to do the opposite?
I think he's just getting better and better every
same.
round.
I'm with you, Rich. I think, obviously, we see the scoreline in the end. We see the nature of how Emre made the comeback. You have to remember who that's against. That's against Rory Feldman. You go years back, Gravison, you would know. If you played against Rory Feldman before, you know that to score a goal against him when he's in the lead, he's happy to keep possession. In the eChampions League a few years ago, Rich, we were commentating the game together. Against Michael Fisher, it was in the knockout stages. He kept the ball, I kid you not. It was
80 minutes.
It might even be 85. Michael Fisher didn't get a sniff.
I remember the match against Matias Bonanno in the 2022 finals, in which it was extra time, and Roy was like, I'm happy to go to PKs, really. I'm
Keep the
happy
ball
to go
kicking
to
it around
penalties.
the place. Yep. So to score 3 late goals against him, it shows the level Emre's playing at, and he's on course to get another 3 points on the board, defeating Matias Bonanno. As it stands, though, there's still time to come back.
Well, we are just in a pause right now between Bonanno and Emre Yilmaz. I speak of the pause, and we are back underway very, very shortly. A few changes being made there for Bonanno. I just want to see if there's any personnel. Do we see any fresh stamina bars on the pitch? That's a dink over the top for Drogba, but Shule at the back.
No way. If he got that, honestly.
No way.
Oh my goodness. Drogba is he's a force to be reckoned with. The strength, the aerial dominance as well.
And he can move a bit.
Yeah.
He can move.
5-star weak foot.
Just
Trust
a bit.
him.
Just a bit. They have fairly similar teams, both of them, with Cafu, with Pedri.
Speaking of Cafu, he floats it into the box. Shule up and away. The player lock header down. Falls Emre Yilmaz's favour, and it could be a dangerous looking counter-attack. There's still 30 minutes left to play. There's loads of time left in this game. If Bonanno scores before 70, you probably think he's got a chance to get back into it. However, Emre Yilmaz, every single attack, he comes forward, looks like scoring.
There's just something about Emre Yilmaz, the way he plays, the way he sets in the hours with the coach, just the setting of the tempo in a lot of games, and he just always seems to be on the front foot.
Big mistake.
This could be game, set and match. Trivella past the goalkeeper. Beautiful finish. Emre Yilmaz 5-1 up.
Not even a flinch.
It was the tackle. It was the company tackle. I do think he had time, but look at that tackle. It was out of position, and then the Trivella is an easy finish. But yeah, if you make those mistakes against the best players in the world, in which in this case is the defending champ,
get punished.
You'll get punished for sure. That's a convincing result against Matias Bonanno, 5-1.
Well, could be 5-2. Company again, good piece of defending. What's gone wrong here, Ryan, for Bonanno?
I think you just come up against a player that's just on better form, to be completely true. He's just somebody that's playing a better FC24 at this moment in time. And for Matias, he actually had to overcome in his first round today.
Obstacles, yeah.
And obstacles. He was 2-1 down at half-time, managed to overcome it and win 4-2 in the end. So he's not had his traditional level of performance so far as the days progressed. But Emre Yilmaz potentially could have made matters worse there. Still can. A mistake, and that's number 6.
It's just so aggressive.
He's aggressive. I mean, he doesn't give you a chance to breathe because, I mean, you just got the ball with Modric, you're about to turn, and then the press is there.
Yep.
It's like a concrete blanket. He just lays on you, and there's nowhere to go. I mean, look at that press.
Yeah.
And it's also the player switching from Emre Yilmaz to get that
forces
player
you into the mistake.
The thing is, and what's so good about Emre, he'll second man press, and when he knows he has the chance, switch it, and then you go for it. And there's you're controlling with company, so you don't really have that skill.
A question for you both. You've both been in positions where you've competed in a lot of big tournaments, and especially in groups where you come down to a group format, and maybe it could be a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
You're in a situation, you're 6-1 down. Does goal difference ever come into your mind where you're thinking,
yeah,
absolutely,
just make sure no more?
It's in my mind from the first game. You have to make sure that you're aware, because you know that could be the tiebreaker, that could be the difference. Here he is, Matias, trying to get a goal back in this game. But again, just good defending for Emre.
Not creative enough in the front foot.
Group stages.
He's very close to us.
Yeah, group
and
stages.
Probably hear us.
Yeah, he can. He's looking at you. I can see it in the corner of his eye. But I was just saying, group stages, it's a tough one because you want to start off very, very well. I've had two sides of a coin where I've started off badly, started off great. It's the mindset going into the next games. It is so important.
How hard is it to reset round by round? Because we always say, you've got to get up for this next game. This is the game that you've got to win. But that last match that you just lost 6-1 will be playing in your mind still, Graf. How do you even comprehend resetting and trying to go in with a clean mindset into a next round.
For me, what's the most useful thing you can do is do something completely different. So you can just, I don't know, just go for a walk and then look at something outside in the street which doesn't relate to FC at all. Because if you think about FC, you'll think about the result and you'll think about getting crushed 6-1. Yeah. So you gotta put your mind into something else, completely different. Maybe going for a coffee, maybe going to a bathroom, whatever. But if you just feel like FC talk, you'll remember the match and you remember the mistakes.
It's a great play.
9 in here for Bonanno, could make it 6-2.
And this is an important goal because the goal difference.
Yep.
I mean, for example, if it was a head-to-head in the first decider, it didn't really matter as much. But when it came to goal difference, that was why I think, for example, in the Tex against Need match, that last kick of the game, Tex was concentrated, attacking well, because that goal could have been huge.
Huge.
Is there a comeback?
No.
I'm going to say no.
No.
If Bonanno puts the headset back on, you know he's locking back in.
The thing is, you're losing 2-6, and the goal difference is a huge thing. In my opinion, if you end the match 4-6,
it's a win. It's not a win, but it's
not a win. But
you salvage something.
Yeah, and you're coming into the next match with a different attitude.
You go and get that coffee with a smile on your face, thinking that could.
Well, I don't think you. I don't think you do, Rich.
With a better smile.
Yeah.
Mbappe over the top here for Emre Yilmaz, looking to re-establish that 5-goal lead. Bonanno defends well. Will this be both of these two's hardest game in the group as well?
I guess we'll have to see.
For me, I said this was the group of death. Just because you've got Rory Feldman in here, you've got Virgil as well, who's sitting out this round. So
could be a chance. R9.
What a save! What a save again! And in my opinion, the moment of the game, it was when they were 1-0 up for Emre, and Mati had those clear chances. He couldn't convert them, and then you can see the second goal. You can see it's just you're
a waterfall.
You're behind every single moment of the match, and it's really hard to come back.
Beasley getting forward. Ousmane Dembele, a little flare pass around the corner. But with 5 minutes left to play, it looks like all she wrote in this round 3 matchup from Group C. Matias Bonanno and Emre Yilmaz. Could be a future game we see in the knockouts. Could be a future final. Both players certainly have the ability to get that far. And Emre Yilmaz will be looking to go all the way and lift that eChampions League trophy 2 years in a row.
Rich and I were talking about the 3 icons we would use.
Yeah.
Yours, Ryan.
Oh, Drogba. Oh, okay. Never mind. Drogba has to be one of those. I think he's a cert just for the aerial plus play starting the dominance. Yeah, that's a tick. That's number 1. Yeah. I would say it's out of Pirlo, Xavi, or Xabi Alonso.
Yeah.
Just for the play style plus of long ball pass, I'm going to go with Xavi.
Okay.
Just above Xabi Alonso. And then I think I'd go with... R9 seems to be a banker. I would probably go with Henry just for the finesse shot plus again. I think play styles are so important this year. I think they should cater a lot of the way people build their squads. I heard who you said already, Rich.
Yeah.
And for the people at home, we read you at the chat, and Rich is going to talk to the producer to put you on the stream. So
great build up.
Oh, it's green as well.
Save. And that's the reason. Is that the reason why you're not using R9?
Yeah. Listen, see, I've just been I've just been justified right there. You know what? I'm taking Henry. That's it. My decision's been made up.
Well, there you have it. 6-2, the final scoreline between Emre Yilmaz and Matias Bonanno. It was a hotly contested match until Emre Yilmaz pulled away and solidified himself an emphatic victory.
It's a big game. Players embracing in front of the stage now. They have to prepare for their round 4. Of course, Matias Bonanno will be up against Virgil. It's going to be a massive game.
Huge
massive game, Richard. Must win for both of the players as well if they want to finish top 3 in that group.
Okay, I didn't know if the mic worked. I don't know. Emre seems so happy to, be in a position in which in the first game he was potentially with 0 points, and then you go 4 win time, 3 hours later, 6 out of 6 points, in a comfortable position to go through. And for him, obviously, Emre, he's gotta be looking at top in the group. Because
only top.
Only top. And that's the only thing you gotta look forward to, because
you skip around.
Yeah.
And it's
literally skip a knockout stage.
And you know how huge that is as a competitor.
Well, you can see Emre Yilmaz making his way to the stage. We're going to be hearing from him very shortly indeed. Does he look like a group winner, Emre Yilmaz?
For me, yeah. For me, yeah.
I agree. Group of death, topping it, probably Emre Yilmaz.
Well, you've got our opinion on it. Let's hear from the man himself. Emre Yilmaz joined with Rachel and Brandon.
Thank you so much, Rit. Yes, Emre Yilmaz is here with us now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
6-2 over Matías Bonanno. That's some statement, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. We played last time. He won the game, so I knew if I play my game, I win. But it was just I played very good. Every shot went in. He had two very big chances that didn't go in, so I was lucky in that situation.
Yeah, we can see a couple of these moments as well that did really give you the edge in that match. Just talk us through some of these as well, Emre.
Yeah, here just went for the shot, not for the pass. I think every time I went just for the shot. This one was quick play.
Who do you think is the most important player for you in that team? Is it Didier Drogba?
I don't know. I think he's good in the air, but
he's not very good with his feet.
No, I don't like him with feet, but in the air he's the best.
Can you remember a lot of those key moments? Because some of the greatest sports stars, they can remember every single thing which happened when they're out there performing. Can you remember all those defining moments in that game?
No, not yet.
Not yet, when you go and have a look at it and then replay it back. But it looks as well like you possibly are going to top the table. You've beaten, in my opinion, the two best other players in that group. Would you agree with me there?
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, you can say that.
What's it like coming into this tournament, knowing that you are the champion from last year?
Yeah, it feels like you have to defend the trophy, and I think it's very hard to do it. But if you go back to back, it will be amazing. But
it's never happened before, has it?
No.
Does it feel different when you walk in here? Do you feel like you're able to puff your chest out a little bit more and say, you know what, I took that home with me last year?
I don't do that. It's just for me a new tournament, so like for everyone else, it's a new tournament, very good players. So this is the first stage, and every stage will be harder.
Tell me about who you've still got left to play. You've got Domas, and then you've got Virgil as well.
Domas as last game, I think.
And then you've got Virgil as well. In terms of those two, do any of their play styles worry you a little bit?
Virgil's, he beat me last year in a qualifier. I know he's very attacking, so that's always scary to play. And the other guy won the league, but I never played him, so...
You don't want to expect, do you?
No.
Is that one thing as well? A lot of these players that are here obviously have come from different European FC Pro partner leagues, but you haven't necessarily played them before. Do they bring a sort of surprise? Because you can't really prepare for a game like that.
It can, because when I first had my international tournament, then you play also against Brazilians, Argentinians you don't know, and they are very good. So maybe with some people, they can bring something new.
Well, you say other people are scary to play against. I think you are scary to play against. You are now topping the Group of Death, Group C. Congratulations, Emre Yilmaz. Good luck for the rest of the competition. Well, that does now round up the Group 3 of fixtures. After the break, we get to progress a little bit further in the tournament as round 4 is coming your way. See you in a few.
Ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi.
tempted to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back.
Go on, Jack.
So many people do be cool and look smarter.
Sonny!
And you shouldn't even care about the locals.
Saved by Leah Williamson.
Cause there's a party over here, so you
Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Well, welcome back then to the eChampions League group stages where round 4 is upon us, and this could see some big names go crashing out of the competition early doors. One of them, I really hate to say this, Richard Buckley, could be our very own Tex.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Performance level just not been there over his first couple of games. I think he's coming into a game now where he must win the rest of his matches and hope results also go his way, which is never a position you want to be in. I think the one thing about Tex, which over the last sort of 5-6 years I've seen, is the self-realisation of maybe I know I'm not playing well and I know that I need to improve and I know I need to get better, but you can see the groups from Group A. Ekman's going to be sitting this one out. He finds himself pretty nice at the top of the table.
He's got Slater next, as we just saw there. Both of these two players haven't won yet. For Slater, this is his last match. He just wants to go out with a win, with a bang, doesn't he?
Yeah, getting any points from your eChampions League campaign.
Which is going to make it even harder for Tex.
Yes, absolutely, because this is Slater's grand final. He knows he's not going to go through. He'll come out thinking, well, not to lose. Let's just go and get something. It could lead to a really entertaining game.
Do you think Slater has enough in his locker, in his arsenal, to beat Tex?
Just see if you can hear me. No.
Don't be mean.
No, I don't think he does.
Well,
he's not shown me enough.
All is to play for. I can't believe we are actually possibly saying this, that somebody who has won this event, albeit online, is possibly going to be struggling in this competition and might even go out.
So my name is Tex and I am playing for Manchester City esports. I qualified for eChampions League through ePremier League, and it was a very tense final, I would say. I won 1-0 the first leg, and then Matty, who's also in the tournament, played the most stressful game I think I ever watched, the second leg, but he won it in extra time, so yeah, that's how I got here. I want to win the group, but if you offer me 3rd out of 5th right now, would I take it? I don't know, maybe, but I just want to get through, and hopefully that means coming first. In my group, I got 0 rivalries. In fact, I like Neat. I'm a Neat fanboy. So, yeah, if I was like me playing Neat, I'm a Neat fan. The actual ECL, I've never technically won. So, yeah, I want to be the first person to win every tournament ever. So, yeah, hopefully the ECL, I can win that.
I am here with Tex as he heads into his 3rd match of today. Now, Tex, talk to me about those first 2 matches. They didn't quite go your way.
No, I'm not happy, man. It's not going well, but we're still alive, so there's still a chance. I just got to win my last 2, and hopefully Neat does me a favour. So I'm not out of it yet, but I might be if I lose this game.
Now, talk to me about your next opponent, which is JP Slater. Have you played him before? What are your thoughts going into that?
Nah, never. I think I might have made a mistake. I recently started wearing glasses and I didn't bring them today because I thought maybe it makes me a bit worse at FIFA, but maybe I should have bought them. I got 0 points out of 6.
All right, well, maybe next time we bring the glasses, but you do have 2 more rounds to go, so I wish you the best of luck. I'll let you get back to it, and it's back to you, Graf.
So thank you so much, Casey, and thank you so much, Tex, as well, for your words. I mean, he's in a tough position because he's not playing well, and he's not playing well for a reason, which we're gonna analyze in just an instant. So as we can see right now in this moment, we just have Neat as well over here. So Neat contento. He probably is contento with those goals he scored because as we can see in just a minute, if we roll up the clip, we're gonna see how Tex is defending poorly. He's just tackling every single time, 3 missed tackles in a single chance that Neat created. And you cannot afford to make those mistakes because in this one, for example, the second man press is overused in a similar position in which if we just stop the clip in this situation, we can see how obviously Musiala has a clear chance to attack maybe, as we can see, maybe this or this and keep running. So as we can see, he's gonna keep running and Tex is gonna tackle, which I don't think he should have because if you move the keeper, that's all you have to do. He decided to tackle, which wasn't what he should have done, and he conceded just 3 goals in just 5 to 10 minutes, which was hard enough. We can see the frustration coming in from Tex in that situation, and he has to step it up a bit because the defense has not been there. He's not been attacking I don't think he's attacking bad right now, but I do think his defense is not there because he's missing tackles, he's second man pressing a lot, so he has to step it up a bit. He has the chance now, so let's see if he can do it. I mean, it's a tough situation for him, but he's done it in other situations. So Rachel, let's see if he scores another goal, he defends better, and if he wins this next match.
Well, that's a big question. Let's see if he can do just that. Let's see if he's got his glasses on. Well, Neat, 6 out of 6. He is very excited for this next matchup, as is this one. He wants to just get out of the way, doesn't he? Tex, there we have it. You're taking on JP Slater. Let's get into them.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Yeah, and look, this is a big round, isn't it, here in Group A, Ryan? Yep. I mean, look, for Tex, it's not done yet, but it could be. And for JP Slater, he just came out on social media and said, look, I'm too nervous in front of goal. I'm getting into good areas, but I'm too nervous to punish these top players. And I mean, if he wants to punish a top player, there's one right in front of him that he can stop going through to the knockouts.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, not only stop, it could give him a chance to progress if other results fall in his favour. But I respect the honesty, of course, going on social media, expressing his emotions. And it's a huge first event for him. In person and eChampions League is not an easy thing to do.
So as it currently stands, obviously, you're looking at 4 of the 5 players from this Group A. You've got Ekman of Club Bruges, who's on 7 points. He's not lost a game. He has been the surprise package in that group. He's looked really good. He doesn't play, of course, this round. He has still got 1 more game, but as you said, he is through, guaranteed, you'd like to say, in that top 3. Neat plays Montaxa. Neat's on 6 points. He hasn't lost a game, either as Montaxa, but Montaxa sits on 4. It's these 2 games that play such an important part now in this competition, because if Neat goes to beat Montaxa, Montaxa then will play against Tex. If Tex was to win his game, it basically says, right, who's taking the 3rd spot and the final place?
Yeah, exactly. We've spoken a lot about Tex, but the result is pretty much out of his hands if Montaxa does the job. Montaxa's up against Neat now. Neat on 6 points, as you mentioned, Montaxa on 4. Montaxa wins this, solidifies his spot into the knockout stages, so I'm sure he'll be ready, raring to go with his coach, Oprah, behind him.
I don't know if you've seen who's sitting behind Montaxa, if we quickly jump player cam. You've got a player there, Obrun, who is unfortunately didn't make his way through in this year's E-Serie A, but a top 4 player at the World Championships for the last 2 years. He knows a thing or two about this game.
Yeah, one of the best players, nice guy as well in the FC24 scene, and be giving wise words of wisdom over the shoulder of Montaxa, who I've had the pleasure of watching him, or both of these players, in the last couple of weeks in person. Montaxa had a huge performance in the E-League with his teammate Fuma, of course, representing Lorient in this tournament as well at the eChampions League. But he was the person that sort of got the result in the last game. The best of 7 it was in that domestic league, so he's got the experience when it matters most, and he needs to perform in this game.
Well, you're right to say that, Ron. Obviously, you and Richard Buckley were out there commentating on the E-League 1 out in Paris. He made the massive decision to move out from Italy over to France to play in that domestic league, and not to play with anyone, to play with Fuma.
Pressure.
Who was just won a 4th title. You play with Fuma, he guarantees that he wants to be in that grand final.
Yep, exactly, and it'll be neat kicking from left to right. Montaxa from right to left in the black and orange Lorient strip.
And it's also not just these games taking place in Group A. We have got Group B matches as well, which are very much important. We've got obviously Jaden Groden of Brighton of Albion. Maybe a power shot from the edge of the box in the first 4 minutes. Dinked it back into Musiala, who isn't the tallest of players, and Donnarumma just gets a hand to it. As I was saying, in Group B now, we've got Jaden Groden against Andoni. That's a massive game to work out. Who on earth is also heading through in that group, probably in the 3rd place position, unless Jaden was to go through and win his last 2 games. He has to play Levi David in the final round. Hezes looks strong, but for Andreas, he could also cause a problem or two. There's been a goal in this game, and it's gone against Tex. JP Slater has just been given all the luck in the world with, I'm not sure what goalkeeper that was. It went through the goalkeeper, and it's just tickled into the back of the net. JP Slater leads Tex by a goal to 0. And as it stands, of course, that would really upset the apple cart. That is the table on the screen now.
As it stands.
JP Slater coming through this tournament via the E-League of Ireland, beating Cork City in that grand final against Mr. Welly. Obviously won himself a playing spot as well. First time in the eChampions League, and he wants to still fight for every single point that is available in his last matchup. Tony Cruz, Drogba. This is FC Lorient's Montaxa. He was sort of coming to form in the last 24 months, you could argue, to be the next big name out of Italy. Mbappe down the byline. Drogba is there, tries to get it back across, and fortunate enough for Knee.
Good defending from Montaxa. He has to follow the run there from Mbappe, which he done really well, but didn't follow it too deep because it would have left a huge hole in the defence.
Cancelo asking a lot from him. Unable to win that battle. Sully at the back there. His Champions League in-game item, of course, if you aren't aware of how FC Ultimate Team works, as the clubs have gone through the Champions League, their in-game items have improved and increased through various different models of UCL items, whether that be group stage, road to the knockout. That's why there is a strong flavour of Real Madrid and Borussia Dortmund players in these teams. Even still, players like Kylian Mbappe. Although PSG might not have gone too far in the tournament, they've still got some decent items. Here's Drogba on the exit, times it green. Montaxa finds the first goal in this game.
It's a beautiful goal there. Just a step over into space there. Didier Drogba was waiting for the goalkeeper movement. Didn't come in abundance there from Neat. Just look at the first, the build-up here, the driven pass in. The goalkeeper movement was minuscule. It wasn't enough to put Montaxa off as he fires it into the back of the net. 1 goal lead, and
this is not what Tex wants to happen, because this is the table as it stands now. Mathematically impossible for Tex to go through. Montaxa looking to find a second. Cafu finds Mbappe, who's down the byline, nearly tucks it in.
That's twice now. I think Montaxa's getting put off by there being no goalkeeper movement from Neat. It's making him second-guess his chances. Drogba is going to win it.
Donnarumma being pulled all over the place. Another corner played short. Another corner again. That one played short. Is he trying to find any sort of other variation from these set pieces? No, it goes to the edge of the box instead this time.
It's a waste. It's a waste of a corner, in my opinion.
As we said, both games in very early stages right now. JP Slater does lead Tex by a goal to 0. Montaxa in front over in this game. Ekman, top of the table, not playing this round from Club Bruges. Top 3 do go through to the knockout stages next week. Whoever finishes top of the group goes straight through to the round of 16. And as you were right to say, Ryan, you're 1 win away from a top 8 and another invite back to the top 8 of the eChampions League on the 29th of May.
Yeah, that's the thing. For a lot of players, it would feel as if it's in touching distance, because even if you make the knockout stage in 2nd or 3rd place in your group, it's 2 wins. And it seems easy, but you're up against the top players in Europe. And here's one of them neat on the build-up here. Joao Cancelo is so compact there defensively from Montaxa. Manages to try and find space in the box.
Chance to break again, Montaxa.
It's onside.
Desperate for a second. He might be on his way to go and get one now. Drogba. Ball roll inside. Finds Mbappe. He's going to get it again. It's unfortunate, but Arnhem will gobble that up. Every day of the week. 2-0 Montaxa leads as he looks to leapfrog neat in the group table.
Just look at this build-up here. It was a great bit of defending there. It's so unlucky, I'll be honest. It's very, very unfortunate for Neat's perspective. Montaxa makes the most of the opportunity as it falls his way, but as you mentioned, we have 7 points now, and Neat is on 6. So technically, there's still a way for Tex or JP Slater to make it, but the goal difference disparity between them and Neat is drastic.
Well, we're hearing there's been a goal in that game. Which way has it gone? JP Slater against Tex. Tex back in it. We're hearing 25 minutes on the clock. Thierry Henry makes it 1-1. He's still alive and breathing.
Goalkeeper movement there, making his mind up for Tex. Doesn't really need to think about anything. The goal is gaping. JP Slater was a bit aggressive there. And here's the table as it stands. Neat on 6. Tex, if he wins this game, depending on the goal difference, he still would be substantially below Neat.
Has to win the round, doesn't he? A draw is not good enough.
Oh no, a draw's over. It's done. As it stands, if Montaxa wins this game.
It's not like to try and go direct into the box, Montaxa. It's been 3 or 4 times now instead. Goes the other route of trying to work it in and around the box. There's Golazo Cafu, one of the other big icons in this team. You know, 3 of them in the build-up. Mbappe, so patient is Montaxa. Toni Kroos will still just about get it, and it's another corner again.
He's going to play it short. We know, we've seen it before. Playing it short, Toni Kroos. Can he find a way to get into the box, though? He needs to... Goes back to the edge, maybe back to Kroos. Or the triggered run.
Why do you think he's not going direct into Drogba?
I don't
Because no one can really stop him by the sounds of things.
It's something that both of these players do. They play their corners short. I remember criticising Neat about that in the La Liga FC Pro Cup and the Grand Finals. Here we go, Drogba.
Well, that time... He
gets the ball in the box.
But he's just gone for it. He's back the aerial plus of Didier Drogba. 3-0 Montaxa leads. And again, this is a Neat that has won 8-1 and 6-4 in his last 2 games. But it's also the same Neat that went 2-0 down against Tex and came back and won that. I have a slight feeling this game might be a bit different, though. 3-0 in 34 minutes. Neat's not been able to do anything in this game. As it stands. Just on that as well, in terms of JP Slater results, an 8-1 defeat, a 3-1 defeat and a 7-1 defeat. If he can give Tex a really good game here, as we said, even a draw would stop him being able to go through, sort of dragging him into the bottom 2.
Yep, exactly. Good goalkeeper movement there from Montaxa, anticipating the cross, double tapping at triangle, brings the goalkeeper out quickly for those crosses. But I just think the goal difference for me is huge. JP Slater, I think it was a -14 and Tex is on -5 or so. Whereas Neat right now is, what, +6? It's just, the difference is too much. You'd have to hope for your final game to swing in your favour by not only the result, but by a substantial margin. I don't see it, I'll be honest.
Montaxa on his way for goal number 4.
Oh, couldn't get the feet on Pedri.
So much space on this left-hand side. Musiala could be through. Company pulled out of position. That UCL hero. There's a gift of a chance for Arna, and he goes back into the hole, though.
Yeah, I think he was expecting Montaxa to play a switch to Company and move across, but he left it to the defensive AI to cover that block.
Goes all the way back around. Toni Kroos, ball roll inside. Back to Didier Drogba. Oh, the extra cancel! Neat finding his feet. Just before half-time. And by God, it was needed.
Just a shot, the power shot cancel there. You can see Montaxa anticipated it coming. He was fooled. He switched to Sula, trying to run to block the shot. Moves the defender out of position, plays it to Drogba. It's even more composure from Neat there. He gets to go back into this game. A perfect time just before half-time as well. You can see how this first half, 3-1 down. The dynamics of the game and the way it's been so far, I'm pretty certain he'd be happy with that, because it could have been a lot more than a 2-goal deficit.
Well, at half-time, we will jump around and let you know what's happening in our other matches. Also, because in this round 4, of course, we've got Andoni against Jadon, Atletico Madrid against Brighton of Albion, Rafos of Norway against Ajax of Levy. Added time of 1 minute, and he might be able to get one more goal back here before the referee does blow for half-time. Siala Mbappe tries to go one-on-one with his man, didn't fancy it, we go back to the goalkeeper instead. Half-time, chance to breathe. 3-1 here, but he needed that goal, Ryan.
Yeah, it gives him a life and it gives him hope and belief that he can come back into this game, because we've spoken about the importance of the result from Montaxa, JP Slater, Tex, but we haven't spoken about how important it is for Neat to get a point, even just 1 point. 1 point from his next 2 games guarantees a spot into the knockout stage, despite, in my opinion, him being, along with Ekman, the best player in this group so far. I still think that because he has to, his last game, these 2 games are so important, just to guarantee your spot in the knockout stage, even if you're not looking for that top spot, it's
get through.
Yeah, it's massive.
Just get through. Well, look, there's not only Group A in action here, Ryan. There's Group B in action too. This is the lowdown of what's been going over here. Andreas, as we know, qualified for the E-Euros later on this summer, is 2-0 up.
Oh my goodness.
After, in the nicest way, not the best of starts in the competition. Over to this game now.
No.
Albion have been given an absolute gift. 60 minutes in there. That made the game 1-1.
Look how tight the group stage as it stands. It's so tight between
I don't know what's been
players.
going on with Levy here, Ryan.
Oh my goodness.
48 minutes on the clock. Andreas finds a third. And Stoichkov's got cramp. 3-0. You can't predict somebody's results here at the eChampions League. As we said, Andreas, 1 point from a possible 6 as it stands. He could be on his way to 4 from 9. It would shake things up completely. It could put pressure on Jadon, for example. And then if Andoni was to win that game, Andoni would be on 4 points as well. There'd be 3 players on 4 points, and we'll be saying, right, Jesus, Levy, or maybe not even Levy. I mean,
yeah, literally.
Who's going to be finding their way through in this group? Let's jump back to this one now. Tex against JP Slater. This is even bigger in Group A, because Tex needs to win. He's not won a game yet. Played 2, sorry, without a point on the board. Can he find something from this one? Mbappe squeezes in. And for the first time in the game, Man City are in front. A win here would give him such momentum into his most important game of the competition.
Yeah, it's fortunate, but the build-up is great here. There's a driven pass, a good tackle, but it's just fallen to Drogba, and then the onrushing Mbappe into the box there. First time finish for Tex to overcome this game. It was 1-0 down earlier on. He's now 2-1 up, and that's big to get those 3 points on the board. Here he goes again. Couldn't get past JP Slater's defence.
Again, if we can give you an as it stands as soon as we can. This is it now. This is what the table looks like. With 1 more round to be played after this. Neat will play against Ekman, and Montaxa will play against Tex. From this round, all Tex wants is to win his own game, and Montaxa, ideally, to lose against Neat, but that's not been the case at all. JP Slater, do not count this young Irish player out, representing UCD Dublin. He's obviously got himself one of those FC Pro playing spots as well earlier on this year. Can he create something here? Nice step over, finds Drogba, lofted in towards that back post, and if it wasn't...
Great header, Marino. I think that's why Texas has him in the team, the aerial plus play style.
If it wasn't for Marino, that could have been a 2-2. Let's see this corner come in first, and then we'll leave the game. Saka is the kick taker, whipped in I guess, towards Drogba. It's fallen back to Pirlo. Player lock's been teased there. You know what he's looking for, the flick on. He's won the ball with Drogba, but hasn't really gained that much of an advantage from it. And let's jump away from this game as there is a pause. Back to Montaxa now, 3-1. He leads against Neat. He did get a goal before half-time, which allowed Neat to look slightly more convincing. But Neat has not lost a game yet. This will be his first defeat in the group stages of the Champions League. Cancelo whips it in. There's Drogba in the air, defended well. And while there is a small break in play, welcome Casey back into the commentary booth again. I mean, we are getting into the nitty-gritty, aren't we, here in Group A and B?
We are. I think that there's been quite a few upsets that we've seen here so far. And honestly, if you would have told me that this would be the standings a couple hours ago, I wouldn't have believed you. Yeah. But I think that there's a lot still to be played for. And I know that Tex, some things might be out of his hand right now, but there's a lot of time left in this Montaxa versus Neat game.
Chance for Montaxa again. Gavardiol does well. I'll ask you at home as well. One UCL hero that's a cert to play in your team, because I'll be honest, there's not many players that are earning a spot in the teams. There's probably one or two at most. We've seen John Arisa used by Tex. We've seen Vincent Kompany, who...
Yeah, I think he's the only one for me.
He's been a great hero, to be honest. Yourself, Casey?
Yeah, I think I would have to go with Kompany as a Man City fan as well. Gotta love him. Also, he's just stellar at center back.
I mean, if we're in October, I'd have said Ramirez, but...
yeah. Someone was using Ramirez earlier. I think Ramirez was used at right back. It might have been off the bench. It might have been JP Slater, actually. I'm pretty certain. It might have been starting him in at right back.
Well, I'm looking at the chat now as this chance comes in from Montaxa. Power shot deflected wide. That's no a hero. Champions League one that would play in your team if you were in this competition. Locked it in. Montaxa makes it 4.
I think that's twice, Casey. We've seen that. Just the corner played in short, whipped in at the near post. Drogba, we know how dominant he is in the air, showcasing his talents again with the aerial plus play style. Montaxa restores his 3-goal lead, 4-1 up in this game. That's huge for him, because winning this game guarantees his spot in the knockout stages. Whether he finishes first, second or third in the group remains to be seen, but he's done his job.
Yeah, I think that this game specifically, going up against a player like Neat, who has been so successful in his first 2 games as well, I expected it to be a little bit closer of a scoreline here, especially because both players are so great at attacking. But it does seem like Montaxa is figuring out Neat a little bit better than Tex was.
Especially, just building on to that, Casey, a player that just hasn't lost a game yet. And so good going forward, but Montaxa stopped him. A lot of love for Montaxa coming in the chat as well. Nabil saying Montaxa, Ligo.
Oh, Penn
enjoyed him out in the E-League 1. Penalty given away by Montaxa. And we speak about gifts being given. Which way is he going? Goes left, off the post and in. Neat has got a goal back. And with this being 9 minute halves, it's a lot of time.
There's so much time left to be played in this match here with only 2-goal deficit. I think that Neat definitely has what it takes. We know he has the skills in the box to get there, but we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, exactly. It was a mistimed tackle in the box from Montaxa. The technical dribbling there, or the technical plus play style with a controlled sprint dribbling in the box there with Xabi, just showcases how important it can be just to make that difference when dribbling in the box.
A lot of talk in the chat about the mystery league. I know Richard said someone said the Spanish second division.
Yeah, not that one.
Can confirm it's not that. Someone said the Polish league. It's not the Polish league either.
Saw the Saudi league put in there as well. It's not that league either. So we're narrowing down. We're cutting off a few names off the list.
Hello, Neat. Elastico finds the one more pass into the reverse. Elastico from R9. A goal like that, Casey, you can see already the confidence just changes, doesn't it?
Yeah, momentum is a massive thing in this game. It always has been. But we might have an opportunity here.
Finds Drogba.
I'm surprised he didn't play it to Pedri there, running in the box. Maybe he didn't trust him to take the ball in his stride and threaten the keeper. But it's just over 20 minutes left in this game. If Neat manages to fashion a comeback and even draw this game, it will do the world of good for whoever wins the game out of JP Slater or Tex.
Well, if we can, let's jump back to that game if we can pop into Tex against JP Slater to give you the lowdown. After this attack comes in from Montaxa. And as it stands, we'll leapfrog Neat on the table. We'll go to 7 points. Well, we asked for the lowdown. Tex is 10 minutes away from his first win in this eChampions League competition for this year here in London. Is he on for a third? Times the grim of Bukayo Saka. JP Slater will get another roll of the dice here, Ryan.
He is. He's got Pirlo building up. I think that's onside, you know. He's on.
Mbappe with a huge chance. Ball around the goalie.
I think the right back played him on.
JP Slater could be about to pull Tex down with him. And when I say pull down, they'll be both out of the Champions League in the group stages before the last round has even kicked off.
Composure in front of goal there as well, Casey. The composure from JP Slater was great to not rush the chance. It's the first time. Is that on? I don't know.
It's close. Very close. No, but I will say that this is JP Slater's best game of the day, and it just so happens to be against a previous champion.
Yeah, but we spoke about this on the desk though with Brandon. We spoke about it with Rachel. People up their level. You get that extra 25% of your gameplay. Your mind is focused in because you know you're playing one of the best players in FC history. So it's like you up your game, your level, and yeah, this could be a case of that.
Just in regards to JP Slater as well, before a ball was kicked in this game, played 3, lost 3, scored 3 goals, conceded 18.
Wow.
And he's 2-2 of Tex, about to stop him from going through. As we said, if that is a draw, they are both out. Man City, one of their players out in the Champions League group stages. UCD Dublin out as well. However, these two don't know. But if it is a draw, they'll both be going through. Regardless of the fact that Neat finds himself 4-2 down. And instead they'll be playing for top spot between Ekman, Montaxa and Neat. Montaxa looking for one more goal if he can
slowing the pace down. Slowing the pace down. He's had a few opportunities to maybe play a risky pass over the top or a first-time pass into a midfielder. He's opted to recycle possession, and I've just completely jinxed him. I'll be honest, giving the ball away recklessly there. And in on goal, Neat.
Long ball over the top, finds Didier Drogba.
All right, guys, I will let you watch the rest of this match. I'll get ready for the next interview. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. She'll be catching up with potentially someone who's going out or going through. Let's go to Tex now. We've got to stay with this one for the last 4 minutes. As we said, Tex has to win this game.
They both do. They both have to go forward. Oh, my goodness. Oh, if you played it over the top, he was in. Tex gets possession back.
Has to score this because Donnarumma.
Good keeper movement from JP Slater. Corner.
They both have to win the game, but also for Tex, because Tex could still go through. JP Slater, it's his last game of the competition.
Let's look at Drogba.
Corner comes in. Donnarumma, 2 hands on it. 3 minutes for Tex to keep his eChampions League tournament alive. Oh no, what are you doing? What are you doing? The press is aggressive now.
Ramirez, that's who I was talking about. He's in.
This could keep us off his line. Is he going to take the shot?
What's going on?
One more pass inside. Get down the tackle it. We've got 2 minutes. Last roll of the dice for Tex. Has to win this game.
Look at the space.
Into Drogba.
Oh my God, he's put it out for a corner.
He's just said, there you go,
Tex. What is going on?
What can he do from here? Potentially last kick of his tournament. And in time of 2 minutes, watch Drogba, number 9. Goes towards the front post, Drogba's there. It's the defensive Drogba that does enough. Ramirez tries to hang on to the balance here. JP Slater wants a point. What's he doing there?
Oh my.
It's a risky pass, Pirlo back to goal. 50 seconds left.
JP Slater, but you need to win the game. You've got to score.
He's just inviting more pressure.
He's taking the point. Or is he?
I think he is taking the point, or is he going to try and snatch a winner in the 90th minute against Tex?
Hold on a minute.
It's Bukayo Saka. Goes through on his own. It's a horrible tackle. Referee will play the free kick, but he's done. That group will be done. the two will be going through in this year's eChampions League. Free kick to be played in now. JP Slater.
It's going to blow the whistle. You got to be kidding
Full-time
me.
result. I'm not sure what happened there in the last 4 minutes, but the headline news is Group A's done. We're just playing for top spot. Equin of Club Brugge goes through. Neat of Real Valladolid goes through. Montaxa of FC Lorient goes through. Man City are out with one of their players in Tex. And RCD Dublin, or UCD Dublin, sorry, out of the competition as well. Group A is done and dusted. Headline news, Tex is out.
Yep. Huge upset in my opinion, especially for Tex to be out with still a game to go. I would have never envisioned that happening. Montaxa, though, has done his job in this game, puts himself in contention to finish top of the group. Shot cancel around the goalkeeper, but Neat recovers.
7 points.
Yep.
Him and Eckman will be on 7 points, Ryan. And Tex still has one more game to play, but unfortunately it's a game that doesn't mean anything.
Yep, Neat up against Eckman and Tex up against Montaxa, who's just won his game. 5-2 against Neat, giving Neat his first loss in the eChampions League group stage. It's been a fantastic performance from Montaxa. Let's look at the replay here. The player lock into Drogba. The shot in the near post. Keeper's not going to do much to save it. Neat knows this game over. He can progress into the knockout stages, guaranteed with the way the points look and the group stage in Group A, Brandon.
Well, Ryan. So what a start to Group A here, as we said. How important, we said as well, to start well.
Yep.
To get points in your first couple of games. That is the table as it currently stands. Those 3 players are through. No matter what happens in this last round, it's just who is going to take top spot in the seeding to guarantee themselves straight into that round of 16 game. Eckman will be in action. He takes on Neat, and Montax will play against Tex. Again, you can argue the motivation for Tex coming into that because he can't go through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of a dud game for those 2 players, or for Tex, sorry, in his last game. But for Montaxa, Neat and Eckman, they'll of course be vying for that top spot. It's so important. I know we keep emphasizing how important that finishing top spot in the group stage is, because you bypass the first stage in the knockout group, but it's so important. So
Fair play to JP Slater as well.
Yeah.
He knew he couldn't go through, even with 3 points on the board, but said, look, I want to play every single game in my first eChampions League.
The last 5 minutes, I don't know what I was seeing.
Watching
he needed to score. If he scored, he's obviously it's very unlikely he's going to overcome the deficit in terms of the goal difference. He would have needed, what, a 20-goal swing against Neat, but still put yourself in the conversation. You never know. But yeah, drawing that game against Texas, it's a negative for both of them, despite them both getting their first points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, Group A is pretty much concluded. We are just playing for seeding there. Headline news, Tex is out and JP Slater is out. No matter, he did just get his first point on the board in that one. I believe we are going to go to a quick interview now. Casey is joined by Montaxa, who must be feeling confident going into his final match.
Yes, here with Montaxer, who is feeling fantastic after a great victory over Neat. Walk me through that game, because you played fantastic offensively.
Yeah, I think I played my best game so far. I was really good in defense, and then in the first half especially, I attacked so good. So it was so important, because I know that Tex could still come back, even if I don't know if he won. But it was so important. Now let's see if I can get to the first place. I don't know.
You do mention first place, so that is what you're fighting for now, because you are now through to the next round. How important is that first place spot, because you have one more round to go, which will determine seeding?
Yeah, it's important because you are directly in the round of 16, so it's crucial to get there, and I will be 100% to win the last game.
Now let's talk about that last game. You do have Tex, who has had a little bit of a tough day, but we never count out Tex, right? So how are you feeling going into this last round?
I think I have to play at my best, because if not, I will lose. But I think against anyone, I have to play at my best. So let's see what happens.
All right, Montaxer. Well, fantastic first couple rounds for you today. You are through to the next round, but one more to go to count for seeding. Good luck. I'll let you get suited there. I will send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Case. Yeah, let's talk about that. Montaxa looking to top the group there. He does take on Tex, and we just watched, actually, after that matchup, Tex looking so dejected. He knows he's not going through. How much is that going to impact him, taking on Montaxa? He has to play, right?
He has to play. For me, it's an impossible game to play, because you are out of the competition when you're one of the favorites. You're representing a big team, such as Man City. So, for me, the most professional thing is just go with everything and try to win the game. but it's really hard because you know, like, winning or losing the match doesn't really matter to you. But again, if you're representing a team as big as Manchester City and you're Tex, such a big player with a big following base, you just gotta go for it and try to do your best.
Can the coach say anything to try and get him out of this funk that I know he'll be in right now, and we saw that, as we can have a look at some of the mistakes that didn't go his way as well, Graf?
Yeah, I did have the chance to analyze it on the analyst screen, and I mean, his defense was poor. If we're honest, his defense was poor, and his defense was still poor in this match. Sometimes even the best can not play at their best in a way because sometimes, I don't know, you don't feel confident, you didn't train well enough, sometimes things just don't click. He still has another chance because he is qualified to World Championships, so the season is not over for him. But it's got to be really tough for him because he did win the online tournament back in 2020, and I think he wanted to prove for himself that he could do the same on a line environment, and not getting out of the group stage, it has to be a tough pill to swallow.
Because there's question marks, aren't there, around the community? Did that one really count? Of course it is, it was invitational, but still they want to win it when it really matters in person. Would you agree as well with what some of the cast, I think it was Brandon, was saying, the fact that they won the Premier League so many months ago now, compared to a lot of the other players who are here, they're fresher. They know what it takes to win. The metas have changed. Would you agree with them?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for example, Nit was arguably better than Tex in that match, in which he won 5-3. Nit played the Cup a month ago, in which he was a runner-up. Nit played the finals just 2 weeks ago. So, I mean, you're just warming up. You're just warming up for this tournament in which you are probably at the peak of your level. Tex competed 2 months ago. He didn't have the chance to compete in a whole 2 months. So, I mean, you're training things, you know, you're watching other players play, but you don't really feel the adrenaline of the competition. So it's really hard for him, and we can see Matthias was also struggling, not playing at his best. Jaden just lost against Andoni, so it's obviously hard. But still, when you're here, you're in an equal position to the other players. You just gotta play at your best.
We need some more Wicked Wednesdays, don't we? So that competitive edge is lacking. Brandon Richard, put some more on. Okay, should we have a little look at the tables as well then? In Group A, just confirm exactly who is through and who is going out of the competition. We're still, of course, looking at seedings, and that is Montaxa and Neat. It could be one of those two. And Ekman as well, he sat out, didn't he, of that last round. But for those of you who are just joining us, Tech and JP Slater are out of it. 1 point though, I think JP Slater, he almost was playing for that at the end as well, wasn't he, just to get the point?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a young player. He's playing against Tex, a player who probably he idolized for so long. Even though you just drew and you got a point, it's still, for me, it's a win in your box, because you're going home and you know you played against the best players in the world for the first time in your life, and you did manage to get a draw. But in my opinion, the matches we have right now, Montaxa against Tex, in which Montaxa has to win to top the group. We have to remind people at home, if you're topping the group, you're going a round forward, which is huge. And then that need against Ekman, wow, that has to be fireworks, because they are both attacking players. And I think we're going to see a lot of goals. And let's see who can top the group, because anything can happen, really.
Neat, Ekman, Neat had a stumbling block there. Can he come back and find something against this one?
I think he has the chance, yeah, but Ekman, I mean, if Neat just starts the game and he's not really feeling it, he could be losing 2 or 3 goals in just the first 15 minutes. So it's got to be like he has to go for it, because if he just plays, I don't know, without 100% level, he's going to get crumbled.
Well, anything can happen. The eChampions League has already had the shock factor this year, that's for sure. Well, come back and join us in a short while as we see eChampions League champion Emre Yilmaz and the current EAFC Pro champion PH Zin. They're in action.
Y'all ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi.
So I make it harder.
Go on, Jack.
So many people do be cool and look smarter.
Sonny!
You shouldn't even care about the locals.
Saved by Leah Williamson.
Cause there's a party over here, so you
Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Well, welcome back then to the eChampions League. Case is joining me now because we're just going to dissect exactly what has been going on. It's been absolute madness here. Two massive names out of the competition, Tex and JP Slater. That's Group A. Group B as well was taking place at the same time and equally as entertaining. Case, should we just get up the standings and see exactly what is going on so everyone at home can keep up with us? It's hard, isn't it, when there's so many matches going on all over the place. Talk us through this one, Case.
Yeah, so currently Hazers is top of his group, which is not really a surprise with how dominant he has been doing over in Italy. Levi Duid is in second, Andoni in third. And honestly, Andreas and Jaden can't quite hack it today, but there's still points to be had on the board.
And Andreas there, if you're looking at him, he has no more matches to play, so he again is looking at what is going to happen elsewhere. So 4 points though, 3 players on 4 points. If you thought A is kind of a sign of things to come, think again. It's going to get really tasty in Group B. Should we have a look at Group C and D, because that's what we're turning our attention to right now as well. These are the guys that are back in the studio. So Group C then, Feltman, Emre Yilmaz, Virgil, Bonanno. I'm going to just stop there for a short while. Bonanno, a bit like Case we just saw with Tex. Do you think he's rusty?
I don't know if rusty's the right word for it. I think maybe he's just a bit surprised with the level of competition. He's coming off of a massive win in the Premier League. He had a good first game. He had a very, very good first game. It was close. But then he had a couple bumps in the road, and he needs to just get back on the right track.
Do you think he goes and speaks to Tex now as well? Obviously, teammates for Man City, won the EPL together. Do they go and kind of go, what's wrong? What needs to be changed?
Yeah, I think they have a few competitions. I know that Mati really relies a lot on Edu, probably the most. They're probably having the most combos behind the scenes, but they're great teammates at the end of the day. They competed together at the Premier League, but this is another competition. It is individual, and so they're both having to fight it out on their own.
How much have you seen they've changed since the EPL as well? Obviously, you know, you're part of the City group as well. Obviously, you're rooting for those two. But in terms of your expertise, do you feel they're not quite as good as they were a couple of months ago?
It's interesting, right? Because in the beginning of the year, if we talk about FC Pro, they had a rough rough time. And I'm seeing a little bit of that come back in this competition. They were so dominant in the Premier League. And I'm not quite seeing that confidence in the competition here today. But at the end of the day, it's a totally different competition. The players at an even higher level than the individual regions and leagues. And it's just a different type of competition. And the game adjusts so much from week to week as well. Different types of teams, different restrictions. So many different varieties go into how they're going to play.
That's crazy, isn't it? The fact that they could be so confident a couple of months ago and then they just get hit hard like they have done today.
Yeah, no, it is very, very difficult. From game to game, it might change, from day to day, and you just have to be ready at all times.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Matty still has a game to play as well. Let's have a look, though, at Group D. So one more group we haven't spoken about as it stands. Let's have a look at how the table looks in this one, heading into round 4. PH Zin, man on form, man on fire. 6 points, though, the top 3. As close as you like there, Case.
Yeah, as close as we would like. Both PH Zin and Danny Pitbull are very, very much dominant today. ISO Power doing very well. Unfortunate for Mark and George Wynn, it doesn't look like they're gonna go through. It's almost an impossible situation for them. But yeah, we have the 2 top of the group that have just been almost perfect. But they're about to go against each other soon, and so I'm so excited for that one.
We talk about this, don't we, as well? The fact that Danny Pitbull, though, sat out the last round. Do the rust come in there? Do the nerves come in there that he's just watched probably what PH Zin has done and go, I'm up against this pro champion?
Yeah, I think especially with today, it's a very long day. And so competitors have to stay awake, alert at all times because every single player has to sit out for a certain period of time. And so I'm sure they all have their own tactics, whether it's listening to music, getting a snack, talking with their coach, but they have to stay on it. They can never let off.
Yeah, and what would it say if someone like PH Zin as well was to go and win his National League, like he did, EAFC Pro Champion as well, go on to win this title? I know it's still a long way to go, but he's looking to top the table here. Would that make him genuinely, hands down, the best player currently?
There's been a lot of chatter about the quote-unquote GOAT, but he is definitely fighting for that spot. We've talked about maybe Nicholas, Tex in those positions, but PH Zin is like, no. I might turn into that spot one day, and winning a competition like that just might secure it.
Yeah, well, he is top of the tree, isn't he? PH Zin at the moment. Let's look at his road to the EPL.
My name is Paulo Henrique, but my nickname is PH Zin. I'm from Brazil, and I pro player for Ajax. For me, it's a dream to play Champions League because I'm not from Europe. I'm from South America, in Brazil. I always have a dream to be here, and now I have my chance. If I win the trophy, this is perfect for me. In this moment right now, I'm like the best in the world because I won it's like the principal tournament in the global. For all this is giving me a lot of confidence, and now I think I am in the best moment of my career, and I hope to do the same here as well. This is my dream to play at tournaments like that, so I will do my best always. I'm only the Brazilian guy here, and I have the chance to put my country in a good position in Europe as well, so I will do my best to do that.
That's a story, though, isn't it, that we see quite often. Nicholas did the same thing. He didn't get to play in this competition for a long time. He moved clubs just so he could compete here. And then we know what happened. He went on to win it as well. You see the player like PH Zin, it's his debut here. Look how much fun he has been having already. I was just watching, he was having a little bit of a convo with his coach there and laughing as well. This means so much, doesn't it, to be able to come over to Europe and play in this event?
I 100% agree with that. I think that he's played at such high levels. This is a different type of level, but I do think that he's prepared to be here and he's ready for it. Not many players are sitting and laughing there, having a great time, but he is so calm, cool, collected, and you can just see it in his gameplay as well. He's so confident when he's on the sticks, and I just think that that's going to propel him through because it's a mindset that gets you through this competition.
What is it about him, though, that allows him to have this consistency, which some of the other players haven't been able to keep?
I mean, he's been consistently winning, and winning by a lot of margins as well, coming off of an FC Pro Championship. when you get the hardware, it's easy to have a lot more confidence coming into this. There are players in this competition that maybe got second in their league, but when you're coming off so many championships this year and being so dominant against some of the best players in the world, it's a lot easier to be confident.
What is it about the South Americans as well, especially in this competition?
I don't know what it is. I think that sometimes they come into this competition, they're like, we're coming from a different region. We know that there's a lot of great people in Europe, but we're here. The South Americans are ready to play, and they come in here showing no mercy, and I love it.
Danny Pitbull, though, obviously he's his opponent. He's been around the community for so many years, though. You know, he knows exactly what it takes to progress into tournaments as well. He's not going to let PHZin have his own way, is he?
No, honestly, talking about this match specifically, I think it's going to be very, very close. We're talking about top of the table. They're both on the same amount of points, and it's going to be a battle. It's interesting, though, because they're coming from two very different regions of play as well, and so I'm wondering how those are going to offset each other. But this might be, I might be calling it here, one of the best matches of the day.
Well, guys at home, eyes peeled, because this is one of our feature matchups as well. PHZin, is he the GOAT? That's the question we're all asking. He's up against Danny Pitbull. You are going to enjoy that one there. I love that, Danny Pitbull. The nicest guy as well in the community, I'm going to say. And then this is your next matchup coming up here. I'm looking at Matty. He's nodding his head in the orange. He's sitting in 4th place at the moment. Can he get himself the win?
Can he get himself the win? He needs to get the win, Rachel, if Matías Bonano, Man City want any representation in the eChampions League knockouts, over our featured game. It's going to be an absolute cracker. PHZin. A lot of people say the best player on the planet right now, taking on Juventus's own Danny Pitbull.
Yep.
What a player Danny Pitbull is. I love watching him play.
Same. Huge, huge players in this matchup in their group. 6 points apiece, so you could argue that even a draw puts them both through. But of course, they'll be vying for that top spot to skip out of the first stage of the knockout format in a week's time as they kick off. Danny Pitbull kicking from left to right, PHZin from right to left in the Ajax strip.
Both games that we're seeing right now on our featured stations, an Italian against a South American.
Yep.
And all four need to win for such different reasons. Danny Pitbull getting us underway through Andrea Pirlo, trying to link up on the edge of the box. Whoever wins this game probably tops your group.
Yep, exactly.
On the other side of the stage, Virgil and Matías Bonano, 2 players on 3 points. Need to win.
I would go as far to say, I think the loser's out.
Yeah, I agree with you. PHZin dicked into the back post. Henry with the header down to Mbappe. We've seen a lot of action today, and from here on out, we will try and keep on the pulse, on the permutations. What goals do? You saw that as it stands table, constantly updated throughout the round 4 of Groups A and B. We will do the same for you in Groups C and D. Juventus, Italian giant. Ajax, one of the best clubs to ever compete in the Eredivisie. We will wait and see what has got to give. In this particular matchup, PHZin, he left Mbappe at the back post there, did Danny Pitbull. Henry on the finesse, that one's spiralling up in the air, and Drogba always going to be the favourite.
So going to space him behind here.
It's Shule getting back, he's got no pace whatsoever. Forcing the save, Danny Pitbull at the near post from Donnarumma.
Yep, defensive attack in an instant. And here we go, Danny Pitbull with a corner. Looking onto Drogba.
Just not aimed correctly.
Yep, wrong side of the post, hits the side at netting.
I think the one thing that I want to bring people's attention to at home watching this match right now, and you can elaborate on it as well. In this particular game with these 2 particular players, the pace in which they, in the final third, attack. Yep. Danny Pitbull, you see pass, and then a driven pass quickly into the attacking players. PHZin, if he's got a chance to go forward, he's going to go forward.
Yeah, agreed. And I think for people at home that are watching it, if you look at certain sequences in the attack, it looks relatively basic in the sense that they're just playing passes, they're just dribbling, but it's making the right choices at the right moments of time and also anticipating what your opponent is going to do defensively. That is incredibly difficult to do at this high level.
Well, with both of these 2 players on 6 points, both being unbeaten so far, I want to open up to the chat at home. Who is going to win this game? You've seen 13 minutes so far. I've gave you enough time to have a little look at both players and see what you like. I've got the chat open as well. Let me know who you think is going to win this game as Danny Pitbull gets in towards the byline, dinked into the box, and an easy defensive clearance there for PH Zin.
One thing I love about the way PH Zin attacks is just that both fullbacks triggered up. They contribute a lot offensively as well as defensively. They have to get back into position extremely quickly with the way he builds up, but it just leads to just a lot of chances, and that's why I just love watching PH Zin. We saw him in the FC Pro Open, winning that, of course, that huge last-minute goal against Anders.
Few people getting their saying. Miller's saying it's going to be PH Zin. Humza, PH Zin all day. Drogba out wide, beautiful play back into the box, but company's in the way. Gives me a chance to read a few more names out. Lord Pascal, PH Zin, you can tell by the pressing and the team he is making, he has got Danny choking already. That's a harsh prediction, but I like it. Let us know plenty more at home as well. Don't take your eyes off this one because it could burst into life at any given moment. Cruz with that lovely switch of play, just opening up the pitch from right to left and letting Danny Pitbull have another potential lane to attack in. Gavardio, not the fullback that you want in those areas.
Yeah, not nimble at all in possession, but I think for a lot of players, he's probably the most solid pick defensively. If you're having your right back going forward, you sort of want your left back in a 4-3-2.
He's the best available.
Yeah, at your disposal, yes. In this competition, obviously, you have to have somebody that can defend in the 4-3-2 as one of your fullbacks, the other one going forward. But for me, PH Zin on the attack with Joao Cancelo. Can't find a pass into Mbappe in the box.
I've been pretty surprised by company. I think he's done all right.
Yep.
I asked Gravison this question and I got shut down very quickly. I'm going to ask you as well, Ryan.
Yep.
Defensively, there's not a whole amount of options. Is there ever a conversation of you can pull one of those icon centre-backs in and get rid of a midfielder or an attacker?
I think you need the midfielder because the options you have at your disposal, they don't really have a lot of play styles. Yes, you've got Toni Kroos with long ball pass plus, but the passing play styles are so important. I think you kind of need a Pirlo, a Xabi Alonso, a Xavi.
Just for that, Adriano Pirlo, one of those attacking players. It's left-footed, it's green-timed, and it hits the top right corner. You talk about the play styles. Toni Kroos with, it looks quite an innocuous dink into the air.
Yep.
But everything was planned.
Exactly, and there's the knockdown there with Didier Drogba, and the shot across goal. Goalkeeper movement, couldn't get back across the line there for Danny Pitbull, and PH Zin starts off winning. And as it stands, sits pretty at the top of the table in Group D. 9 points from a possible 9. Isa Power on 6. Danny Pitbull on 6 as well. And a Mark LDW up against Georgia Winnis. Oh, sorry, and Georgia Win, but sitting at places 4 and 5 in Group D. It's not looking good for them.
Certainly not. Cancelo linking into Mbappe. Could be a chance here for Danny Pitbull to reply straight away. Good work down the right-hand side. You can see Pirlo just on the edge of the box there. Does attack the byline, now brings those midfielders into it. Luka Modric into Drogba, chance, good block. Rebounds back to Drogba, Danny Pitbull with another lane. And company once again standing in. Toni Kroos just too strong.
Just look how compact he is. It's unbelievable. It looks as if there's no spaces to break him down, yet when he goes forward, he's got 7 or 8 bodies contributing to the attack. It's a fast-paced way PH Zin and Ajax build up.
I've seen a lot of people in the Twitch chat talking about the mystery Easter egg, the league.
Yeah, should we give a hint?
I want to see what people think it is first. Because I've seen some outrageous shouts, some correct as well. There is some people in that Twitch chat that are correct. And they've probably got their rewards already. So, 1981, what is the mystery league? Still 0-0 in the other matchup between Virgil and Matthias Bonanno.
Massive game.
Nothing to separate those two as of yet. Really impressed when I watched Virgil at the Serie A.
Yep. Oh, it's a rash bit of defending there. Could have been played over the top there from PH Zin.
Modric into Drogba, good chance, green timed. Top corner is rattled.
Oh, it's a great finish there from Pietz, and he could have played the ball over the top there when Danny Pitbull stepped out with his left centre-back. He left a bit of space in behind. Defence started to form again, and it's just a touchdown with Didier Drogba. Green time finish across the face of goal. Again, though, rash bit of defending from Danny Pitbull. Tried to anticipate an interception, press tackle, mistimed it, and then Pietz capitalises of it, as he usually does.
Just those small mistakes.
Yep.
That probably when you're playing foot champs, when you're playing division rivals, even when you're playing a lower level of opposition, you can get away with it.
Yeah, not in this.
PHG's not letting you get away with anything.
Not at all.
Danny Pitbull comes forward 5 minutes before half-time. Drogba into the byline. Gvardiol once again, and now Didier Drogba inside the box. Nice little bit of left stick dribbling. He's attacked a lot on Gvardiol's side.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him try this near side. I mean, Mbappe's barely had a sniff as well.
The power of Drogba.
The two icons linking up, Pirlo and Drogba, and now you can just see Toni Kroos brought into the picture. That's what he possesses, that beautiful arching over the top through ball. Mbappe, beautiful Henry, green timed. Bounces out for a corner.
Goal kick.
Thought it were a corner.
On linesman duty again today.
You are. Where was that?
I think it was in the French league.
That was in the E-League. Play lock from Danny Pitbull into R9 now. He's really solid defensively, PHC. I think something that doesn't often get talked about is defensive play, but it doesn't really give away chances. And he's so confident in himself right now that he backs himself in every situation.
It's everything. Just look at the way he's anticipating, trying to cut the lanes with Gvardiol. Moving plays into the right possession. Here we go.
That's a goal that gives Danny Pitbull a lot of confidence because he's not really created much.
Yeah, not at all. I was about to say, if he gets a goal here, it's a perfect half in the sense that you haven't played to your level. Peterson has been pretty much all over you, but you managed to get a goal just before half-time, and it gives you that lifeline, knowing that there's a way to break down Peterson, there's a way back in this game.
Just on the stroke of half-time is where that goal fell. 2-1 the scoreline right now. Danny Pitbull straight into conversation to get some words of wisdom from his coach. We're going to have an update on that other match that's taking place. You'll see it in the back of the screen right there between Bonanno and Virgil. Last time I heard it, Ryan, it was 0-0.
Yep.
But we'll wait and see how that game is progressing. Talk to me about PH then.
I think you mentioned about how his defensive style gets overlooked. I'll be honest, I overlook it as well, because we always get sort of engulfed in the way he attacks and presses. It's unbelievable. Lemma26 speaking about what the mystery league is.
Lemma or Lima?
No comment. I just read it with the letters, you know. Lima, fine, no problem.
What about that one?
Someone said, Slasher Meds 420 says, Mystery Nation is the Chinese league.
Slasher, I can tell you,
you're wrong.
You are incorrect.
You're wrong.
Corny, Buckley's probably forgotten himself.
What? You probably have.
No, I know exactly what it is. Do you?
I know what it is.
Okay.
I know what it is. I can say there's a few players or people in the chat, sorry, that have got it wrong. As you mentioned, a few that have got it right. But yeah, the Turkish league, again, incorrect.
Yeah, it's not the Turkish league, unfortunately. We're going to get back underway very shortly indeed. There has been a few people as well, if you keep your eyes peeled, have been saying it. They've been telling you the correct nation in that chat. We are underway. This is the secondary featured match that has got a lot riding on it between Matthias Bonanno and Virgil from Fiorentina. Let's wait and see which game could be pivotal, really.
Like the little Italian twang you tried on there, didn't it? I know you're a big fan of Matthias Bonanno, and rightly so. He's been incredible in previous years. Even in the Champions League as well, he's performed. But it's just not been the greatest day for him so far. He just needs to pick up his performance, and he has to do it in this game.
Let's have a look at that as it stands table in Group C. Emre Yilmaz, top 9 points. Veltman on 6.
Voice crack, glasses steaming up. What next, Richard?
Virgil and Bonanno both on 4. And Damasis on 0. Is that it? I thought I might give a red card for that. It's a pleasure to be joined in the commentary booth as well with Brighton and Hove Albion's Jayden.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you? That's the bigger question.
Stressed, definitely stressed. We've played 3 games. We've won 1, 3-0 against Andreas. We lost 2 against Jesus 4-3 and Andoni 4-3. And it's all to play for in the last game against
doable.
Levy. Yeah, I mean, it's a massive game because we both need to win.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Have you been surprised at all with what you've seen?
Yeah, there's been...
Not surprised by that,
no,
I can tell you.
No, not at all. Corners are better than penalties these days. So.
What have you made so far of your particular group?
Yeah, it's a really tough group. There's all amazing players, but not really surprised with the way Jesus has played. He's definitely one of the best players here, and he also finished 2nd last year, so it's very obvious he was going to do well, but I was surprised with the Levy result against Andreas.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's helped you out quite a bit, keeping Levy in contention, because it's in your hands. You win that game, you're through.
Yeah, definitely. I think also if we draw and Jesus beats Andoni, we're also through.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It would be nice for a draw.
Well, what you did see Matthias Bonanno scoring with Didier Drogba at the near post, whipping in the corner, and Drogba could make it 2 with the power shot! Green timed, left-footed.
Oh my gosh.
Matthias Bonanno has turned it on in the second half. We don't see a lot of power shots. Jayden, I like a power shot. I think they work. I think they are effective. Why do you think we don't see them too much?
I think it's really difficult in the gameplay with how slow it is to get a power shot on the goal, but when you get that type of space, they fly in. Like you'll see them occasionally in different leagues, but they're not used often, especially in the box, because if the guy moves to their defender, they can get to you so quick that there's no time to get the shot away.
Well, let's head back to our featured matchup, Danny Pitbull and PHZ. This was what you might have missed. You might have heard it from the corner of the room, because Danny Pitbull is now 2-2 in this matchup. 60 minutes on the clock. And we're going to be joining it live right now. Danny Pitbull, he scored just before half-time through Didier Drogba, and now he's found himself back in this matchup. We've got Ryan's opinion on PHZ as a player, as a former player, as a current player who's in there, probably getting a few reps against him. What is he doing differently compared to everyone else right now?
I think it's his timing, to be honest, and his intricate stuff that he does, like the way he moves the ball, the way he passes it. He's honestly the best player in the world right now, without a doubt, and I wouldn't be surprised if he went on to win the whole thing.
He's on an attack here through Andre Pirlo, just switching that play out wide. Cancelo getting a little bit of space. You see Drogba at the back post lurking with intent. If that ball is tossed up to Drogba, there's only one winner, and there it is. Nods it down, Cancelo in the way. It's going to fall back into PHZ's hands. He has another crack at breaking Danny Pitbull's defence and spirit after getting back into the game, Ryan. Ryan?
Sorry, I think it's another goal here from Matthias. We're seeing a highlight. The keeper's come out, completely missed it. Red time.
Is that what you were looking at?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Red time finish, the smile on the face of Matthias.
What you might have seen is PHZ's 3-2 up.
Yep.
Goals everywhere.
Goals everywhere. It looked like Mbappe going away in celebration. I don't know if you can see that again. The goal from PHZ that's put him 3-2 up in this matchup. Thank you very much. 65 minutes on the clock. It was a nice touch around the keeper.
Yeah.
2 pretty similar goals in both games, to be honest. One was red time, which got a laugh, and one got a let's go.
Yep, exactly. It's an important goal as well, important moment in this game between Peterson and Danny Pitbull. Of course, Peterson was up 2 goals to the good. Went into half-time, conceding just before it. And the mindset going into it, especially if you're 2-0 up and a scoreline's retrieved, it's very easy to let your head get in the way of it. You start to perform, you start to be a bit more rash, and then your opponent takes the lead. But Peterson's done well. He's been mature, and he takes the lead again.
I was stood behind you, Jayden, when you were in round 1. I think it was the game versus Jesus.
Yeah.
And you're quite vocal with your coach, sort of saying like, should our team press now? Should we go now? Should we go now? Is that something that you like, sort of having that open conversation? You're probably one of the more vocal players here as well. When the game, you're not finding your way in it, everyone knows about it. Chance
Yeah.
here, Drogba on the edge of the box. For Danny Pitbull, that's unbelievable.
Offside.
Yeah, so like I definitely feel that when I play, I always play my best when I have a coach because they see things that I don't see. Like in the game against Andone, although I lost, we noticed that every time when I went down the left-hand side, I was getting more attacks away, and he was the one that spotted it. So he told me, and then from there we recovered the game from 3-1 down. Unfortunately, we lost, but it was definitely something that I wouldn't have seen without my coach.
Yeah. Going into that last game, obviously you know that it's still in your hands, and even if you're in a drawing position, if the other result falls your way, it advances you to the knockout stage. Will there be some part of you just sort of keeping an eye on, or is it so easy to fall into that trap, or would you try your best just to focus on your game?
It's difficult to focus, to be fair, because depending on the scores, it's going to depend on if I need to go forward.
Yeah, exactly.
It was the same at ePrem when in the group stages when me and Mark were playing Aston Villa, and out of nowhere we hear that it was Nottingham Forest had conceded, so we knew that we just had to keep the leads and we were through. So I'll definitely be keeping an eye out. I think my coach will be telling me, wow, that's PHN for you.
The player locks.
The amount of player locks, my thumbs would be hurting. He makes it look so smooth as well. There'll be people at home who do the player lock and that sort of have a dabble with it, and it'll feel unnatural. He has just added it to his game, and it flows so smoothly for him.
It was the timing of the pass to Mbappe, because if he does it earlier, he doesn't get that touch away and he's through and goal. So it's all about the timing, I feel like, in this game, and PHN's the best in the world at it.
You play lock a lot. We saw it at ePrem as well. What is it about that sort of animation and the mechanic that you feel as though is pivotal to having a successful 24 season?
I think it's how you can make your opponent think about what you're going to do. So you can go up, you can go down, and every time the pass is always perfect. You know, there's always inconsistencies with a normal pass, but when you do it with the player lock, it works every single time.
Yep.
So even in the air as well, it's just the same.
If you were still competing, Ryan, do you think you've got the player lock in the locker?
Yeah, I think player locks are important to learn. I think it's one of the key mechanics when building up, and also even defensively now we see a lot this year trying to anticipate the knockdowns, use player lock defensively to move a player into position.
Kickoff.
What a reply. Straight from kickoff, Danny Pitbull. Back into the tie, 4-3.
3 goals for Danny Pitbull, three voice cracks for Richard Buxley. 75 minutes in, a quick response from kickoff though. Pirlo just about finds him, and of course a shot across goal. Didn't give Peterson enough time to try and react, to try and move the goalkeeper across.
That is a man that is locked in right now.
Yeah. There's one player in this tournament, Jaden, that doesn't have Didier Drogba in their team. It's in your group, I believe.
It was Andreas.
Yeah, Andreas, in your group. What's your thought process on that? Because I would personally say, I think Drogba, even if you don't, your playstyle isn't solely based around crossing. It's good just to have him in there, just to give your opponent something to think about.
Yeah, so I actually spoke to him after we played, and he was like, Drogba's way too stiff for him. And like when he's a very he's a player that likes to play in the box and move about and do step overs, and he said that he just can't use him. But to be honest, I think it was a bit of a silly move from him, because at the end of the day, he's the way you get goals. Like you've seen corners, you've seen all these balls in the air. Sometimes if you're struggling to do it in the ground, then it's just that way to go.
Yep.
Was there ever a thought about, with the centre-back pool being quite poor, bringing in an icon centre-half?
Oh, 100%.
Thank you. I've been saying that for the last 3 hours and everyone's laughed at me.
Maybe if there were 4 icons, 3, I don't know.
I mean, if you saw Tex was using Marino at right back, because he had the aerial plus, and he was actually quite fast considering he only had 78 pace, but...
Could be a chance here for Danny Pitbull to get 4-4. And what? Anything about Ruud Gullit considered?
Is anyone using him?
No.
Really? Yeah. I think it's because his 94 is so much better than his 91.
Yeah.
I think it's all about the playstyle pluses with Modric and Pirlo.
It's going to bounce nicely. Ramirez. Good leap.
But Jesus is using Rio Ferdinand.
And look at Jesus.
There you go. Yeah.
Top of the table. Edge of the box for Pirlo. He's in a lot of the teams. So is this man, Didier Drogba. Twisting, turning. Not so stiff at the minute. Henry finds the back of the net as PHZ fires himself back in front, and that could be the final nail in the coffin.
That's why you have Thierry Henry in the team. Just a finesse shot plus play style from deep. We saw it with Tex earlier on. You can see just playing for it. Green times it as well. Goalkeeper movement not to be seen. Nowhere near it. And PHZ, for me, seals the win in this game.
Top of the table, 9 points from 9. He's the one to beat at the minute.
100%.
Emre Yilmaz about to solidify his place.
Wow, 6-0.
Into the knockouts. He will be also looking to defend his title for the first ever time. No one's gone back-to-back. No one's even won 2 eChampions League titles. Damasas, unfortunately, not been his day here in London. But Emre Yilmaz has got better and better throughout this day, and he does get a consolation goal through Ousmane Dembele. Talk to me just very quickly before I let you go, Jaden, about Emre Yilmaz.
He's one of the best players as well. I reckon he'll go really, really far. Obviously, he's won the tournament before, but the story about him is amazing. How he just played, like, I think it was pro clubs and stuff like that. He never really played Ultimate Team, and then out of nowhere, he comes in, he goes to the World Cup, gets top 4. So he's one of the best players mechanically. He somehow knows what the AI of the other team's going to do.
Yeah.
I reckon top 4 finish for him.
Well, I think he played a lot of career mode, and that probably is why he's so good sort of with the AI as well, because
reading
you play against them all the time. Yeah.
If he didn't go invincible every single year, I'd be worried.
Well, there you see Emre Yilmaz marches on here in the eChampions League. We'll see him next weekend at the knockouts. Let's go back to our featured matchup right now, as Danny Pitbull with a green time strike looks to make it a nervy last couple of minutes for PH However, I don't think it's going to be going his way for the Italian. 6 points still. Going to go through.
Yep.
Just not going to go first. And that is massive as well, because if you finish first, you're straight into the round of 16. You don't have to play that really tight qualifying match. And now we started seeing how these groups light up. You could be playing a qualifying match against Neat.
Yeah.
Could be playing a qualifying match against Levy yourself. Like, that first round is really, really tough. Finishing first will give you a huge benefit in going far in this tournament.
But also, it's not nice going into a game when someone's already played and they've already won.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're in a good mood already, so it's going to be very tough for either the winner of the group.
PH unbeaten still here in the eChampions League groups. 9 points from 9 for the Brazilian. That's a great show of respect, as always, between these two unbelievable players. Wasn't meant to be for Danny Pitbull, but he put up a great fight.
Yeah, he did. It was a great game. Lots of goals.
Yeah, managed to find a way back into the game to level it as well, because the way it was going in those first 44 minutes, if I'm being precise, I felt as if PH Zim was going to run away with it.
Well, let's head on over to Matthias Bonanno and Virgil. I believe that game is still underway. Bonanno in the closing moments, 4-1 up. The story of this game coming into it, both players on 3 points. A win, huge.
Goal difference huge as well. I think the goal difference is very, very important here.
I think people have forgotten about how important goal difference is, because it's not head-to-head anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You'd, of course, have played Man City in the E-Premier League. Speak about how good Matthias is. I would say defensively, I think that's probably his key point, in my opinion.
No, Matthias as well. I mean, in the E-Premier League, he showed how good he was. And to be fair, in the final, he had my teammate on strings for most of the game. It was probably one of the most chaotic finals you'll see in a while.
Well, we saw him just on the main stage, about an hour and a half ago, struggling against Emre Yilmaz. This is going to be hit direct. Oh, good save from Dudek. But 6 points is where Bonanno will be laying right now in this league table.
He's in a strong position. He plays Roy Feldman in the last round of this group. Of course, Virgil is the player that could still make it. He could still make it based on goal difference. He has to have a swing in his favour, but he's up against Emre Yilmaz, top of the group, so it's not going to be easy.
You would hope in that position, if you're Bonanno, Emre's going to do you a favour and win his game. We just win outright.
Yeah.
Could be 5. It could come down to goal difference, as you said, but a good defensive play from Virgil. A great player is Virgil. Got the opportunity to watch him in Verona for the Serie A. Finished in the top 4. However, he's looking to be in the top 3 in his group. It's going to be an uphill battle from here on out, as Matthias Bonanno lives to fight another day. And not 100%, but you would say about 90% on his way to the knockouts.
It's put him in a very strong position, especially with the way the game has swung in terms of the goal difference, as Jaden has mentioned, how important it is in a group stage format. Gives himself hope, gives himself, in my opinion, I know mathematically he's not through, but I would be stunned if he isn't, just because, again, Virgil has to play against Emre Yilmaz and win by a substantial margin. And also, Roy Feldman has to beat Matthias Banana, I just think, to me, I think it's through.
Jaden, before I let you go, what can we expect from your upcoming game?
It's going to be a tight game. I reckon there's going to be not that many goals, you know, because we've played a lot in practice before the groups were out, but I think a draw will happen in the end. Hopefully.
Hopefully it works out for you anyway.
Thank you.
Very good
luck, man. Wish you the best of luck.
We're going to head on over to Rachel, I believe is with Gravison and PH Zin, the man on top of the world right now, the man from Ajax who also happens to play in the Eredivisie. Rachel, over to you.
Why did you shout that, Richard? What are you trying to do there? I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I'll leave you guys at home guessing why he shouted that word out. Anyway, PH Zin, thank you for joining us. 9 points so far. First question, though. First time here at the eChampions League. How are you enjoying it?
Yeah, of course I enjoy a lot. It's a dream for me to be here, because I'm from another continent, so it's almost impossible to play Champions League. But yeah, it's one dream for me to be here, and I enjoy my time here also. But I'm not here just for playing. I wanna win this trophy, of course. I can the only one to win Libertadores and Champions League also. So yeah, I will do everything for win that. But now I think I already go through to the group. So it's just look to the last game against São Paulo, and after the next phase, and that's it.
I have a question for you because I've had the chance to talk to Spanish players who not only compete against you here, they also train with you, and they all agree that, in their opinion, you are the best player in the world right now. Do you feel that way?
I mean, it's hard to say about yourself, but yeah, I think I have a great moment right now. I feel really confident in every position. It's, I don't know, attacking, defending. I'm ready for the tournaments I had, and this is also a part of work for Nick, my coach, because he take for me my best side. So yeah, I think I am one of the best right now.
Should we look at some of your best moments as well so far from some of your matchups? You'll be able to see them on screen as well. This is you against Danny Pitbull there in your last matchup.
Over there, that screen.
Of course. It's quite far away, guys. Sorry, you cannot see it at all. But anyway, it was your last matchup. He's putting his glasses on, Paul.
Yeah,
now he can see it.
Yeah.
Right. Couple of moments. You were 3-2 up here.
Yeah.
Went to 4. What was going through your head there? Just stay composed, because we know what Danny Pitbull can do.
Yeah, Danny Pitbull is really good, and I already know this is a tough game. So yeah, this can happen sometimes. We are 2 goals up and after 2-2. Yeah, but I'm still just looking forward to the win, and I make it, so I'm happy now.
What do you think is the hardest thing when you're playing against a player like Danny Pitbull?
I think the hardest thing is just keep the good mentality and also stay calm and stuff, and that's why Nick is there. Or say stay calm, you will win. So yeah, I'm happy.
You said you've got everything in your locker. Do you have any weaknesses? You can whisper it. No one's watching. It's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I just keep it like that. But yeah, that's it.
He's got everything. He's confident. He's confident. He's going through. The question remains: are you going to top the group? Well, good luck against ISO Power. That is your last matchup. You've been fabulous so far. We'll let you go and get prepped for that one. Okay, so we are taking a short break right now, but one more round still to be played here today. Obviously a chance in the knockouts, which are taking place next weekend. They're up for grabs. But we obviously had a little game, haven't we? Richard may have given you a clue, actually, if you are guessing at home and you're trying to guess the league in the Easter egg. Grab, I'm not going to let you give any guesses away because
I won't say anything.
We have some players who might be helping you out here.
So the first clue is there are 2 clubs from this league in this year's eChampions League representing them.
All the clubs are pretty close together.
There's one team who surprised the world in the 2018-2019 Real Life Champions League.
3 players of my leagues. It's also top 4 in the Pro Open.
for something new. Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys the Pepsi.
So I make it harder.
Go on, Jack.
So many people do be cool and look smarter.
Sonny!
And you shouldn't even care if I can go
Saved by Leah Williamson.
Cause there's a party over here, so you
Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Well, welcome back, everybody. You are joining us at round 5 today of the group stages of the eChampions League. This is the final round that the players get to play today. In groups A and B, you're going to get to see those now. A, we know who we're seeing next week, but it's in what order, Ryan? B, it's as close as you like. Let's start with Group A, though. Did you expect those 3 players to be the people we were talking about we'll see next week?
If I'm being brutally honest, no. I expected Tex to be amongst the top 3, of course. It hasn't been a great day for him. Only 1 point on the board. He still has his last game, really just for pride, of course. Ekman, Montaxa and Neat, they're vying for that top spot in that group.
Yeah, Neat taking on Ekman now. That's a close affair, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a close affair, and it's a big game. Ekman's been phenomenal today. He sort of guaranteed his spot in the knockout stages before anyone else did in this group, so he'll have a lot of confidence. Maybe could be a bit cold, though, because he hasn't played in the previous round.
JP Slater doesn't play any more games. Tex, though, he could cause an upset if he wanted to against Montaxa. Watch that space. Right, let's talk about Group B as well, because it's a completely different story in that one. 3 players on 4 points. That's exactly what we love to see in the eChampions League, isn't it, right?
Yeah, there's so many permutations in this group. It could go anyway. The top spot is still technically up for grabs if Jesus loses. Andoni, Levy, Jaden, they're all fighting for the top 3. As we take a look at the group, Jesus on 7, Levy, Andoni and Andreas on 3. Andreas has played his 4 games already, so he's out of this based on goal difference. Jaden, however, if he wins this game or draws it, if the other game goes in his favour, can still advance into the top 3, into the knockouts next week.
Jaden has impressed me so much in terms of his presence. He just came and casted with you guys. That's how relaxed he is about this whole thing, even though he's up now against Levy. What did you make of the fact that he said yes to coming and chatting with you?
Yeah, I respect it. Of course, it's good just to sort of get out your emotions. I always found it very helpful to speak to other people about the games that you play as well, and I think that's key for Jaden. But he's up against one of the best players in the world in Levy, not just this season, but in previous years beforehand. And you could argue he's playing against a Levy that's off form. It was 4-0 down against Jesus. I know he came back, but you never know, you could catch him off guard.
Maybe he just wanted to take his mind off things and get into a different game, because he is playing a big matchup next. He's taking on Levy in his final matchup, and Casey is chatting to Levy right now.
Yes, I'm here with Levy, who has had quite the emotional roller coaster of a day. Talk me through some of those emotions, because your record is currently 1-1-1.
Yeah, I started off against Hazers, currently top of the group. I went 4-0 down in half an hour, came back to draw that 4-4, so that was like in the end a win. If you go 4-0 down and manage to get a draw there, it's a win. Then I played against, help me, Underneath. I think that was quite a good game. Won that 3-1, like dominated that. Then against Andreas, I lost 3-1. I just didn't play on my level. Some things were struggling. He also said like he had some bounces, but that just happened. And now it's a game versus Jaden where still everything can happen. I still can go out, I still can finish first, but the main goal is just going through.
Now let's talk about that Group B. Anything could happen. You could still get that top spot, or it could go the wrong way here. What do you need to do in order to hopefully get that top spot?
I need to win, that's something I know, and then Underneath needs to win versus Hazers. But on the other side, for example, if I lose or draw and Hazers beats Underneath, I'm also through, so there are a lot of different scenarios which can be positive for me. But I'm just aiming to win this game and yeah, just keep on going with a good feeling, maybe to next week. That's just the main goal. If I finish third or second, it doesn't matter. I just try to win my game, then I see what Hazers and Underneath did, and maybe I finish first.
All right, Levy, well, I will let you get to it. Good luck in this last match, and I will send it back to you guys.
Thank you.
I mean, in Group B, they all need to win, but that's not mathematically possible. There's 4 players there. Only 2 of them, of course, could win, but it's going to make things interesting there. Can you predict this? Levy there coming out on top, even though he's had, like Kay said, a complete roller coaster.
I'll give one. I think Levy's going to make it through. That's my prediction.
Jaden, can't do it?
It depends on the other result. Genuinely, it just depends.
Oh, it's so confusing. Anything can happen. Right, this is round 5 for A and B here. Neat. This is Group A, remember. Neat taking on Ekman here. These players are through. It's about seeding for those 2. Then in Group B, we just heard from him, Levy. He's up against Jaden. Both players need to win.
Yeah, it's the big one here, isn't it? Round 5 is ahead of us in the eChampions League. Group A and B, myself, Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez guiding you through this one. We already know who is through in Group A, but I mean, as Levy said, where are we going in this Group B? Because technically, even Andreas, who's done all his games, there is a world where he also still could get through.
It could happen. I mean, some things had to happen. Some goals have to be scored. But, I mean, it's a tough position for Jaden, in my opinion. Because he knows if he draws and then Antoni doesn't win, that's enough for him. But you're playing against Levy, and Levy's going to be attacking, and Levy's going to be pushing the accelerator to the maximum. So I don't think you got to go to that match with the mentality of, okay, if I draw and then something happens in the other game, I'm fine. No. You got to be on the dog mentality of going to win, because if you're not in that mentality, I think you're going to lose against Levy, which is arguably probably one of the best players competing here in this competition.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Levy David obviously done so well in the FC Pro Open earlier this year, obviously getting a really strong top 4 position, which was enough for him, of course, to qualify for the eChampions League and also to qualify himself for future tournaments this year. A really strong performance as well, of course, in the Eredivisie, winning that of Ajax. And if you are a traditional football fan, you would have known that Brighton of Albion played against Ajax a few times earlier this year, of course, in Europe. And it could be a nice time for Ajax to get a bit of revenge, and they could stop Brighton from actually going through into the knockouts.
It could happen, and definitely with Levy, the way he's concentrated, the way he gave the interview as well with Casey, he feels like he has to win.
Absolutely. Again, we want to hear from you guys at home as well. There is a mystery nation, a mystery league nation. What is it? Because you guys are guessing, but no one seems to be getting it right. I've got the Twitch chat in front of me right now, so I'd love to hear some of those guesses. We are going to jump into that Jaden against Levy game as our featured matchup, which is live now. It is Ajax from left to right, and Jaden, well, Brighton of Albion kicking from right to left here. This table is going to move, it's going to change, it's going to continue to develop as we try and find out who on earth is going through to next week's knockouts. Only 24 players Gravison can be there from the 41, and by the end of play tonight, half of the competition will be confirmed. We already know 3 names from Group A. We can confirm, as we said, Ekman of Club Bruges is on his way through, Montaxa of FC Lorient is on his way through, and Neat of Real Valladolid is already through. But Group B, it is all to play for.
Let's see what happens in this game, because I think Jaden has been playing really good, especially after that ePrem competition. I do feel like in the last couple of years he's been building up himself. He's been grinding, he's been getting the competition, and the result is here. He's playing in the Champions League against the best players in Europe, and now he has a chance to go through. So sometimes you only get these chances once in a lifetime. Let's see if he can make it through.
Well, we just had a message in the chat, Gravison, from Oxy saying, I bet no one reads the Twitch chat. We do. We're here. Big chance. Jaden early doors. Ball run around the goalkeeper. 7 minutes in. And it's Pride of Albion that lead in what is such an important game. If Jaden wants to find himself into the knockout stages next week here in London.
Lovely over-the-top through ball from Didier Drogba, which we wouldn't expect to make that beautiful pass.
Is he?
He's everything. I mean, he knocks it down with crosses, he scores power shots, he scores headers, and now he's an assister as well. That was a beautiful goal, and as we can see, I mean, the precision, look at it, Brandon, it's just beautiful. It's perfect.
It's a long ball over the top, and as we've said, where there's a 50 million budget on these teams, you only have 3 icons. Defensively, yes, you've got Vincent Kompany in there, you've got Gvardiol of Manchester City in there as well, Sully of Borussia Dortmund. They're good, but they're not brilliant.
No, definitely not. And as we can see right now, at the top right of your screen, Levy's out of the competition as it stands.
Which is crazy to say. Long ball into the box, it's a hand on it from Donnarumma, who puts it back into the danger area.
And he won't stop with those player locks, with the attacks. I mean, as we remind people at home, this is a 9 minutes half match, so I mean, we still have loads of minutes ahead. But that's a great start for Jaden at the moment.
It's a brilliant start for him, Levy. Looking to correct one of his own attacks now, 12 minutes in.
Nice tackle. Oh, this is dangerous. Is he going to be direct? Taking short? With Toni Kroos, it has to be direct.
Let's see what we can see from here on the edge of the box. Didier Drogba's over it. He misses it. Toni Kroos might go for the direct shot. He does! Parried away for a corner. And we know where this one could be ending up. Number 11, Didier Drogba. Known for so many special Champions League nights. Can he do it here on the eChampions League stage? 2 hands punched away, back to R9, it will fall, chance still alive, Toni Kroos. Of course, finds himself in another UEFA Champions League grand final in real life, has had the continuous upgrade on his road to the knockout item. Mbappe's not going to do great in the air there, and it's a chance to play away again. I'm really keen as well, as much as we can, to keep an eye on that Jesus Andoni game, because of course on that one, there's also implications there. We know Jesus is already on his way through regardless of what happens. Offside there for Brighton of Albion. And possession changes backhand again for Levy.
But as we know, Jesus likes to score a lot of goals. He also concedes a lot of goals. So right now it's a 0-0 situation, but it's not going to be a 0-0 situation.
Well, he said he likes to score a lot of goals, Gravison. Jesus is leading 2-1. Andoni has got a goal in that game. And again, it will continue to mix up the table. Remember, there is a world if Andoni loses, and by quite a few goals, and these two were to draw. Look at that.
Look at that.
That is how you want a round 5 to potentially conclude. Jesus, as we know, already going through, regardless if he wins, draws or loses this game.
The thing is, right now, Andoni is through because of goals scored. Because on the head-to-head, he's losing because he lost against Levy 3-1. But he did score more goals in general in the whole competition, so that's why
he's only scored 9, I believe. With that goal going in, Gravison, I think it's only 9 goals that we've actually seen up to this point. Chance around the goalkeeper. That's brilliant composure from Levy de Deer. Ajax back in the tie.
I mean, that was a brilliant driven pass into a striker. The way he just ball rolled the keeper without thinking too much, because he had all the time in the world to do pretty much what he wanted to do. He could have went. I mean, let's just look it back. Modric with a beautiful driven pass. The offside trap, the manually was a little bit late, and then he decided to ball roll. He could have maybe shot cancelled the keeper. He could have finessed it as well, but he decided to go for the ball roll, and it worked out. 1-1.
We said about goals scored there. Andoni's scored 9 now in total. That's the same as Levy. I mean, it's not been the biggest goal scorer, but it could play a big part for him. Let's have a little look here. Then this is the table as it stands now. Levy then comes back in. Jaden's there as well.
Poor defense.
The draw, well, that you might not know, might be one of the best results for both of them. Switches all the way across, finds Cafu. There's it lofted in the air, and Donnarumma should get 2 hands on that.
For the people at home watching this is not like a random cross that Cafu does. Cafu has the whip cross playstyle plus, and that potential cross into Didier Drogba with the aerial plus can be unstoppable, as we saw in the, for example, in the La Liga with Tuga.
Speaking of La Liga FC Pro, Gravison, that was time right. Real Valladolid lead by a goal to nil. Neat there, as we know, already through, but they want to try and top the table.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. Joao Cancelo, the USL item, also has the whip cross. That's why the cross is made perfectly into Didier Drogba, and that's why you should rely on the playstyles.
Is that a must-have for a fullback?
Probably, yeah, because Cafu has it, Cancelo has it. I mean, in my opinion, yeah, it is.
Especially when you've got many aerial plus options, maybe not in these teams and restrictions. Composure there from Company, does get the ball back again, and Mbappe will weave around 3 or 4 Brighton shirts, and it's a horrible heavy touch.
That's a poor touch, yeah. That's a poor touch, but we have to remind people at home that Neat and Ekman are also playing for the chance to top the group. So a lot of stuff happening at the moment here in the stage.
We've also got Tex in action against Montaxa. Again, Tex out of the tournament. He has to play, obviously, his final group game. Montaxa would also love the opportunity to potentially top the group as well. I spoke to Obra, who is coaching Montaxa. Look, we are through, but to win and top the group is so important for us, because if you do, you go straight through to the round of 16 next week. You don't have to play the playoff round, which 8 other players will have to do in the top 24.
I also asked O'Brien if he wanted to come and commentate. He told me he had to catch an early flight on Sunday, but next week, he'll be commentating with us, because he'll be catching the flight on a Monday.
Nice.
Thank you, O'Brien.
I like that, Gravison. You're always thinking ahead. You're booking in future people to come and steal our jobs.
Yeah, that's me.
What a trip it would be for the Italian. He might not be in the Champions League, Oberon, but regardless of it, he'll be over the moon to see his friend in the top 16. Nice couple of step overs from Jayden. He does go back in again for more.
He stopped with L1 to try to do the speed push with a step over. It was really good, but it wasn't quick enough. But now Levy making mistakes in the build-up. And we hear Andoni roaring. What happened over there?
Goal by the sounds of it from Andoni, with a huge vamos. I mean, we have to speak about him. If he was to go through after a really terrible start to the season, if we're being honest, Gravison, in the La Liga FC Pro, after winning the Cup last year, he didn't qualify for the Cup. He didn't qualify for the league finals. You could argue it's probably one of his worst seasons so far. For him to turn it around 2 or 3 months later and to be going through to the knockouts of an eChampions League will just go to show the hard work that he's been putting in.
It could happen, and as it stands, if Andoni's drawing or winning the game, I think Jayden is out of the competition.
Well, we'll hear what that goal has done. We'll see the goal first, and then we'll look at the table. And in time of 1 minute, Didier Drogba just shifting the ball onto his left boot. Puts him 3-2 up. We've had 5 goals in that game. And as always, it just continues to be unpredictable as ever here in the eChampions League. This is Group A. Neat currently top of the table. Montaxa on 7. I believe that's a drawing scenario as it currently stands against Tex.
You're correct, yeah.
And in Group B, we'll give you the lowdown as soon as we can. Drogba with a knockdown into our 9. Company's on the floor. Referee says that's not a free kick. And Levy will say, OK, we'll just go and grab a goal.
Wow, that's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow, because in just a moment, Andoni scores, Levy scores, and now you have a mountain to climb, because he has to score a couple of goals to come back and be alive in this competition. And that's why Didier Drogba is used in pretty much every single team apart from the Andreas one, because he'll just win those aerial plus headers.
No one's challenging him, is not they? No single player on the pitch is challenging him other than Drogba on the opposite side of the pitch. I mean, we can't confirm with that scenario now. He would be Jesus Andoni and Levy de Vere going through to the knockout stages. Andreas and Jayden will be falling out of the tournament. Step over exit. Allows for a couple more ball rolls to come in as Barcelona's very own Pedri.
Nice player lock.
A couple of player locks. Oh, took all the time in the world, faked to go to drop, but went all the way instead to Mbappe. And a 2-goal cushion before half-time. Exactly what he needs.
Oh, qué golazo. That was beautiful FC play there. Not only because of the cutback, because of this twisting and turning, and as you can see right now, the player lock fake and the passing to Mbappe. I mean, I'm telling you, for the people watching at home, the player lock fake is really, really, really hard thing to do. Levy has managed to master it. And that's a brilliant goal, 3-1.
Equaliser over here by the looks of it, 48 minutes on the clock. It's only just started the second half.
Hazards, again, 3-3. And some people at home watching this might recognize that camera. It's the classic one, which was used a long time ago, I think.
I still use classic.
You still use that?
I love it.
I'm pretty sure you are the only people, both Hazards and you, the only people in the whole venue that still use that camera.
He won the Syria. I definitely didn't, but we've got something in common there at least. Hazards, keep up, mate. Love the classic camera. Keep it up, mate. What do you use?
I use now
Telebroadcast?
Telebroadcast, yeah. But the default one, I'm happy with it. Nidis is currently winning 3-0 against Ekman. He's winning comfortably. He has to defend this chance. And he's top in the group because, as Brandon mentioned a little while ago, Tex is at the moment drawing against Montaxer. That leaves him that gives him the lead. But yeah, the goals.
Just on the player lot conversation, Gravis, and obviously a lot of people at home that tune into these streams as well to learn and improve their gameplay. People often overthink the player lock and think it's so hard and so confusing. It's not that hard, and especially you don't always click the player lock or use player locks to pass the ball. You just use it as a bit of a decoy.
A decoy, yeah, for sure, because you're expecting. The thing is, when the player lock gets activated, you expect a pass to go through. So the thing is, your opponent can switch, so you start covering a possible driven pass into the striker, a possible driven pass into the other striker, a possible cross. You start defending a lot of things, and sometimes if it's a decoy, you're gonna get a chance to defend. Whoa!
This could be even worse. This could be 4-0 before half-time. Keepers come running, and Donnarumma was left in no man's land there. That was a goal that he didn't need to concede before half-time because it just makes matters so much worse.
I mean, Drogba is not missing that any day of the week, because with those finishing stats, 98 finishing, that's going in. He decided to go with the outside foot. It went in, and now Ekman is in a tough position to try to come back in the second half, because as we can see, he's frustrated at the moment. If we look at this camera, Nid seems to be flowing. He seems to be comfortable. I know they are two players that usually train a lot back at home. They are really good attacking players, both of them. And sometimes when you just start conceding goals, you are 4-0 down. It seems like you have a mountain to climb.
Well, things got worse over here for Brighton of Albion. Jaden gives away a penalty. And then Levy David steps up with Didier Drogba from the spot. Trademark Drogba in a Champions League game. From the spot, being reliable as ever, 4-1. And for Jaden now, he does not look promising that Brighton of Albion will be.
For me, the biggest mistake from Jaden was the way he conceded a goal with nearly the end of the first half, and he had the chance to try to build up and try to score a goal. He lost possession, conceded the 3-1, and that nearly destroyed his confidence, because it's a tough pill to swallow again.
Well, 10 minutes since the restart of the second half, a new voice joins us in the commentary booth. Casey, welcome back again. I mean, for Brighton of Albion, it looks like it could be the end of the road.
Yeah, it is not looking like a good situation here for Jaden. And it's unfortunate because if you look at some of his last score lines, he had a lot of very close matches. 2 of those ending 4-3. We had a 90-minute goal there to make him lose one of those games against Andoni. And I don't know, if he's looking back at this, I had a quick chat with him over there. He's just not happy with how all of the games ended up shaking out. He said he's put in a lot of work to get here, and it just hasn't been enough.
Especially in the form we saw Grabs in the Premier League, didn't we? From Brighton of Albion as well. Could be even worse now, as Levy looks to add a 5th onto the tally. Pause is cute. Camera settings, Casey. What camera settings do you use?
I use co-op.
Not classic?
Not classic. It's got to be co-op.
No one uses classic. Come on, people at the chat.
Let us know in the chat what camera angle you use as well at home. Does anyone else use classic? Please, just not me and Hezzers. must be one more person out there that's realised you can't change your camera. Into the pause menu we shall go now. Couple of words coming on from both of these players. It's 3 goals needed.
I want to ask you a question, Casey, because you had the chance to talk to Levy. How did he feel?
I'll be honest. I think he's a bit worried. You could sense that it could go either way for him. And it's crazy because he could get that top spot potentially, or he could drop completely out of it. And we're sitting in a situation which is very different from FC Pro, which he was pretty dominant in. He was very, very confident. And it's not exactly the same Levy that we're seeing. I asked him before, I was like, emotional roller coaster? And he's like, that's an understatement. So it's been a tough road for him, but he's definitely still in it, and he's doing very, very well against Jaden.
I guess in a way, this is eChampions League group stage. I mean, it's a roller coaster. I mean, you could be winning the first 2 games as Nid did, then you're losing against Monstaxer, and it seemed like you were going to top the group, now you're fighting for your life. Anything can happen, really.
Well, it's like he heard us, because Levy's just scored another goal in this game. I think the one thing about Levy's results which has surprised me the most is he's probably lost the game he didn't think he would lose against Andreas, and then he's done some crazy things today, such as being 4-0 down to Hezzers in 30 minutes, then pulling that game back, and he was right to say, Casey, for him that was probably a win.
Yeah, that definitely feels like a win because Hezzers has been so dominant with all of his competition here today. But he's been all over the place, and I think that this is the type of win that will propel him once he does go into the next stage. At least he's ending on a good win here.
Well, as the goals are going in, the groups are pretty much lining up perfectly. Into R9 for Jaden. And there is a goal back, and there is 27 minutes for 3 goals.
I mean, he has to at least score 3 goals to kind of look for the position to draw the game, and then pray that Hezzers is playing well and scoring goals with that classic camera, because if not, he's not depending on himself, really.
Yeah. He's able to laugh and joke about it now that he has got into the back of the net. We can, as soon as we can, we'll give you the tables as they stand for both groups of who will be going straight through to the round of 16. 8 players will be there by the end of play tomorrow. CJM in the chat saying, what are the squad limits, Gravison? May you take it away, the squad restrictions?
So it's 15 million budget, 3 maximum icons, and USL players. So a lot of good options, really, because you have Mbappe, because you have Modric, you have Pedri, you have Toni Kroos. But the icons, that's where the talk comes in.
Whipped in deep. There's Didier Drogba. And speaking of icons, he has been the main man.
Absolutely. I think that he is just so dominant in the air with that aerial plus play style. And at the end of the day, you can trust him to slot it in the back of the net if you are sending it in for a cross. And he's just been so fantastic. I know we've seen a lot of that from Haaland, but Drogba has stepped into that position as probably the most trustworthy person on the pitch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially with the play styles. The aerial plus, again, the whipped cross, the play style coming in from Cafu as well. And again, it's not really an answer to that.
Another chance coming in for Jaden. He tries to pull it back. Let's leave this game if we can. We can see Levy's running away with it. That's 6-2 up. Jaden, fancy, step over inside, goes down to ground. Referee waves that one away. It's all a bit frantic. We can go to Hezzers and see what's been happening in his game against Andoni. We can confirm Hezzers is already on his way through. Andoni looks to also be through. And Levy de Veer from this difficult Group B. But there has been a goal, and it's Andoni that's finding form late on. 4.5 minutes left in the game. That's not a full-time result yet. As soon as it is, we'll let you know. But Andoni being top of the table.
I mean, anything can happen here. As we can see, another great goal by R9. But yeah, it seemed like at the start of the day, Andoni wasn't feeling good at all. He wasn't playing good at all. But again, his last competition was, I think, in February, playing the regular format of La Liga FC Pro. So sometimes it just takes a couple of games to feel it, really. And I mean, he's just winning Hazards, which is arguably one of the best players in the competition as well. And that's a really tough situation for Jaden, because I think it was in the first 40 minutes of the game, he was through. But now it's just 10 minutes passed by, and now you're 5 goals behind, and Andoni's leading the game as well, and it seems like everything crumbled.
Yeah, it's interesting, Grab. You mentioned that all the leagues take place at different times, and there are some down periods for a lot of these players' seasons, and it's interesting how it affects everyone throughout the way. You have to really stay on the entire year. You can never let up. Constant practice, constant friendlies to be ready for a competition like this.
Just to add on to that as well, Levy, from potentially being in that bottom 2 at the start of the game, is now going to be topping the group. He will be on his way for a fast-track ticket to the round of 16, which means he won't have to play in the first round of action next weekend. He will be able to put his feet up and wait to find out who will be joining him through, and that's just come from this performance here. And this huge swing. Even with that goal conceded, his goal difference is just too strong, Casey.
It is, and unfortunate for Jaden here, because I do feel like he could have played a little bit better, but Levy is just too strong in the final stages of this game. He's been absolutely dominant here.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for Jaden, because he has played well, but I don't think he has competed well enough, because he had the chance to close up the game against Andoni. He didn't manage to do that, and when you not only drop points, but you give points to a direct opponent, it's a tough situation again. But
my surprise is Gravison in this group has been Andoni. Just from, I didn't expect this ending to the group stage after what's not been a strong season from.
Nope.
He's turned it around at the perfect time, and he's finding form. What isn't to be a bit of what's happening here. We've just scored 2 goals in 2 minutes. I'd like to say Levy's not going to throw this game away. There is 9 minutes left in it, but Andoni for me, surprise package in Group B, and then Ekman, the surprise package in Group A as well.
For sure, I mean, he did beat Tex, I think it was 5-2, which is a really convincing result. And then he found himself with 7 points out of 9 possible, which is a lot.
Which is great as well for Ekman, because he played in last year's competition, got grouped, come back this year, he won the Belgium League on the way through. Perfect time for form, we said about that.
What do you guys think, though? His first game was against Tex. He comes off of a massive victory there. Do you think that's what propelled him to go through? Because beating someone like Tex can give you the type of confidence to go throughout the entire competition.
Probably. I think I agree with you, Casey, because in those situations when especially when you got grouped last year, and now you're playing against Tex, players who you're supposed to be losing, and not only losing comfortably, and then you beat him 5-2, it seems like then in just 20 minutes, everything changed. So I think we all expected Neat, Montaxer, and Tex to go through, but still, this is competition. Anything can happen. And I think Ekman in the regular format in his domestic league, I think he did have like 40 points, something like that, which was crazy. So he's been pushing every single year. He's been grinding. He's been playing good in the regular format.
Well, hugs all round. Sorry to interrupt, Gravison from Atletico Madrid. They know they've done enough to go through. Andoni beats Hezers and then stops Hezers from topping Group B, which means he's going to have to play an extra round next weekend. Levy David, from sitting in the bottom 2 at the start of this game, because of how results were going in other games, is now going to top this group on goal difference. And he might be on for another.
All right, guys, I'll let you finish out this match. See you soon.
See you. Thank you, Casey.
Last 2 minutes for Levy to conclude a really successful Group B. We'll give you the lowdown on Group A as well. Well, who looks to have concluded that one? I know people have been asking for Montaxa against Tex on stream, but as we said, Tex is out of the tournament. Montaxa's already through. It's not got too much weight on the game. That's why we haven't brought it to you. But for Levy, Casey said it as well, speaking about momentum, he'll want to be playing knockout games now.
Anything can happen in an FC match, especially in those minutes. That's a triple draw. Levy, Andoni, Hessers finish up with 7 points, the three of them.
What a group. What a Group B. Concluded now officially. Levy tops it of Ajax. And it seems like the confidence...
No, he asked Andoni, did you go through? Yeah. Oh, congrats, man.
People across the stage. It seems like the confidence from Ajax is oozing out, though, is what I wanted to say, because PA Jin is also 3 from 3 as well. Ajax, 2 players, guaranteed to be through to the knockouts.
I mean, it's just the level of competition of the domestic league that it is. I mean, FC Pro, they proved it in their domestic league, they proved it, but now they come here in Champions League, they prove it again. I mean, the level of work, of commitment, of everything, it just pays off.
He was doing an interview as well with Casey, and he was like, he couldn't even remember who he played in his games. In what was a really mixy-matchy couple of games for him, a win, a draw, a loss. Ends the day so strong. As we said, Levy top in the group. Congratulations to him. Let's go and conclude our last game in Group A, and then we'll confirm there who has topped that group as well. It's Ekman against Neat. What's the lowdown here? We know that Neat was running away with the time.
Wow.
And he really is running away with it. There's been a couple of highlights in the game. Ekman got a goal back there. That made it 7-3, and now this is it live.
And if we could get the group standing at the moment, I would like to see the amount of goals scored by Neat, because it has to be a lot. I mean, he scored 8 goals in his first match of the day. He's scoring 7 goals now. 23 goals he scored. Come on. Wow.
He could be on for another one. 24? Maybe not. As it stands, Neat is also top in the group. He'll be going through to the round of 16 without playing the extra playoff match. And to add on to your point, Gravison, 8-1 win against JP Slater. A 6-4 win against Tex. And then losing to Montaxa earlier today, coming back flying. Here's the standing of Real Valladolid, who feels like he's got a point to prove. It seems like he's so consistent at the eChampions League. The last 2 times he's played it, he's finished in the top 6 of the competition. He might be going one step further if he plays well next weekend. Also, he's going to be in the top 24, guaranteed top 16. Big performance from Real Valladolid's name.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's not playing in the World Championship this year. It's his last tournament, so after 2 consecutive top 6, it feels like it's his year. Yeah, yes, my man. You went through as the top of the table. And Neat and Real Valladolid tops the group and goes through to the next round of brackets.
In case you missed that off screen, Neat looked at Gravison and was like, am I through? Am I top of the table? Yeah, you're top of the table, and you've scored the most goals I think we've seen from any player. 23 of them he has scored. Congratulations to Neat and Levy. They're already in the round of 16. And again, for our other players, they have to play a playoff round next weekend. 3 go through from each group, and we're moving through the groups. There's 8 groups in total, 2 groups concluded so far.
That's a beautiful image of Andoni hugging Neat, both qualifying to the knockouts. And I mean, Spain wasn't having a great FC year this year, with only Hidalgo playing in FC Pro, and I think we were struggling in the international competition. But now Andoni going through, Neat going through as well, but not only going through, but top in the group. Let's see what Nacho does tomorrow, because it seems like Spain is back at top.
Great to see as well for Neat, because for a period of time he was dominant in the La Liga FC Pro. He won it 2 years in a row, but we always had question marks over him in the international sort of competitions that we saw from him. He looks like this could be the year for him to have a really good run.
I mean, the job's not done. The job's not done. So let's see what happens, and let's see what Andoni has to bring to the table, because he's over at the desk joined by the guys.
Thanks, Grav. Yeah, let's get a word from Andoni, because heading into that last round, it was all to play for. Lots of players, 3 players were on 4 points there. You were going up against Jesus, who was topping the table with 7th. How did you approach that one, knowing it was all to play for?
Estabas en una posición muy complicada, 3 jugadores estaban con los mismos puntos. ¿Cómo ibas a jugar contra Jesús? ¿Cómo ha sido?
Iba a ir a por la victoria, quería quedar primero de grupo. Sabía que si ganaba de más de 2 goles y además Levi pues no ganaba, iba a quedar yo primero. Pero bueno, Levi ha ganado al final y no ha podido ser el primer puesto, pero la clasificación como segundo que sale a gloria.
So I wanted to win, so I knew that I needed to at least score 2 goals. I would have preferred to be top of the tier, but I know it's just like being second is still very good.
It's not been a great year for Spanish FC on the global stage. How important was it for you to get through? And also, Neat, I saw you very happy with him, both to go through straight into the knockouts.
Ha sido un año no muy bueno para los jugadores españoles en FC. ¿Cómo ha sido para ti saber que tú pasabas y también que pasaba Neat?
Pues son muy buenas noticias para la comunidad española. Tenemos muy buenos jugadores, de los mejores. Pero por una razón o por otra, es verdad que estos 2 últimos años hemos bajado un poco el nivel internacionalmente, pero bueno, ha llegado este torneo, hemos podido demostrar y ahora queda la fase final.
It's true that it's been a little bit just like a rough patch for Spanish players, but we do have very, very good players, and we've managed to finally prove that we're doing very well.
Well, we will see you next week, of course. Let's, though, look at the MasterCard moment of the match because it comes from your match. It is your winning goal as well against Jesus. So let's bring that up for you to enjoy now as well. You can watch it again and Richard will talk through it for you to enjoy it.
Yeah, so this was the best play of the game, that flick-on header. You can see the score in the top left as well. This was the final dagger, dinked across the box, a simple finish. I want to ask you about Drogba. How important is he in these teams, Didier Drogba?
Creo que es el jugador más importante. El aerial que tiene de play style es descomunal, gana todos los balones por arriba y si no lo tienes creo que juegas con una gran desventaja.
I think he's the best player, and it's just like you got big advantage if you play aerial with him, and so he's a very good one.
Andoni, you've also been around the scene for so many years now. You were here back in 2019, the first edition as well. For you, what makes the eChampions League the one that you want to win at?
Llevas muchos años en el circuito desde el año 2019. ¿Por qué lo hace tan importante? ¿Por qué quieres ganarlo?
Porque los últimos torneos presenciales no he estado al nivel, me ha faltado demostrar cómo entrenaba y hoy por fin, después del primer partido que jugaba mal, he podido jugar como yo sé y gracias a eso pues hemos podido clasificar.
Lately I was not proving myself very well. It's been like not very good in my last tournaments in person, but finally I came here. I could prove that I'm going to make it.
Absolutely. Well, we will see you next week. In second, you have got a long way to go, so it's so lovely to see you back to playing where we know you should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's look, shall we, at Group B as well, because it did go down to the wire, didn't it, Rich? Just tell everyone. I think they can see. 7-7-7. You couldn't read that.
It all came down to that final game. I mean, Andreas was in there, sort of. If results would have gone his way, he had a chance to potentially sneak through. He wasn't playing in that last round. Jaden will be disappointed because it was in his hands, that game between Levy and Jaden. Whoever wins goes through. And I think when you look at that table, it was sort of a toss-up for me. I had a good feeling that Levy and Jesus would go through. And I think the third spot was up for grabs. Would it be Andoni? Would it be Jaden? Andoni just showing that a little bit more, I think LAN experience is a good way of putting it. He's been at a big event before and he's got over the line. And I think that is sort of the clutch factor coming in for him. Because as he said, he's not had a great season, but he could end it on top with that trophy.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a quick look back at Group A as well. We know which players were going home. They exited, didn't they, after round 4 there, but this is how it ended. So Neat, he secures qualification to not have to play the extra round, doesn't he, next week when we get to the knockouts. And then Montaxa and Ekman, they're your top 3.
Really, really impressed with Montaxa and Ekman. I think Montaxa, we knew what to expect after the E-League victory. But Ekman, he's sort of that unknown package coming into this group. And the big shock, if you are just joining us, Tex eliminated 2 points. A real disappointing day at the office for Manchester City and Tex. Neat flying. He looks a real player at the minute. Had the chance to watch him in Barcelona at the E-Liga FC Pro, and I think he played well, but just couldn't get over the line into that grand final, losing out in the semis. it looks like he's got that sort of bit between his teeth, and he really fancies this tournament.
And the round of 16 is just a trump card, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That he gets to play as well. He gets to sit and watch out their round before they get to play next week. Come and join us for that. But one more round still to come here this evening, and that's on the way after the break. But during the break, we're going to leave you to learn a little bit more about the geography of some of our players with Turkish Airlines and widen your world.
It's most of the year like 30 plus degrees or something. You can be on the beach.
My city is the same city than Lionel Messi.
It is really near to the Baltic Sea.
The weather is so good.
One of the biggest city in Italy.
Bellissima, piena di sole, mare.
Quite busy. We have beer.
Si mangia molto bene.
Everybody knows everybody. Like when you go to the shop, you always talk to everybody. You know everyone.
The people are nice. Food is nice.
It's a big city.
Soy de un pueblo costero de unos 35.000 habitantes.
Lots of different type of people live there. Lots of country roads.
There's a lot of beaches, sands, fish and chip shops, and more fish and chip shops.
Es una ciudad muy turística, van muchos turistas, sobre todo en verano.
I'm from Tel Aviv.
Rosario.
I am from Palanga, a small city in Lithuania.
I'm born in Amsterdam.
Vengo da Napoli.
Naples.
I'm from Glasgow.
I'm from a small town in Norway called Sukindal.
Soy de Cambridge.
I'm from La Spezia.
I'm from Mullingar in Ireland.
Yo soy de Málaga.
I'm Mechelen in Belgium.
I am from Dawlish.
Dog.
Yeah, there you go.
Ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi. Go on, Jack. Sonny! Saved by Leah Williamson. Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
PlayStation
guys, welcome back. One more round of matches for you to enjoy. This time it comes from C and D. Round 5 for them here at the groups of the eChampions League. Casey, Group C, 4 players can still go through. Group D is pretty much signed, sealed, delivered. It's just down to where they'll finish in terms of orders. Okay, let's get into Group C then. Yilmaz, defending champion, we'd expect him to go through. Where he finishes, still yet to be decided. The interesting one is Bonanno. He's taking on Feldman, isn't he?
He is, and honestly, any 3 of those players, Feldman, Bonanno, or Virgil, could take those 2 and 3 spots. But it's interesting because they're both playing each other, Feldman and Bonanno, so this is a massive game for the 2 of them. They're both on the same amount of points, 6 points. Only goal difference separates them.
Virgil, though, can he cause an upset over Yilmaz?
He could.
Pause there, Case. I loved it.
He definitely could. Do I see it happening? I'm not sure, but it is possible.
Again, top 3 players, they were who you predicted to go through to the knockouts next week, am I right?
It is, yes. That is exactly who I predicted.
Okay, well, Casey's got those predictions right. Let's see if it ends up like that after this. This is Group D then. PH's in. We spoke to him a little bit earlier. He's moved, hasn't he, over to Europe to be part of this competition, and it's going swimmingly for him so far.
It is. I think that PH's should be very, very happy with his performance. It has been consistent throughout this entire competition. But looking at the rest of this group, it is kind of locked in at this point. Unfortunate for Mark and Jorwin, they cannot go through to the next round. But for ISO Power and Danny Pitbull, they're looking to get a better seed in these last couple of matches. And you know what? I'm actually pleasantly surprised by ISO Power. I feel like a lot of people may have counted him out, but he's sitting in that second spot and looking pretty good.
I spoke to PH in earlier, though, and he said, kind of, I can do it all. With that in mind, what does ISO Power have to do when he goes up against someone so confident?
I mean, you have to go outside of the box, be creative, because going against someone that has that type of mentality is almost impossible.
I asked him what his weakness was, and he couldn't really give me an answer, which to me says he has none. So let's see exactly how this plays out. Round 5, C&D coming your way. Bonanno there. He's taking on Roe Feltman. That's one of our feature matchups for you to enjoy. And then PH Zin. He is taking on second place ISO Power. Will one of them change positions and top the group? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Casey there. I mean, look, these groups you could argue are nearly done, but there is a storyline here that we could be seeing our first 2 players win every single game in the Champions League so far. PAG could do that. And of course, Emre Yilmaz, defending Champions League, could do that. Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa joining me in the commentary booth for this one. It's a bit of a treat, isn't it, the 3 of us here?
It is. I just caught eyes with Roy Feldman. He just looked at me and started laughing. So he's clearly in good spirits ahead of this game.
Well, look, the only issue, as we said it in Group C, there is a conversation where Virgil could go through, but you need a big goal swing against Emre Yilmaz, who is unbeaten and scored 16 goals, only conceded 6.
Yeah, not only that, but you're going to need the result of Roy Feldman or Matthias to fall in your favour as well.
It's not going to happen.
I don't think it will happen, I'll be honest.
It could.
I don't see Emre losing. I'll be honest, I just don't see him losing.
I think Emre, he's looking to solidify himself as that guy right now. We saw it in the FC Pro Open. We're underway, actually, in this matchup between PHN and ISO Power. We've not seen a lot of ISO Power, I've got to say. He's 1-0 up at the moment, 2 minutes into this game.
We're going to see a lot more of him now, Rich.
This is the highlights. This is live.
Well, just building on what the conversations were at the desk about ISO Power. I mean, look, he's always there in terms of tournaments across the last 5-6 years. But in this group, I have to be honest with you, if we can see the group in a second, I'm really disappointed with Mark LDW's performance, because we were out in Germany not that long ago. He had a top 4 in that competition. He's not been in the races at all. 1 point from 9.
We were kicking back and watching Mark LDW do his thing. ISO Power is 2-0 up inside 6 minutes.
If ISO Power wins, right?
Yep.
By 4 goals against PSG, he tops the group. You never know.
Doable.
It's doable. He's up by 2 already at, what, 5 minutes in? Not even.
Yeah.
Ball in behind here. Pedri played in. Goalkeeper movement, thought there was a cross coming in.
There's one to cross too.
Yeah.
PHN, I mean, he's through. Has he just taken his mind out of the game?
I wouldn't associate that with PHN. He's a model professional. He always tries to play his 100% in every game. He's just been caught off guard.
You must have played against ISO Power back in the day.
No, never played. Different consoles, never played him.
Wow. But they just stumbled across each other.
Yeah, no, he's someone that I've respected over the years, though, and it's good to see him doing well at LAN again.
Does it give you a bit of hope?
I wouldn't say so.
PH in, as we said, unbeaten so far today. He's about to get himself a goal back in this one. The FC Pro Open champion, Eredivisie champion. Ooh. Peel around the corner. Donnarumma comes out flying and he's offside. Crazy to think, though, this is PH's first ever eChampions League. I mean, look, it's the first year that he's made the huge commitment to come over and live in Europe full time.
Well, I know we talk a lot about PH as well, but I mean, we talk about his career, so to say. Started online, for the most part. That's where he really rose to fame and rose to prominence. Drogba with a green time finish puts him 2-1. And then from that, I think South America sort of the nations tournaments really put him on the global map.
Exactly.
With Brazil.
Yep.
And then I think when you are in South America, got there in the end, European players, they look at you from afar, but because you're not playing against them in qualifiers and week in, week out, they don't really see what you're about.
Yeah.
He's come to Europe and dominated. Someone similar who came to Europe and dominated is Matias Bonano from Argentina, and with that result puts him on 9 points. A 7-goal swing would put him top of the table.
He needs a few goals, doesn't he, if he wants to top the table, but after losing his first game, he'll be happy just to be in this situation.
So Virgil needs an 8-goal swing. So he needs Bonano to beat Feldman, probably by 5.
Yeah,
and then he has to win against
I just think it came down to that game between Virgil and Bonano. As I said, I just felt the winner between that game advances. I just don't see, just because of the goal difference, I don't see how both make it through from that previous game. I think Matias winning that game definitely cemented his spot into the knockouts.
Bonano on for a second, potentially. So Modric just about hanging on to that steal. Mbappe will spin Gvardiol only for so long. Roy Feldman, though, seems like he always plays well in the Champions League. It's his third time in the Champions League again. Was 1 game off. Obviously finding himself potentially at the biggest tournament of the season. Fell just a hurdle before the big matches in Cologne, Germany for the virtual Bundesliga. Finds himself 1-0 down over here. If we can jump back to PH in against Izzo Power, see what the latest is over there as Izzo Power continued his dominance all the way from centre back. What's he doing there? Tries to Trevella into the back of the net.
Got a couple of goals today. Did Joxel Gvardiol fancies it on the virtual pitch as well, in at left back, strutting his stuff.
Back to this one now, Fenerbahce. Izzo Power went 2-0 up in 8 minutes. As he on for a third, Drogba with a flick on the volley.
Oh my goodness.
Andrea Pirlo just off balance and off target.
It's got to go in.
Yeah, thought I was going to find the back of the net to restore his 2-goal lead.
You see, I think those 2 Real Madrid midfielders, Kroos and Modric, just give you so much stability in the middle of the park. Henry on the finesse, top bins, 2-2.
Nearly hyped that we had about PAG maybe throwing away his unbeaten streak. We can forget about that one. There's 21 minutes on the clock. Andrea Pirlo.
It's an unfortunate bounce through.
Yeah, but he does well to set up for the finesse shot, cutting inside. You'd think it would be obvious, but it just seems that a lot of players don't really mark for the finesse shots from those angles anyway.
I think with the playstyle pluses, it enables you, like, if you had a completely unlocked account, you could put probably 4 or 5 finesse shot plus players in the final third, and that could be your playstyle.
Yeah.
Like, you just play around the finesses. You could put 3 or 4 big aerial plus players on the pitch and play around the knockdowns.
We saw earlier on with Tex as well, even in previous competitions, domestically, Premier League, he sort of played for the finesse shot. A lot of people got caught off guard because it's not something you'd associate with Tex. Maybe he's more intricate.
KDB, right?
Yeah,
as well.
Exactly.
Unreal.
Just finesse shots from deep, and it gave him a lot of success.
While we're talking about play styles, let us know in the chat, what's your favourite play style right now in FC 24? What's yours, Ryan?
Technical plus.
I know what yours is, Rich.
Go on.
Does it give him the P?
Let us know. I actually like Bruiser.
You always say on broadcast, but I bet you don't like it. Cancelo might try one of those whip crosses. Mbappe, PH in. Ooh.
Once again, let us know in that chat your favourite play style in the game.
We might even feature you on broadcast as well if you get involved in the conversation.
Dookie, Dogwater, slide tackle, have it lad. Big fan of that. ISO Power back in front.
Is he your mate?
He's not, but he sounds like he would be.
There's a Power back in front from this goal here, Mbappe. Maybe trying to look for Drogba originally, but it finally got through there, Pedro.
A lot of fans as well, a lot of Fenerbahce fans in the chat, giving their best for ISO Power, and that's how the table stands right now. Top of the table, 9 points apiece. PSG would go through on goal difference into that round of 16. Oh, slip, finesse plus. It's a solid one.
Yep.
I wonder how long it is before an aerial comes through.
Taz with the technical, he's on the,
he knows what's up.
The Ryan Pessoa terrain.
Yep. When we see a bruiser to support.
Yeah, Richard, quickly log into your Twitch. Like that finesse in it.
Anticipate.
Yep.
Nose ball.
Keep him coming through. Power shot. There's your mate Rich as well. Long throw. Give it a sec. Rich is actually in the Twitch chat now.
Pinged pass, I like that one. That's a low key one. Ping pass is great.
The conversation is always open. It's in a very open show here. We want you to be involved.
Drogba. That one deflected. Remember, this is our final game here in day one of the group stages. Tomorrow we'll be seeing 4 more groups in action. Some of those players include the likes of Umit, Manabir Shaw, 2 world champions in their own right. As we said, 6 players already confirmed, 6 more to come. Drogba, 1 more into Mbappe. It's end-to-end FC24 between these 2.
Space just opened up.
Wait, how did he find that space in the box?
I think I'd love to see the replay after this. I think ISO Power stepped out aggressively initially, just on the edge of the box there. The ball's here, he steps out or tries to read it with Vardio, gets nowhere near it, and he's just jockeying around the place. It's wide open.
Does he look a bit hesitant in that? I feel like he needs to be quite,
I think,
full on if he defended
he's
that.
okay to back off, but he backed off way too much. When you're jockeying that aggressively anyway, you can easily be caught off guard and move out of position.
Well, back will square 3-3. And this one is, I think there may have potentially been another goal between Rowie Feldman and Matthias Banana. There might be one here. Modric, 4-3. The first time he's led in the game, PH in from 2-0 down.
0 defence, just vibes.
Gets the ball with Modric.
I mean,
controlled sprint.
Where is he going defensively, ISO Power? I don't want to throw it on him right now, but he just let him walk through.
Yeah, pulled players out of possession, or out of position there, and it's cost him.
Arguably one of the most talented FC players in the world right now, who is a player feared amongst most. This is his first ever eChampions League, and he looks like he's topping the group and finding his way straight through to the round of 16 in next week's knockout stages.
Interesting you say the word feared there. When you were playing, were there anyone that you thought, oh, I don't fancy that, before you'd even kicked off? Because we always say, like, some players have that aura. PH feels like he's got the aura right now about him.
I wouldn't say scared. I don't think that's the right word. I think obviously you're cautious in the sense that you know how some people attack, how effective, especially with this year, let's say aerial plus play stuff, you know how important it is to cross the ball. You're playing against someone that crosses the ball, but it's also a possession player. You're thinking, all right, you need to be a bit more focused, because if he gets the lead, it's a long day, because you have to just chase it, and he can capitalize on the open space. But I think fear is a strong word. I wouldn't say fear.
Excited?
Sometimes. Depends who it's against.
Well, half time in this one. Let's see if we can jump across to another game. Briefly 2, which, no, in our luck, that I think she's gone into half time as well. So instead, let's go over to Emre Yilmaz and see how he's getting on. I mean, this is a tough one, isn't it, for Virgil, because we painted the picture that if he won this game, he'd be on 6 points. And the ifs, the buts, and the maybes of him potentially finding a way through. It would need a ridiculous goal swing, but for him, he'll be sitting there thinking, I've won the games that I need to win, but I just haven't scored enough goals.
He's winning the games that he probably actually didn't need to win.
Yeah,
the game that he needed to win was against Bonanno.
Yeah, exactly. That's the important game. As I said, I feel as if the winner just cemented their spot already into the knockouts.
This is live now as Emre Yilmaz looks to find that all-important second goal there. As it stands, it looks like PhD might be the only player that has won every single game in the group stages.
If we can, let's just have a look at that table to put it into perspective. So, yeah, he did 7 goals needed.
It's too much.
If we can, we'll go from this one into...
But there is a world as well, potentially with goal difference, that Bonanno could finish top.
Yeah.
Both on 9 points.
Yep.
Well, last time we saw that game, it was 1-0 Matthias Bonanno.
Oh, is he on?
Yeah.
Over to it. What is the keeper? Where are you gone? Keeper. Let's just said, Emre Yilmaz, there's an open goal. Go and have a goal.
That's a shocker. I don't know why you would pull your keeper out that far. He was never, ever going to get there, and he just leaves an open goal for Emre.
Yeah, I'm not... absolute no man's land. I can see a lot of people talking about the Mystery League in the chat as well. I can tell you that the Mystery League is not the Turkish League. Not the Turkish League. Bonanno 2-0 up.
2-0 up over here then, and so we left it at 1-0. Matthias Bonanno doubles his lead. Harry Feldman pretty fortunate that, because there is such a big goal swing that, and as he got his points earlier today, he would have done enough into R9. Needs to score that one. Donnarumma parries it away for a corner. Whipped in towards that back post.
Good keeper movement.
Easy pickings there. Back over here we go. Oh, there's no power. He's not given up in this game, has he? What game he's been showcased here of exactly what he's going through to the knockout stages. Back over to here we go again. It's another big save from Donnarumma as Roy Feldman still can't find a way through.
If you were to sum up sort of Bonanno's performance in the groups, how would you look at it?
Up and down. I think, in all honesty, I know he's made it through, but we both associate Matthias as one of the best players, not just in Europe, in the world. And I don't think he's hit those levels. Despite him, if he wins this game, it would be 9 points.
Yep.
I still believe he's played below his level.
I think
and that's crazy
slow
to say.
start.
Yeah, definitely a slow
Well, the Emre result were quite
and he almost
destructive.
He almost lost against Damascus. He was 2-1 down for a portion of that game as well. Ended up overcoming the deficit in the second half. But yeah, I would still say it's. I think he's got a couple gears to go up, and it'll be better to peak as the tournament goes on.
I think at the end of the day, as you said, the key thing, you're just through. You're through to next week. You're in the prize pot. Matthias Bonanno in for a third. Wins a corner. Let's see what he's offering from a set piece. It's quick. It's towards the front post. You know where it's going. Still hangs on to possession just about. Lofted back in is Vincent Kompany trying to challenge him through. Let's leave this game and go over here because there's been another goal here. It's a bit of a defensive wobble, and it's just a case of just shifting the ball onto the person that's next to you. 5-4. Let's join it live.
We're playing football head tennis in the box. Keep it up. That is also a big problem when Drogba's in there. Anything up in the air, he's always going to beat over the defender.
Yeah.
Even not in like an attacking area, just him winning the ball.
It's like a magnet, isn't it? Ball just comes to him every single time. Piaget looking for a 2-goal cushion. Didn't fancy Henry from there. Did fancy a Pirlo shot that was time green out for a corner. Depending on that Emre Yilmaz result, if he was to win this game, Piaget, he might be the only player that would have won every single group game. 12 points from 12. For the Brazilian, long ball over the top. Drogba does get round Vincent Kompany. Power shot.
See how quick he takes this set piece. It's taking a little bit of time. He's wanting to get it perfect. It's Drogba against Drogba.
Yeah, that's the only way to nullify him in the air against himself. Couldn't get that ball through there. Triggered the run with Henry.
Dispossessed, Mbappe. Play a lot not used. Just find the feet to Drogba. João Cancelo does enough. Still Fenerbahce. Looking for the fleet down, Mbappe. And it's Drogba just offside.
I've been really impressed with Gvardiol's attacking output. Pirlo to the byline, into Henry, twisting and turning in the box, waiting for an avenue to open.
Doesn't fancy a shot in the box with Toni Kroos. Instead, happy to use
a goal.
Cross into Drogba.
Oh,
huge block.
Gvardiol at the back of a huge block there. That would have been a certain goal. Pirlo on the finesse. High and wide over the bar. Emre Yilmaz. It's got 10 players on the pitch, but he's 3-2 up.
What a finish that is as well. Top corner.
I wonder what the red card was for.
I can only speculate. Drogba with an emphatic finish, finding the top corner. Back to this goal fest to end the day. Piaget and ISO power. Is this also a case of like both players sort of thinking we can take a little bit off it in terms of you can relax ever so slightly?
In a way, just because of how, at this stage now, because of how big the goal difference is for ISO Power to even try and get to #1 in this group. Piaget, for me, is a lock-in now. We know the game's ticked on, the goal difference is too much, even if the result didn't fall in his favour. He will be the only player as it stands. Well, actually, Emre Yilmaz did take the lead, but 4 wins out of 4.
Eredivisie on top.
Yep.
So far, we get to see Manu Bisciore tomorrow for PSV.
Fuma, 4-time French League champion in action. Nicolas, past eChampions League winner, back involved again. So many good players. 21 of them in action tomorrow across 4 more groups.
That's a 4th. Oh!
Drogba can head it in, but he can also do that.
Ooh.
Bicycle kick finish. Forget he's got 10 players on the field. He's the eChampions League winner for a reason. He's looking to defend his trophy once again this year. He will also look to go unbeaten in the group stage as Emre Yilmaz, Piaget in 4 games played. Looks like they're on the way for 4 wins each. I mean, as we've got a chance to recap the group stages today, biggest surprise?
Ooh.
Ekman?
Tex going
It
out.
has to be Tex going out. Surprising in terms of who's gone through.
You would probably say Ekman.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say because Ekman.
And Donny, after a really poor start to the season, coming through.
Yeah.
And I actually think my 2 surprises are 2 players not performing. Tex and Mark LDW. I thought Mark were really good when we watched him at the virtual Bundesliga not too long ago. Finished in a good position to solidify his eChampions League campaign, and he'll be really disappointed to fall at such an early hurdle. The first hurdle on your road to lifting the eChampions League for the 2024 season. We do it all again tomorrow.
You just see there in the background as well, Danny Pitbull of Juventus in a A game we haven't really spoke too much about because we know Danny Pitbull was already heading through to those knockout stages. I think you're right though, for Mark LDW. It just doesn't really add up from the form that we saw in the virtual Bundesliga.
Could be in here.
Has not been at the races at all. Matthias Bonanno is on for a fifth with Cafu.
Had to green that.
Well, he's fine in this form.
Big goal for Matthias Bonanno. Maybe just having a little look over his shoulder, seeing what the other results are. He's not aware I can finish top,
Yeah.
but I don't think there will be. Cafu green timed. Emphatic from the Argentine. Right, I'm going to leave you two chaps. I need to go and get myself ready. For some Manella.
Cheers, Rich.
We'll be joining Richard Buckley very soon to break down some of the best bits from today. Roy Feldman looking for anything more than a consolation, unfortunately. It's just too late into the game, but he's done enough to find his way through. Into Drogba, there's the consolation goal. It's too little too late in terms of a comeback, but look, he's through.
Yeah, exactly.
All eyes on next week.
Yeah, both players know that they can't finish top of the group. They've cemented their spots as second and third in Group C. And this goal came from Modric and Kroos just trying to find space to get to the attackers. It fell to Pirlo, to Drogba. Could have been blocked there, I'd say. But I know maybe slightly unfortunate there. And there was another goal. Emre Yilmaz did end up conceding one back, but he's with 10 men. Just look at the controlled sprint towards the byline. No one presses him. Keeper doesn't come close enough to Cafu, and then he puts the ball in the back of the net. Emre 5-3, 4 wins. It's looking like he's going to get.
And with 10 players on the pitch, Ron, he scored 3 goals still.
Yeah.
Hasn't phased him at all. PH in, Emre Yilmaz, both looking to go 4-0 without losing a single game in the group stages. Superb from the 2 players representing 2 clubs. What was the league that they represent from?
I can't quite remember, actually.
Is it the Dutch league? What do they call that?
League, yeah, the Eredivisie.
Eredivisie, Eredivisie.
Yeah, one of the 2, yeah.
That's the teams, isn't it? PSV and Ajax, of course, from that league. Ball over the top. Ramirez, Mbappe in a running race, can't get through. Last 4 in-game minutes. Openda comes on as not sure what position he's on the pitch. He'll certainly offer you pace as he always does, though, in any sort of promo in-game item that he gets. Looks like he's the fastest Belgian forward on the game. Are we in for an equaliser? What a game it's been. Step over exit, times it green. Donnarumma gets there. Meso Powers played superbly well in this game, Ryan.
Yeah, deserved the goal there as well. He still can with Drogba. Good save from Donnarumma. It's going to be another corner in quick succession.
He wants this 5th equaliser. In it goes. Drogba defends it well. And it's in PHG's hands to hold out an unbeaten group stage performance. 4 perfect games, 4 perfect wins. Want to end it with 1 more goal. Speaking of UCL heroes, he brings 1 on there. Bidi Pele. Added time of 2 minutes. He'll be happy to keep possession and see this one out. But it is the 2 players from that Eredivisie. PSV and Ajax, both having perfect group stages. They'll be going straight through to the round of 16. Emre Yilmaz looking to defend his crown as eChampions League winner and PH in his debut competition of the eChampions League. He's never played in it before, looking to cause more chaos in the FC Pro scene this year after an unbelievable start.
Almost got goal number 6 in this game.
Job done.
Job done, absolutely. PSV 4 wins out of 4. Top of his group, advancing straight into the top 16 in the eChampions League next weekend as well. A man on a mission to prove to everyone that he ranks himself as the #1 player in FC 24. And he's doing just that, Brandon.
Absolutely. What a game. Remember, he was 2-0 down in 8 minutes. That did not faze the Brazilian, did it? As you said, what a season he's having. Over $500,000 in prize earning. And just this season, An Eredivisie champion in his first time in a European league, and his first time in Europe, of course, won our biggest European tournament up to date before the eChampions League in the FC Pro Open back in February. He wants to go and win this one though, the eChampions League. He'll be there, top 24 guaranteed, top 16 he is there. Whoever tops the groups, remember, they miss a round next week and they go straight into the top 16. So job done for him. He's looking very confident, and if there was any questions if he was getting worse or better, it just seems like he's getting better.
Yeah, exactly. He's a man on a mission. He's somebody that, if you want to win this competition again, he's somebody you have to look out for as a competitor you have to overcome. But yeah, he's been formidable.
Someone else who lost to an unbeaten player in Emre Yilmaz was Matthias Banana. He was 0-1, but then he's won 3 games on the bounce. He is through to the knockout stages, and he's joined by Casey now.
That he is. He is through to the next stage. Very, very proud of this guy right here. But Matti, we just chatted a second ago. You said you weren't happy with everything. Tell me about that.
No, I'm not happy because I won the first place. I am second, but I'm lead, so it's good.
Now, you are now the only person in Man City Esports to go on to the next stage. And so do you feel that pressure now going into the next part?
No, I don't feel pressure for Man City. I feel pressure for me. I want to be the best player in the world, so I need to win.
All right, what do you have to improve going into the next stage?
I think the defense in the match against Arsenal was terrible, so I need to improve in defense, I think.
All right, Matti, well, fantastic job today. You are through to the next stage. I wish you the best of luck in the next part, but back to you guys.
It's always great, isn't it, to hear from the players. Grab man a few words there.
He didn't want to speak at all.
He didn't want to tell any of his little secrets on broadcast, but he made it a little bit hard for himself today. And we've kind of been saying, was that because he hasn't had so many matches, competitive matches recently, but does finish second nonetheless?
I think it's all because of the standards. I mean, I had the chance to talk to Edu after the match against Emre, and he was really frustrated with the way they started losing 1-0, and then they did have like 2 or 3 clear chances, didn't score them, then you concede another goal, and then you're just behind. And I do feel the standard for Edu, for Matti is just so high that when you're not defending as you should be defending, when you're not scoring those chances, you're really hard on yourself. And that's the reason why Matthias is, for example, I mean, La Liga FC Pro champion last year, this year Premier League champion, because you gotta be hard on yourself to be at the highest level.
Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe he needs to be a bit nicer on himself because he is through. OK, he doesn't jump straight to the round of 16, but he does make next week in the knockouts. Emre Yilmaz, though, defending champion, maximum points for him, not dropping any, 12 out of 12. Banano, like we mentioned, struggled a little bit in the early rounds, but did get the job done, 9 points. And then Rory Feltman, he's a regular, isn't he, to the ECL. He finished there on 6. Nice to see him going through. Group D, Gravison, I'll get your thoughts on this. Again, someone unbeaten, maximum points PH's in.
Yeah, Danny Pitbull started with 6 out of 6 possible points, and then he kind of got destroyed by PH, really. And I do think his confidence up to that point just went down and down. PH with Emre, I think we can agree the favorites to win the whole thing because they haven't dropped a single point. And I think we gotta mention Iso Power because the Turkish league might not be talked about as it should. It's a long league. I think the regular format lasts for 2-3 months. And I mean, he had a really tough bracket and a tough group and a tough opponents, but he made it possible, and he's the second in the group.
And he really pushed PH in as well in that final match,
Yep.
so it was really great to see the quality come out from Iso Power there. OK, well, something I'd like to talk about is goals. Let's have a look at some of the contenders, Grav, and I want your thoughts on these for Oppo Goal of the Day. There's 3, OK? 3 in contention. They come from Tex, Banano and PH in. Tex is up first. We've seen them all, but your thought on this, what's so special about it?
It's probably the finesse, because the playstyle plus of the finesse is amazing in this chance. The playstyle plus of the power shot, and then...
This is Banano, come thick and fast, sorry, they're really fast. Now Pitbull, PH's in, they've gone.
And the last instance, again, the finesse by Henry. 2 Henry goals, in my opinion. The best one is the Matti, the power shot plus. I think it's the only power shot plus the goal we've seen, and in my opinion, it's my favorite.
They came thick and fast, didn't they? It was quite the mission to try and just see those. You guys, though, can you remember what you just saw? Tex, Banano, PH, Zin, because in the Pepsi post-show, we are going to ask you as well for your thoughts. So during this break, you can vote for who you think deserves the accolade of Oppo Goal of the Day. This is our final break. Come and join us, though, as we get to pick apart everything which has happened here today.
Ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi. Go on, Jack. Sonny! Saved by Leah Williamson. Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Well, welcome, guys, to our Pepsi post-show where we get to pick apart the day. On cue, please, who's going to open their Pepsi?
I'll go. It's been a long day and there's been a lot of goals and I'm my voice is going a little
Watch
bit.
it, watch it. Is it fizzing? Oh, no, he's safe. Cheers. What a day we've had, though, guys. I mean, loads of action to pick apart. A few key narratives for me. Tex out. Case, I'll go with you for this because the boys are talking about that on comms. Didn't expect it, did you?
Didn't expect it at all. I think he was even surprised by a lot of the outcomes because after watching a couple of the games from JP Slater, he wasn't really doing a lot. He even did stuff against Tex, and so I think that he's going to be very disappointed, especially coming off of such a fantastic season in the E-Premier League.
Have you managed to talk to him yet? Get his feelings?
No, I've sort of stayed out of his way. Don't think he wants to talk to me. Definitely not.
Well, let's go for some player that didn't make it to two players who are unbeaten, Ryan. Obviously, a defending champion and PH in as well. Going through, missing that round and going straight to the round of 16. Were you impressed by what you saw from both of them today?
Yeah, extremely impressed by both Peter Zin and Emre Yilmaz. They sort of lived up to expectation. Peter Zin, we said, is the best player this year. He would say himself that he's been performing extremely well. Emre Yilmaz, obviously reigning champion, so you'd expect him to do well as well, but yeah, both players 4-0.
Levy as well. For me, shaky start, managed to find something to go through. Do you think he can make a step up for next week?
Definitely.
What's he going to do in that week?
I think just more practice, I mean, is all he can do. But I spoke to you, Casey, he was a bit confused, it looked like. He played 3 games, he won, he drew, he lost, but by his own standards and his own levels from what we've seen earlier this season in the FC Pro Leagues and the FC Pro Open, he's got more levels to go. And we saw how he ended today, 7 goals he scored, tops the group, misses around next week, which is going to help him too. So, yeah, I just think a week of more practice.
Yeah, exactly. We mentioned, though, didn't we, Tex, the fact that he no longer continues in the competition, but he does get a consolation prize as well, because you guys voted during the break, and Tex is our Oppo goal of the day as well. We can see it again one more time just for you guys to enjoy. Here it is. Brandon, did you enjoy it as well? Because Grav, he went for banana, didn't he?
I mean, it's a decent finish, isn't it? It's all about the finesse from the edge of the box, which we saw in our early games, didn't we? I think me and Ryan were commentating on it, and we said, what can we expect in terms of the aerial plus and the Drogba, the typical heading, sort of crossing meta? A finesse from 30+ yards, time it green, why not? Goal of the day.
Goal of the day. Well, he will like that for sure. Clip it up, put it out on your socials, and you can enjoy that one. We want to talk about FedEx top goal scorer as well. I was going to talk about Spanish flair, but there's no need to, because we can talk about it when we talk about our player who does top the goal scoring sheet with 23, and it is Neat. He was phenomenal again today. Had a little bit of a pause, didn't he, early on, but came back to top his group.
Yeah, exactly. He scored 8 goals in one game against JP Slade. So you can see some of the goals from across today from Neat. The power shot cancelled there into Drogba. He scored some great goals as well. But yeah, Neat, it doesn't surprise me him being the top goal scorer.
What else do you think made Neat stand out today and go through like he did?
He has such a unique play style. I mean, look, we're speaking about the meta at the moment. It's very cross-heavy and playing into aerial plus players. He just likes to play his own style. What I mean by that is he'll spam out skill moves that you don't often see from certain players, like the hocus pocus occasionally comes out from him, which I just don't really know why it is. I asked him 2 weeks ago in Spain, why did you do that? He says, it's just how I enjoy playing the game. And look, he scores goals.
Do you think that's because he's still young as well, Case? The fact that he's still like, yeah, you know what, I'll just be me.
Yeah, I also think it's a sense of confidence. Yeah. He's going into all these games so confident, so clinical. Not many players have that in their skill set even to begin with. But I also think when he's practicing, he's trying everything. A lot of players just try to, stick with the meta, whatever is currently working. He's going outside of the box, and it's doing very well for him.
It's working. He sails through. Gravison will love that as well. I know Grav's listening over there. Right, let's go to another one of our little kind of skills that we talk about here, and this one is ECL Showtime. We pick apart some of the best skills we've seen. Am I going to say they've come from Neat? We're just talking about how skillful he is, Brandon.
Probably. They've probably come from Neat, haven't they?
Let's have a quick look at this then. Well, it is Tex and Neat, Brandon. We kind of predicted, right, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, look, this for me is certainly probably 4th on goal of the day for Oppo next time round. What a goal that was mechanically, Casey. I think we can all agree Neat is just a different sort of player.
No, he is a fantastic player, especially in the box. Very unpredictable. If I'm trying to defend against him, it's almost impossible because he goes in every which way. You never know which type of skill is coming next. And he has a lot of patience as well in the box.
Ryan, your thoughts as well on kind of Neat and what he's been doing and some of the other skills we've seen throughout the day. ISO power up here. Had a great end to his day as well, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's somebody that Casey spoke behind the scenes about doing really well, so I'll give her credit for that. I think ISO power is fantastic, but Neat, I saw on the commentary desk earlier with Brandon and Richard, I said how I think he's, for me, the #1 mechanically gifted player, especially in the box. And yeah, for me, I rate him very, very highly.
We better talk highly about this guy as well because he is PS5 player of the day. We're talking about players that are mechanically gifted. This guy's got to be mechanically gifted because you are sailing through, undefeated here today, defending champion. Your thoughts on how the day went? Pretty well, I'm thinking you must feel.
It could be better today, so I'm happy with it. 4 wins out of 4, so I'm happy today.
Anything you think, you're probably looking at it as well, as the brilliant player that you are, defending champion, do you go home now and go, I could have done this a little bit better, I could have done that a little bit better?
I don't think about it. You can always do something better or something worse, but now just focus on the next stage, next week. So yeah, I'm happy, I'm confident for next week.
You seem like a really calm guy. Are you, or under the surface, are your legs swimming super fast?
Not in my head. When I'm losing, I'm not calm in my head. So, but if I'm winning, then I'm calm.
When was the last time, Emre, that you celebrated and went like, come on, because I never see it. I just never see it from you.
Eredivisie.
Eredivisie?
Yeah.
Okay. There is some big celebrations.
I celebrate every time.
Every time? Okay.
Yeah, every time.
I look forward to next weekend.
Talk to me about your first game today. It could have gone a different way. You were 3-1 down and managed to make that big comeback.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind as the game?
I told that to my coach also. If I lost, maybe it was another day, but it was a crazy game. I started really bad, 3-1 down, 75 minutes, 3-1 down, and then out of nowhere, 3-3, then last minute, last kick, 4-3. That's nice.
You're looking at this, it's quite close. The fact that today has gone so well, how much more confidence does it give you for next week? Now you get to skip that cheeky round as well.
Yeah, of course. It gives me a lot of confidence, and I'm happy to play next week, next stage. And I'm happy to become again so consistent today also.
What does this week look like for you? What do you do?
It's a good week, celebrate, and focus for next week.
4 wins, you're 4 games away from that. Do you ever just think about that in your
4
mind?
games away?
4, well 16, 8, semi-final, grand final.
4 tough games.
4 tough games, but still so close.
Yeah, of course. And I'm happy, I'm confident.
He's so chilled, he's off to get, I don't know, a nap, I don't know what you do. Anyway, we'll leave you because you're so chilled. Good luck next week. Cannot wait to see you. Brilliant work today.
Thank you.
Okay, well, there you have it. Defending champion. He moves on, doesn't he, to the round of 16. We'll see you later. Emre, thank you very much. You can leave the set if you'd like. We'll have a little chat about what we're going to see tomorrow. He didn't even want to go there, didn't he? He loved it. He was like, oh, can I just take it now? No, you've got 4 more games still to play, like Brandon just said. Let's just park, though, shall we, as well? Kind of what we've seen in terms of Emre, and just remind everybody at the groups as well of who has gone through. 3 players from each. Let's go then to group, that was obviously group A, B, C and D we saw earlier today. Let's now turn our attention then to group E. We're going to see these guys in action tomorrow. I mean, looking at the top there, Manu.
It's our only group of 6 as well, which is great. So it means that no player's going to have a break. Yep. Every player's going to be playing and playing and playing.
Is that good?
I mean, it is for me. I get to watch all the games.
For them?
Manu Bashir, you know, not the best of starts to his season this year in the FC Pro, but he's a world champion by his own rights.
Yep.
Obviously, came so close in the Eredivisie. He feels like he needs a bit of a break, and when he's seen his teammate go and do what he's done today, he'll be feeling like, I want to go and match that.
Well, exactly. He is a world champion. That will never leave him. OK, Group F. Case, any dark horses in this one?
Honestly, I'm looking at Johnny. Not necessarily a dark horse, but I think that he just did so well in the Bundesliga, and I think that that will continue over into this competition because watching him play, I watched the entire competition from home. He was so impressive.
And the fact that you'd think that spot should have been Anders, and it's not. It's Johnny's,
right?
which is great to see. It'll be very exciting. OK, Ryan, over to you for the next group. Let's go through these. A couple of names standing out in particular. Number 5 down there. Who is that? Who have we got to see there?
Yeah, Nicholas. It's going to be great to see him again from a few weeks ago, getting his hands on the trophy in the La Liga FC Pro Grand Finals. Levi Finn as well, he spoke about Anders, his teammate as well, and Umar, ended up defeating Anders for this spot itself in the eChampions League. Keta Dilo as well, he's a seasoned pro. He's had experience in the eChampions League before, so we're hoping he can go that one step further.
And final group then, Group H as well. There is another big name, like there are at the top there, Umar, another world champion from a few years back.
Feels like it's the trophy that he's missing from the cabinet, isn't it? I mean, I remember seeing him in Stockholm in tears when he made the finals, but obviously fell in the latter stage, didn't make it to the grand final there. But Mark Marley looking to fly the flag for the Seagulls tomorrow after Jaden crashed out. Nacho Abaya as well, runner-up in the La Liga FC Pro. Keep an eye out for him tomorrow.
We had 2 players undefeated today. Can we see that happen from one of these groups tomorrow? Case, I'm going to ask you that.
There's definitely potential. I think that there's a few front runners in each group, but we saw a lot of upsets today, so anything can happen.
Well, these are some of the names that could be doing just that. The Iceman, he's won it before. Can he do it again? We'll see him in action tomorrow alongside that man, who's also a former world champion. It's going to be epic. There were so many ups and downs from today. Expect more of the same from tomorrow when we get to do the group stages once again. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me today. Grav and Rich, I don't know where they are. They're always having some fun over there. Bye, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Remember, as well, you guys can buy some tickets to watch all of us and the pros in the grand final on the 29th of May. The tickets are on sale right now. Just scan that little QR code and we get to meet you guys in person in a couple of weeks' time. Well, that is it from us. Enjoy the rest of that Pepsi. Brandon, cheers, team. Cheers. We'll see you.
Good first day.
Same time, same place tomorrow. Goodbye. One of the most elite competitions on the EAFC calendar is here, the eChampions League.
And he could be coming in with his first shot. That's what he's going to do.
Game, set and match.
Goals everywhere.
Goals everywhere.
Group A is done and dusted. Headline News text is out.
It feels like you have to defend the trophy. This is the first stage, and every stage will be harder.
Finds the back of the net.